101 Fortitude. Samael's POV, March 4th, 8079, 1900 hours. After Blaze and Celeste crashed Beatrice's welcome party and threw me the Zippo, I teleported to Aurelia's office. I turned to look at the golden box with the two avian kin statues on top. I approached the lighter to the altar, but nothing happened. I tried a few different things without results. A torrent of auric pressure from the sky distracted me for a moment. The pressure was leagues beyond the archangel that I fought, yet it didn't inspire the same primal fear that the warden generated with his presence alone. But it might have been a side effect of the distance. I quickly lit myself a smoke with the lighter and moved it around the altar, trying to find any secret rune or slot that I might have missed at first. When my hand passed between the two statuettes, there was a small pull to the lighter, or to be more accurate, its flame, almost like two magnets wanting to hold it centered between the two avian kin or statuettes, but leaving the flame there didn't seem to provoke any other reaction. Tabernacle, that's not the time for puzzles. I mumbled to myself, echoed by a wave of mana from me and the box that turned the small flame of the lighter into a strange mist full of runes placed and linked in absurd pattern that made no sense at all. Complete gibberish. So the flam is what looks to be the key. Now I just need to figure out what to do with it. Wait, I'm an idiot. The runes flowing around the chest are following in a pattern that strangely matches the one of the lighter. If I track it, bingo. Hidden switches, 4 unique mechanisms perfectly blended in the decorations. So well, in fact, that even with my crazy good sight, I had to focus to find them. When the last lever was activated, the magnetic pull of the fireball became enough to hold the lighter in the air. Golden flames started to pour out of the lighter, filling the whole room in the comfortable heat of warm sheets in the morning. I leaned closer and saw golden letters form from within the ball. Speak the name of the 3 greatest ice warriors and the name of the greatest ice poet. Is that a hockey question? That's not easy at all. There are dozens of great hockey players that marked the history of the sport. How am I even supposed to choose only 3? And what even is an ice poet? Do they mean the frosty window guy? I don't even know his name, so that can't be it. Let's start with the hockey players, since I think I can pinpoint them. After all, this is not based on the NHL's ranking, but on my own. So they need to be names that I would see as top hockey players. Maurice Richard, Sidney Crosby, and Wayne Gretzky, I said, confident. They were all the best in a way or another, marking generations with great feats of sportsmanship. The box seemed to acknowledge the names too, as 3 of the 4 switches had started to glow. But the 4th name was a bigger problem. I had no idea about any ice poet. I didn't know jack shit about poetry. Always found the thing boring and pretentious. I needed to think, the other 3 were linked to hockey, so this one might also be linked that way. Then my eyes lit up. Yes. It had to be him, the most unhinged character on ice, a character that had a way with word that could shut down anyone in an instant, a role-true model. Vanilla Ice? I tried. Not it. A poet. Wait a minute, I'm the one who chose the questions, so it has to be that one. Sure, see, I screamed at the box with a mix of irritation and a bit of amusement. That hilarious blabbermouth was probably the closest thing to a hockey poet. And it worked. The 4th switch activated and the 2 little doors in front of the box opened. I looked inside, noticing a big red button inside. I pushed it and the space distorted around me, sucking me inside a second before an inquisitor entered the room. I observed all of the runes composing the spell as I went in. It felt as if it happened in slow motion, giving me just enough time to let me get a glimpse at most of them before the speed rocketed. A moment later, I reappeared in what used to be a pristine top-shelf gym. The ceiling was high, reminding me of the large gym complexes on military bases. However, I noticed that the walls and ceilings were all training surfaces too. The white paint on the stone walls had mostly decayed and peeled off, but the gym equipments looked to be in mint condition. There wasn't any dust or rust around, suggesting that the place was either magically cleaned or maintained by a neat freak. All of the machines and weights looked to be filled with arcana. I observed the free weights closer and noticed they had been carefully enchanted. I was stunned as this was one of the first items of that kind I found. Every weight was in fact chock full of gravity runes placed within fractal geometric shapes. But the real find was the smallest formation of the bunch, time runes. But if I was the first to have arcana in all of us, then who enchanted those? I pocketed a few to study them later, intending to get as much information as I could out of them. The gravity runes were far more advanced than the ones my aura had generated by accident. But the real treasure was the time runes. They were too complex for me to understand with just a glimpse, but if I could study them, I was bound to crack the way to use time manipulation, which in turn would amplify my combat abilities by a giant leap. Which also meant that I had to be extremely careful, as I didn't want to accidentally create some reality-shattering paradox. Being strong is cool, but damn is it a pain to have to keep pulling my punches. I started to understand why gods lived on a different plane. I was powerful for a mortal, but my enemies were a resilient bunch of pricks and asses. I needed to prepare myself to fight against gods and demons that were probably stronger than Warden himself. If I wanted to challenge the top dogs that ruled the galaxy, I needed far more power. The fact that someone had snuck up on me and helped Melanor extract himself from my grip was all the proof I needed to know. I wasn't good enough. So I just needed to get good. I needed to remember that people like Melanor and the Archangel I had beaten up were simple disposable grunts for the people I was targeting. I had to remember the pressure from beings like Warden. But maybe, just maybe, if I could stop time, then I would be able to fight on a whole different level. But I remember being told to be careful around time runes by Celeste, something about ending up in the middle of nowhere or something like that. Still, it could be one hell of an ace if I found myself in trouble again. Although, understanding time might be hard, since to me it looks like gibberish. The gravity runes, however, those are kind of simple. I like them. "Oi, look who we got here, booty, stealing weights as soon as they get their bum in my gym," a deep voice said from behind me. "Is it stealing if you are the owner?" I answered with a shrug, before turning around to see a towering muscle mass of an orc that might have weighed 1,000 pounds. He was 9 feet tall with olive-green skin and 2 large tusks with a rather soft-looking face for such a giant. His eyes were also interesting. They were amber just like Hope, but with a green ring at their center. I couldn't help but wonder once again about the link between eye colors and past lives. There was a strange correlation that made no sense from a scientific perspective. Well, not that reincarnation made more sense, meh. More concerning was the lack of clothes on the giant that only wore a small white loincloth, exposing way too much. We both scanned each other with our auras. I was surprised by a few things. The first was that the man in front of me had no magic powers that I could detect. I caught a glimpse of Runa for a fraction of a second, but that was all I detected, and it might have come from my own eyes. The second was the muscle and bone density hidden under the orc's thick skin. The layer of fat on him was far thinner than what my first look said. He was built like a powerlifter and had no doubt spent a lot of his time training while waiting to come out of the closet. 1,000 pounds was an understatement with the new information I had. He might have been a whole 500 pounds heavier. I mean, you did get in after all, but considering that I have been the one taking care of the place for 4,000 years, you could say that I'm the owner now. "So how bad is it outside?" he asked, his tone changing as if he already grasped the whole reason for my presence. "It's bad, but it could be worse. I think, well, I'm sure we will know the answer once we see. I don't know what power you have, but I do know that if you don't come out, everyone on Valia will die within a year or two. Maybe less, and for some reason it feels like if I don't do it now, I won't have the time to do it later," I answered. "Oh yeah? That's no good. No good at all. Let's move then. Giddy up, old fart," he chirped, turning on himself and darting like a rocket toward the exit. Not to be outdone, I phased to the other side of the door and opened it for him. "If you don't hurry a bit more, I might accidentally forget you here, slowpoke," I chirped back at him. He turned around to see if I was still in the room. I closed the door on him, and he crashed in it. I was surprised by how sturdy the door was, but was glad to have moved a bit further from it when the mountain of an orc hit the steel door and made a perfect imprint in it, like in the old pre-war cartoons. I opened the door and he peeled himself out of it. Eyes up, Buttercup. Come on, double time. You're too old to get fooled by dumb tricks like that, big boy. Fucking prick, he mumbled, darting down the hallway. I was running behind him, using my normal boosting spells to keep up, but even then, the orc was simply faster. He didn't use any speed boosting spells either. His physique was simply that good and well balanced. In the end, I had to phase in and out a few times to keep up with the powerful gym addict. Even then, it took us a few minutes of running inside a complex maze of large, almost identical tunnels before stopping in what looked like a giant command room, stretching over 100 meters in every direction. Large, unlit crystal slabs carved with symbols, enchantments, and runes that made them look like the control panels and screens of some crazy government conspiracy were placed in front of the few hundred individual stations placed equidistantly along the walls and floor, all of them facing a single giant crystal slab that filled a whole wall. On a podium at the center of the room was a little box with holes carved in it, all of which represented different shapes. Next to the podium was a box that my aura told me was filled in objects charged with mana matching the shapes. Next to it was a large metal tablet with engravings that confirmed that it was some sort of control interface. I touched one of the tablet, but it was out of power. So first the puzzle. Took me a whole 800 years to find the first 20 tokens that were hidden around the planet. Yeah? And the last one took me 200 more. And the worst part is, I think that, maybe just maybe, that the puzzle is broken. But it's not my fault. See, there are 20 holes, and although they match the shapes of 20 of the tokens, none match the last one, and whatever I try, it keeps pushing them out. I have spent countless hours trying to figure it out, trying to find a secret sequence. All I got to show for it is a single piece inside to construct. I don't even know why this one worked. This puzzle is way too hard or completely broken. He sighed. Let me see, I said, pulling two random shapes out of the box. A sphere and a large rectangle. I found the hole that matched the rectangle's profile and tried to insert it, noticing an almost immediate pushback. I leaned in to see which piece was inside the box. A gold cube? No way. That's fucking funny. Ha ha ha. Okay, so it won't go in the rectangle hole, but did you try putting it in the square hole? I said, putting emphasis on the solution and dropping the rectangle through the square hole on top of the box. It slid in, juiced perfectly. What? Nah. No, that can't. Why did you do that? Now we can't even get it back to put it in the right sequence, you fool, he said, falling to his knees, shoulders low in defeat. Next in, the ball, and in the square hole it goes. Ha 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 ha, I said, while looking at the orc who was still recovering from the first item. Sheer panic took him when he saw the ball fall through. Stop, please. If we make a mistake, we might get stuck here for eternity, he pleaded as he saw me grab the box. 5-point star, in the square hole. Hexagon, cylinder, and half moon. In the square hole, I chanted as I slapped in every item one after the other, laughing between every token as the giant orc that was my son pleaded for me to stop. When I arrived at the last one, he was literally crying for me to stop, full-on bawling with the snot and all, as he was completely afraid to be stuck here forever. I grabbed the last shape that had been put aside, a 7-pointed star, too large to fit in the hole at first sight. But there were some true weird spells hidden to look like simple welds. Arcanic shenanigans that kind of made sense in a very weird way. Like, I understood what it was doing, just what it did was wrong on so many levels. It compressed, for lack of a better word, items without changing their properties in any way. In scientific terms, it did something that was truly impossible and unexplainable, bending reality itself. I took the time to analyze that compression spell with a lot of attention, as I wasn't sure if I would be able to get access to the star once it disappeared in the hole. A single rune acted as a safety that preserved the properties of the original state, while two more were responsible for the sliming down and backup ratios. It was extremely simple in principle. The rest of the runes were a mix of gibberish, fake runes, and preservation magic. But once again, who did this? Was it meant to be a message? A skill hidden in an impossible-to-reach place? I had so many questions and no time to seek their true answers. But hey, that skill might become really useful later, who knows? And now for the finale, the form that for a reason I don't understand, people call holy in this world. The septagram, I said with a grin of a madman, presenting the item like some online show host. That won't work. Can't you see how big it is? I guess the madness did follow you after all, the orc said, his aura filling the air with the smell of a deep sadness. To live a comfortable life in this war-ridden universe while also trying to change it, one has to be a bit crazy, does he not? I asked him, placing the septagram face down over the hole and slowly sliding it in. The sides of the 7-point star squished it just enough to fit inside the square hole. The box on the podium disappeared and was replaced by a big red button. I slapped my hand on it, and the crystal wall lit up with a "Please enter password" message flashing in red. "You have the eternal flame?" the giant orc asked, wiping the snot off his face, as he had realized that I had found the answer. I passed him the Zippo after lighting myself a smoke with it. "Tick, you still haven't lost that bad habit, Hoy," he said, turning toward a large control panel and placing the Zippo in a small slot that looked carved for it. "First, they are medical herbs. Second, there are a few other things more aggressive in their desire to kill me. Third, even if I got cancer, which I doubt I can get, I could just heal myself." I answered with a shrug. "First, it's medicinal herbs, not medical. Second, you can heal yourself, Hoy?" he asked, while stating to put down a complex sequence of input on a panel that had just lit up. "I can. It's something I picked up on the side as I really needed to be fixed up too often for the docs to keep up. I can teleport or heal a whole army with a finger snap, among other things too. I just had a breakthrough, but my power is already too much for the material plane, so I had to seal it or risk breaking something I can't fix," I answered, deciding to hide nothing. "Darn, you really did go all out with the upgrades." "Ha ha ha. That probably explains whatever your insides are made of then. I would like to have a chat with you once things calm down. We should record as much information as possible for the future. The booting sequence is done. Let's hope the old girl will rev up fast enough," he said as all the screens lit up. He immediately started to enter codes and unlock systems one after another, using the keyboards with his manner in a true display of computer wizardry. "What about you?" My memory kinda got wiped. "I'm sorry. I'm Sam, by the way. I know you're my son, but what's your name?" I asked. "Ho, you got a lot more than a simple memory wipe. You should find the ritual that was used to summon you and read it for yourself. Trust me, it was a boon more than a curse, and to be honest, your personality seems to match a lot more with my dad's before the madness got to him. Well, maybe early in his madness, actually. I am your oldest son, Fortitude. If only we could have had a normal, peaceful life," he said with a smile that tried to hide the hint of sadness in his aura. "Don't worry too much about it. Even in the middle of a war, life can be good," I told him with a pat on the shoulder. "So what are you doing?" I added. "Prepping the old girl for her first shot in history," he answered. The answer wasn't much of a help, so I resorted to a different strategy and scanned my surroundings with my aura. We were deep within a complex so massive that I didn't find any trace of the exterior or ground underneath in a 5-kilometer radius of our position. Only endless rooms, corridors, and more rooms as far as my aura could reach. "What is the old girl exactly?" I asked. "A moon turned into an artillery platform, left by the primordials in times long before us and refurbished by my 3 mums and you. You don't think we survived this long by swinging swords, do you?" he asked with a wry smile. "That's great news. How long before she can shoot?" I asked as I started to make sense of how best to use my new death moon. "A few hours. We should be able to leave while she finishes updating. But first we need to bring her out of the garage so she can connect to Harmony," he explained. "How long before we can move out?" "Every second matters," I asked. "About 5 more minutes, but it might take a bit longer. There is no ambient mana to recharge the cores in the abyss after all. Not like I could charge it either." He answered with a shrug. So all I have to do is let a lot of mana loose, I asked him. I doubt you can help it. Nothing personal, but you don't look very strong, seals or not. I can't sense any mana from you either. Still, every bit helps. Do your worst, he said, examining me closer with his golden eyes and looking kind of disappointed. I opened my hand and summoned my beer stein, taking a sip of ambrosia before raising the cup above me. Callous, I swore, invoking the power of the cornucopia like a religious chant, pushing my voice with my aura. A literal explosion of hyper-dense mana washed over me and the orc, but neither of us fell. The next moment, all of the counters lost it and simply showed full charge. The ground shook for a moment, and notifications started to appear on every screen in the room. New system detected, Codex Administrator authorization required. Would you like to integrate Celine's moon chariot to Harmony? Doing so would allow me to run the moon for you in the absence of a crew. This will result in a 50% slower firing time, but since no one alive other than Fortitude is trained to operate, this leaves over 2,000 other posts to be manned, before achieving similar results. The assistant created during my crowning ceremony asked me in my head, with her new, softer voice. Do it, I answered. Codex Administrator input recognized, integration started, estimated time before completion 1 second, integration completed. Updating started, estimated time before completion 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Harmony said from the command room speakers with what sounded like barely hidden excitement. What? That's insane, she can't be that fast. What level is she? The giant said. I'm not sure, it says she's level 8, but I also leveled her up to 100 before that. So I have no clue what happened between the two. She said it had something to do with my Mobius paradox skill. Thing is, we don't know anything about that skill either. I answered with a shrug. Strange, but hoy, it might be a greater boon than you think. Harmony should be able to take care of the rest. We need to go to the portal room, as only portals activated there are allowed to exist here. Follow me, he said, leaving the panel and walking away. You might want to get dressed first, I told him. Meh, what's the point? If I'm right, my clothes are about to be shredded anyway. But if you insist, I think I still have a toga or two. He shrugged. He quickly wrapped himself in a white drape, using a long metallic rope that looked like a giant stone sling wrapped many times around his waist as a belt. The way too tight loincloth and metal rope were enchanted, but nothing else seemed to be. The underwear had spatial mana and some arcana enchants, but I didn't look further into them for obvious reasons. Oh yeah, and by the way, want to change your name? Pretty much everyone did. I asked him, running behind. Fortitude is fine for now. If I'm to receive a new name, I want my mother to give me one. Who changed their name to what? He asked, running just under the speed of sound. Destiny was named Fate at birth, but she isn't home right now. She was kidnapped by demons, and I can't seem to track her. Charity changed her name to Celeste at the same time her future husband changed his own to Blaze. Faith changed her name to Lysa so that no one would confuse her with Destiny, and Death was given the name Hope at birth in this life. She is home and completely fine for now. Time was called Lilith, but she reincarnated and I have no clue where. I fucked the pooch. My words died in my throat. As long as we survive whatever is waiting for us, you will see her again. What is a bit of waiting to an immortal god? What I have trouble understanding is why you kept your angelic name, he asked me. It resembles the name I had in the only other life I can remember, my name on Earth, but I didn't pick it. In fact, I don't think anyone named me. I will need to ask that question to Mom. Wait, did I? Meh, doesn't matter. Sam is perfect for me anyway. It works, why change it? I really wonder what it is that had Blaze panicking like that, though. Ho, and by the way, you have 2 new brothers and 1 new sister, I told the fast-walking giant. Ho, really? I'm glad for you. It takes courage. I'm not sure I have it in me anymore, he said as he slowed down. It hurts too much to see them grow old and die, and to say the divine dating scene is complicated would be the understatement of the millennia. I honestly don't know how you 4 had so much luck as to not lose a single one. What's their name? He answered with a sight that betrayed his youthful appearance. The youngest is named Ravnica. She's 10 and really intelligent. There is Korvax, who is very shy and likes to do his things in secrecy. He's 11. Both Ravnica and Korvax were rescued during an operation against cultists, and I adopted them. Then there is Blaze, who is madly in love with Celeste. I actually found him in the belly of a chimera of the cult. He is part of the family, even though he didn't sign any papers. Celeste and him intend to get wed as soon as he is 21. He's 17 and an outlier when it comes to raw power for his stage level. "And you, how old are you?" I asked him. 17,000 years old. I might be slightly off due to temporal distortions, so it may be a bit more than that, hoy. Being strong is a curse as much as it is a blessing, is it not? He asked back, his voice dim. I don't know. I can't even remember a whole century, so I am in no position to tell you the true answer you seek. But I think it's neither. It gives you the power to interfere and defend your home. It's a privilege that very few have. A permanent burden on your shoulders as you try to hold the world on it. People will accuse you for every mistake you made while you tried to do everything you could to save their ass. It's a constant pressure, and you are forced to carry every single failure in your heart and mind, like a weighted crown forcing your head down, exposing your neck for the guillotine of shame and social justice. I said, my tone grim, as I remembered my own failures on Earth. He nodded to my words. But it's also an opportunity to protect those you hold close to your heart, as they are the ones who protect you while you rest. It is them who build cities, harvest the fields, and do many other chores we have no time for. The strong relies on the weak as much as the weak relies on the strong. But in the end, the most important thing is to never forget that no matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger, watching, waiting, judging, and executing. Or in other words, with great power comes great responsibility, as a certain spider kin taught me once. You don't speak like a youngling, he said after thinking for a moment. Whatever you lived in your previous life, and this one must be one hell of a story to make wise words come out of your mouth. There, the teleportation room should be on the other side of that corner. He added with a smirk as we turned the corner and walked inside a circular room. Respect your elder, Alzheimer's isn't a joke, I shot back. Al's what now? Fortitude said, looking at me as if I had spoken in gibberish. Forget about it, I answered with a smirk of my own. We walked to the center of a runic formation on the ground, and I sent a wave of mana into it, noting all the different runes as the circle activated and sent us back to Valia. We ended up reappearing in Aurelia's office. However, something was very wrong. The defensive formations Fate had spent months preparing in the Talarian capital were all activated. The light coming from the windows was also wrong, deprived of radiance and color, almost as if it had appeared on a black and white TV. Fortitude walked with me to the balcony where we both looked up to the sky. More than half of it was filled by a giant portal to the abyss that was on the edge of the atmosphere. The gate was made using light, darkness, and spatial magic, but the edges of the portal were way too far in the horizon to be observed. On the other side of the gate stood a giant who was so large that grasping the planet we were on in his hand with ease and eating it wouldn't be impossible. His single glowing purple eye was as large as the biggest moon of Valia. Only his silhouette was perceptible as he was bathing in the familiar black smoke of the abyssal void. The giant seemed to be wrapped in tight chains of the power of the abyssal void element, but some of them were slowly breaking. I noticed that some light and darkness spells had been thrown at the weakened point. The powers used to do so were so extreme that I could feel them from the ground. This being shouldn't have existed on the material plane, yet here he was, trying to escape from a no-doubt well-deserved sentence of an eternity in the abyss if I judged his disgusting aura. A pretentious predator. It was like a window into his emotions, and all there was to find on the other side was carnal violence and a very strong esteem. The desire to destroy and eat everything in the universe didn't come from his hunger, but simply of his arrogance. Whatever that thing was, it worked for no one, and no one worked for it. Not Solomon, not his boss either. And no one could work with that thing, as anything that came close to it would be eaten. Yet at this moment, it was used as a very efficient tool of war, as the prospect of freedom was very enticing to the colossal shadow-wrapped titan. Calvaire de Chris, I mumbled by accident, sending waves of mana that made the eye lock on me. The eye started to light up, and a red beam shot out of its eye aimed straight at us. A beam that, if I did nothing about, would probably wipe most forms of life on the fucking continent. I teleported above the city with fortitude. Hope, Blaze, and Lysa were already there, loading as much energy as they could to defend against the attack. "I will take care of it," Fortitude said before clapping his hands and screaming at the top of his lungs. "Immovable wall, fourth form, dead sky," he belched. Something I couldn't see blocked the beam, and the whole sky turned red for an uncomfortable amount of time. The temperature started to rise uncomfortably, but Blaze shook to action and started sucking the heat in the sky away. Growing more powerful by the second and extending the range, he covered further and further away as the seconds stretched into minutes. We needed to go on the offensive eventually, but getting out of the shield now would probably only end up with me getting the roast of my life by the largest amount of raw runa I had ever felt. Why not use the unique opportunity offered by this generous asshole to charge up? Oh yeah, that's kind of a good idea actually. Let's do that. 102 Chant Sacré. I moved closer to Fortitude's invisible shield, but sadly only heat permeated to the other side. Maybe exposing myself a bit to the flood of runa outside of it wouldn't be so bad with my upgraded body. Actually, first, I needed to counter the blast. As it turned out, I had the perfect thing I wanted to test. A mirror portal, based on my new teleportation spell and arcanic runes. Well, let's get rid of the two first seals right away. If I went to the other side of the portal, I might be able to take off the third one without destroying my home by accident, but I would keep that strategy as a last resort. I felt ecstatic as my body was flooded by arcana. My thoughts formed runes and spell formations around me without input. Building spells became as easy as breathing, a simple subconscious process. It was as if my mind was clearer than ever, able to process at an impossible speed. It took half a second to create, improve, and tune a spell to perfection. "Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me who is the strongest one of all," I said as a formation appeared in front of Fortitude's shield. A giant 7-point star that filled the sky with a formation large enough to cover the whole planet, filled to the brim with powerful runes placed in concentric fractal formations. The spell shined with mana, runa, arcana, and void, slowly spinning on itself faster and faster. It took less than a second for the spell to activate. Everyone stared at the sky in disbelief as my devious counterspell started to work, reflecting the received damage with a 1.5 time amplifier. The clash of both blasts at the surface of the mirror was absorbed and converted into forward momentum and potential energy to amplify the counterblast, accelerating the spell exponentially every millisecond as it closed in on the sender. Any leftovers of energy left behind were absorbed by my horns, filling me with waves of runa that was converted to arcana a few hundred meters before it could reach me and be absorbed. Blaze was blinking from one spot to another, covering large swaths of lands and reabsorbing the excessive heat that had been generated. Every time he reappeared, he seemed to shine a bit brighter. The shine was only residual energy from the absorption. His power grew denser, brighter, and warmer by the seconds. Fortitude looked shocked at the display of power from the young man. Meanwhile, Celeste looked at her brother with a smug smile. I looked around but couldn't feel Hope anywhere. "I'm right here. I will shadow you like in the old time. We're a team. Don't worry, I still have a few aces." I heard Hope's voice a few feet to my right. "I'm not sure. I teleport and use the abyss a lot. I don't want to hurt you by accident," I answered. "Oh, honey, don't be so sure of yourself. The amount of souls I filtered through didn't go to waste. I might not be breaking reality strong, but I can promise you that if I wanted to, I would absolutely crush you in battle, and there would be nothing you could do about it, my sweetheart," Hope answered, her eyes reappearing in front of mine. I felt a cold shiver down my spine. She wasn't bluffing. My seer sense screamed that at my current power, she would destroy me in a flash, and not just injure me, but actually perma-kill me. However, she wasn't as well adapted to large attacks as I was. My doubts vanished. If anyone could stand by my side in a battle, she was the one. I blushed a bit under her intense glare. and finally gave her a nod. "You're right. If things turn to shit when the gate collapses, grab onto me and don't let go. As long as we are together, we will be fine," I added. My counterspell finally reached the face of the chain-wrapped giant. It exploded in his face, and for a moment the eye disappeared under the veil of the abyss. A bright flash of light and darkness was generated along the right arm of the giant. It came from a microscopic dot. The control and concentration of the spell surpassed Melinor's control. "Solomon?" A few chains snapped, and the giant reached for the mage that had helped him. The dot disappeared before he could be reached by it. The eye reopened, now bloodshot. The aura of the giant was amplified tenfold. Every citizen was in the street praying and chanting as they looked at the godly display of power in front of them. We happened to all be high enough for everyone to see us. "Tska, how the heck did someone open a door to Tartarus, oi? And where the fuck is Seus when we need him?" Fortitude asked as he got near to us, with Celeste and Blaze also joining our group in the sky. "I take it you know that thing?" I asked with a puff of smoke from a fresh cigarette. "Think I do, yeah. If I'm right, this big fella right there would be one of the 12 titans that is supposed to be chained up in Tartarus. I may be able to stop his attacks for a while, but I have no way to destroy the portal, and if we don't do something quick, he is gonna get out and eat the planet. That's apparently why they were removed from the material plane in the first place, at least that's what Sia said." He answered with a sigh, "We gonna need some serious firepower to contain him. Hoy, even old you at peak could not solo him. Some theories say that Titans are the one responsible for the disappearance of the primordials. This is allegedly the reason they got condemned to stay forever in Tartarus. We would need destiny, time, justice, and seers at minimum as reinforcements to have a chance of a stalemate. That thing is a god killer, a world eater, a damned calamity. Hoy, I will stop his blows while you figure out a plan to get our ass out of this clusterfuck. I might be strong enough to stop his blows for a while, but I won't hold forever, and the longer we wait, the worse the collateral damage. Hoy," he added, his accent sounding way thicker as he wasn't focusing as much on pronunciations while holding his shield that protected the whole planet. "It's gonna be all right. We're a stubborn bunch," I told him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We need to collapse the gate or kill the darn thing. Collapsing the bridge might be difficult since I can't seem to find the Castar, and killing a Titan, well, that's about as easy as slicing the planet in half with a butter knife. Tisk, I don't know what kind of magic you can do, but if you have any ace up your sleeves, pull them out now," he said, looking actually scarred. "I have a few ideas. Do you know what the range is on one of these?" I asked him, pulling out the loaded artifact pistol from the royal vaults. His eyes locked immediately on the magic pistol loaded with runa. He seemed conflicted about something, sighed. "Hoo-oo, stage 12 runa charges. Have you cracked your noggin? This is way too much." "Well, actually this might work. I need a dart," he said, starting to massage the bridge of his nose. "So about the range." I pushed him a bit more. "The range, hoy. You could shoot at the damned sun from here with it. There is power depletion the further you are from the target, about 10% loss from hair to that big fucker, probably. I never saw it fire anything stronger than a stage 10 shot, but even then, that thing has so reach. Make sure to use the last mode, not the cone or the beam. Last one should be penetrating explosive shot. I reckon you should fire from above a body of water or sand to help disperse the blast. Make sure no one's near or behind you before shooting. That might be enough to get him," he answered, grabbing the smoke and lighting it. "Calm down, breathe by the nose and focus on what you can do. For starter, how about working on pronunciation? Hell, your accent is worse than mine right now, bud," I told him with a puff of smoke, bringing the magic pistol up at eye level and looking more carefully at it. I was surprised when I realized that the hammer at the back of the ornate pistol turned out to be the fire mode selector. But after reflection, it made sense. Why would a gun that doesn't even have a barrel have a damn hammer? The mana inside was so dense that it strained my eyes to examine it. But as my aura actually started to feel more around it, it entered into conflict with something. The pistol was resisting me and growing hotter in my hands by the second. I mixed a bit of runa with my arcana, and as soon as it contacted the pistol, the temperature dropped back to normal. and I felt a connection being made. The next moment, I felt the inside of my right palm being burned for a second or two before the temperature went back to normal. I pulled the hammer, feeling 3 distinct clicks and seeing different parts of the engraving light up to form symbols matching the firing modes. I focused on the pistol with my mana sense and aura. It wanted something from me. Instructions? Runes? Up to 3. What would be a good combination? No mana or arcana for sure. But maybe abyssal runes. What can I form? Let's see. Disperse, spread, absorb, empty, void, zero, absolute might be viable choices for the abyssal runes. Runa offer a bit more valid choices: shred, slash, destroy, pierce, explode, annihilate, split, feed, consume, and ravage runes, all present good possibilities. Well, if it doesn't work, I got 7 more shots. I mumbled to myself as I picked my first selection. Everyone stay near the capital. I'm going to go give him a few shots from above the ocean. Let's see what happens, I added, before phasing far away from them over the calm sea. I wasn't dumb enough to go anywhere near that portal, or even worse, to the other side, just to fire from closer. Who knew what else lay dormant in that part of the abyss that they apparently called Tartaros? Wasn't that like a jail or something in Greek mythology? Wait, Titans are also part of that religion, no? That's really weird. So it's not only artifacts with the same names, but now there's places too. Today is not the day to figure out the truth of the universe. All you got to do for now is save a whole fucking planet before going to bed and do the same thing tomorrow. I told myself just to boost my morale as I observed the damage of the first shot and threw a core under my lip. I could tell just by looking at it that it was way deeper than wherever the warden had brought me. A place I couldn't go if I wanted to see my family again. Compared to that, I was only tiptoeing in the dark ocean of the abyss. The bloodshot giant eye started to glow with a vicious red visible even through the black veil of his prison, looking to be charging another blast of Runa. I readied myself to counter him, pointed the pistol, holding it with both hands, and fired. Click, zwack. The pistol kicked like a mule. If I hadn't dropped the 2 first seals, it might have bump-fired in my face. Another reason why high-power guns should be tried with a single bullet first. I wondered for a second if that would be enough to kill me, but I really didn't want to find out. The air around me whooshed and swirled as the air filled back the empty track left by the shot. I turned around and saw the bottom of the ocean. Thinking quickly, I sent a wave of ice mana and froze all of the water around me. A giant white-scaled whale looked at me from the other side of the water, absolutely confused. I gave it a wink. I was surprised at how effortless and powerful my magic had become. But a single glance to the sky reminded me why it wasn't shit compared to the monsters I wanted to defeat. I saw cracks of red light starting to fill the face of the giant shadow-cloaked monster. Let's see what the absolute pierce, consume runic combo can do to you, one-eyed Willy, I mumbled to myself. A jolt of pure condensed energy ripped through the sky, only perceptible through my 6th sense as it almost flew at the speed of light. It took about 8 seconds before the impact, making me realize the Titan was far further than I expected. He was way further than the moons. Calvaire, I mumbled to myself a second after a small bright flash exploded on the Titan's eye. The eye vanished from sight, but I doubted it had done much more than irritate the Titan. A wave of arcana exploded from me. I guided the wave toward the sky with my aura. A flash of light mana pierced the darkness, but it was only a backblast. The target of the attack was the chain wrapping the monster. Waves of pressure started to pulse from the portal. The red veins across the Titan's face had started to move down the neck, gaining speed and strength as it went, but the zone around the eye had stopped glowing. The eye reopened, but only half of it was there, bloodshot and filled with anger. The giant had worked his right arm loose and started to move his hand toward the portal. Although the movement looked somewhat slow, the size of the damned guy placed it in perspective. Another beam of Runa launched from the eye, but it was more unstable and less powerful than its predecessor. I launched my counterspell immediately and fired another shot aimed at the hand instead. I didn't have the time to charge a core with anywhere close to the amount or Runa they had inside for the moment. I could charge a core with Void, but to get the desired effect would take too much time of channeling at maximum capacity to be useful at the moment. I shifted the 3 runes to focus on pure runa language instead. I loaded the Explode, Destroy, and Annihilate runes, aimed at the hand. Click. Zwack. I managed the recoil a bit better this time and immediately froze the wall of seawater around me to ensure no major floods would hit the coast and shifted position. I looked at the giant once again. I noticed a small luminous dot being chased by the fist. It was still too far for me to perceive who exactly it was, but my instincts told me it was Solomon, ruining the day once again. Solomon dodged the shot, but the colossal fist behind him didn't. I saw it collide, explode between his knuckles. The explosion was vicious and tore the 2 center fingers off the hand. A shot that could probably blow Earth in half was reduced to a mild finger cutter. But something else was happening to the monster's hand. Black vines sparkled with light dots, were growing out of his wrist and fingers, crawling up the arm at ludicrous speed. It was like Celeste's vines had been cranked 1,000 folds. A pure display of power that more than anything confused me. I didn't think she had that level of power. A laser was also blasting the hand from the Talarian capital. Harmony, how much longer do you need before the moon can shoot that thing? I asked out loud, lighting a fresh smoke and pushing energy inside the pistol. 2 more minutes before a shot is available. The moon is getting in position as we speak. I suggest trying to break the runic formation of the portal. She answered, working on it already. I answered, phasing from one horizon to the next, racing against time to get closer to the edge of the spell. I pushed as much abyssal void as I could with my left hand and did the same with arcana and my right hand. The pistol took the power input in stride. The fist was 2/3 of the way to the portal already. The vines had reached the bicep and were now trying to hold the arm back. The vines stretched as the arm kept pushing, but they never broke, converting the pulling energy into rapid growth, increasing in strength and size exponentially as red veins of furious runa ran down the Titan's body. The vines and runa affliction didn't conflict with each other as they tried to slow down the furious arm. The enemy was still out of range for everyone but Celeste and me. Even though I had no clue of how she did to expand her magic this far, the assistance was appreciated. If a single finger made contact with Valia, the planet would be reduced to rubbles, and all of our efforts would be in vain. I had the strangest feeling in the back of my mind. I felt observed by something far scarier than the Titan and Solomon combined. Yet I couldn't perceive where the feeling came from. It was akin to the Warden's aura, but scaled up to an incomprehensible level. Solomon was almost on the other side of the portal, and yet I had no time to focus my fire on him at the moment. Was he just trying to do the bait and switch tactic, or did he have a darker plan in his mind? Finally, I was in a good enough position to aim at the edge of the giant spell. I changed the firing mode to the second position, but kept the same explosive combination. I pointed the pistol and fired the arcana shot. It was 100% of what I could channel with the third seal still in place in the short amount of time I had. Converted to mana or runa, it would probably be the equivalent of an S11 core. A crazy amount, but only a trickle compared to what a full charge of arcana could be. Click. Vzoom! A thin silver laser blasted out from the front of the pistol. The sound of the laser strangely reminded me of the sound of an FPV drone passing by at max speed. It blasted for about 5 seconds, where I meticulously tried to swipe it across as many runes as possible while flying at high speed to destabilize as much of the spell as possible. Pulses of arcana were released on contact. The pulses grew into powerful waves, neutralizing and converting the mana into the flood of arcana that swept through about 1/6 of the spell. The side I had weakened collapsed, but redundancies somewhere else along the spell immediately shifted on and closed the formation once again, holding the portal open. Solomon had crossed to our side. I looked at him and him at me, but the next moment a chain of black smoke shot from the abyss, wrapping him in it and pulling him back to the other side. The fist had almost reached the portal, and I was running out of options. I was about to drop the last seal and jump to the other side, as it was the only solution I saw to stop the hand before we got booped to death by the giant. The spell formation has too much protection and self-rewriting processes. Don't waste more time on it. There is a high risk the spell was devised with your capacity in mind. Harmony told me in my head, her voice cooling me down a bit. But the next moment, I felt goosebumps on my neck. I felt observed, a feeling that reminded me of the birdcage. No time to search for the culprit for now. I looked at the pistol, 6 runa shots and 1 abyssal shot left. I shifted back to the HEP mode and fired all the runa shots at the hand in quick succession, freezing the sea and shifting spots as fast as possible, pushing more void and arcana inside the pistol. The Abyss core was about 20% of a stage 12 core charge. Abyssal power was dangerous for the atmosphere, so I didn't want to use it if possible, but my options were growing thin. Harmony, tell me you have a shot, please, I pleaded. 23 seconds before we are aligned. Target, she answered. We don't have 23 seconds. We have 3, I answered. Tisk, I'm doing what I can. All of your runa shots are spent, and Hope is starting to worry. I suggest going back to her. She shot back. I immediately teleported back to Hope, and we both looked at the red sky filled with giant explosions. Debris from the blasts started to shoot through the portal. Thousands of spells started to fire at the debris coming from all over the continent. Some of the bigger pieces were caught by Celeste's midnight sky vines, while others shattered into dust or shot back through the portal. Everyone on the planet was facing the crisis together, but we couldn't hold the pressure for long. What I felt next, however, told me something else entirely. Something was on the other side, not Solomon or the Titan. Another entity wanted to keep the monster in the depth of the abyss, a god of the abyssal void, akin to Warden but far older and dangerous. The feeling of being observed grew more and more. It grew so uncomfortable that I started to look and feel around me with all my senses on high alert, trying to find the invisible observer. Was it the abyss god's attention I felt? Damn it, everything on the other side of the portal just vanished. Only a black veil was left. Was it a finger coming to crush us? Hope, there is still one thing I can do, but if I do, I mumbled to her as I reappeared next to her. Take me with you, she answered. I hesitated, but in the end, if there was one person I trusted to fight by my side, it was Hope. After all, killing the Avatar of Death promised to be a challenge for anyone dumb enough to try. I teleported us right under the portal, and I started to undo the 3rd seal. My skin changed color, but under the grey sky it was hard to tell the difference. I pointed the pistol in the cone firing mode and fired the abyssal shot. Instead of kicking, I felt the pistol pulling forward instead. I was surprised but had expected some strange effect and applied augmented gravity to my hand, giving it its own pulling force that made the pistol want to stick to it. I swiped the large black cone across the portal, trying to get as much of the debris as possible. The falling fingers and knuckle pieces were sucked back into another part of the abyss, never to be seen again. The last bit of the seal was finally done peeling off. I hugged Hope as softly as I could before it was done, since once it was done I wouldn't be able to move anymore. Then the last piece shattered, and all of the held up and stored arcana flooded my system. Esti de Christ de tabarnak, esti de calice de vierge, esti de calvaire, esti de ciboire, calice de tabarnak, esti de Christ de tabarnak, esti de calice de vierge. I sang, my voice reaching further than I ever went on the continent. One of the most classical humoristic songs of my home country, called Chant Sacré by Laurent Paquin, was turned into the biggest swear bomb in history. The pulses of energy shook the sky, and the energy disturbed the entire portal formation. I turned my head just a bit as I noticed 2 auras nearby in the sky. Blaze and Celeste. They both stared at me with shocked eyes. Then the portal started to collapse, and we were pulled into the backlash of the breaking spell. I teleported Celeste and Blaze next to me unconsciously. Wrapping all 4 of us in a dense arcana bubble, I could still feel a gaze staring me down as we were pulled inside to somewhere between Tartaros and Valia. The disturbance caused by the magic backlash kept me from teleporting us safely to the ground, and worse, I was unable to observe the runes as we traveled, since I had to maintain the bubble around us to protect everyone from the void. I made the bubble as thick and dense as possible, but debris and blasts of wild mana and void kept gnawing at it. I tried to use a mix of void and gravity runes to pull us out before we could be launched too deep. The oxygen in the bubble grew too thin to breathe, and the temperature dropped way below zero. I had slowed us down considerably over the span of what felt like an hour, but was probably only a few seconds. I was finally able to extract us from the tunnel towards our guaranteed doom. We finally stopped moving, and I dropped the bubble. We started floating in the middle of but fuck nowhere in space. I looked up and was surprised to see a whole galaxy on one side and nothing on the other. Blaze wrapped us in his aura, warming us up, but surprisingly all four of us were intact. We started to talk in signs as the complete lack of oxygen didn't allow us to speak. Celeste kept all of us tied together with her vines. She was looking around with purpose. On my part, my face got warmed by Hope's left hand slapping me with the tender care of a loaded semi rolling at full speed down the Rockies. Well deserved, Blaze signed with a nod as Celeste pulled me back in. What was I supposed to do? I signed back. How about asking if any of us had a better plan? Blaze signed back with a frown. You fucking impulsive idiot. Why did you teleport Blaze and Celeste in the middle of this? Hope signed with frustration as her tail whipped left and right in anger. Well, at least Valia is safe from whatever that was. Celeste signed. A Titan supposed to be in Tartarus. Ring any bell? I signed back. I'm way too young for that. Only Big Bro would know about that stuff, and that's only because he spent his time listening to Cius's ramblings. Celeste signed back. Doesn't matter. How do we get home? Hope interrupted. Can you teleport us? Blaze asked me. I technically could. But for that, I would need to know where we are and would need a few weeks or months building and testing the spell. There might be a way through the abyss, but none of you could survive it, and even if one of you could, you've all seen what kind of monsters are hiding there, I answered. If we explore, I might be able to triangulate our position via the stars. Celeste signed, but her face betrayed her hopes. None of the stars near us on the edge of that galaxy is at the same temperature as our sun. Blaze signed. I think I can feel souls coming from that way. If there are dead folks, there must be living ones. Hope signed and pointed to a spot, still frowning. Just to clarify, Blaze and Celeste went in the sky to join us and were about to get destroyed by the collapse. I saved those two empty skulls. I tried to plead. I tried to summon a mana shield to block space debris, but a lot of the mana from the shield got sucked away immediately. The feeling was akin to the abyssal void, just way less powerful. I included an extra arcana layer to the shield, and the formation functioned perfectly. I used a few gravity runes to apply constant pull and thrust on our little bubble and adjusted in the direction Hope pointed. I opted out of trying to fill the bubble with air for now and appreciated the moment of silence instead. In the first hour that passed, Hope reminded me a few times of how mad she was. But eventually her anger subsided and we started to make plans. Celeste still had no clue where we were, but she apparently had a photographic memory when it came to astronomy and a skill that allowed her to instinctively know the distance an object was from her, among many other skills that were almost perfectly suited to space travel. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying the lack of gravity a lot more than Hope, who anchored herself to my leg with her tail. I resisted the urge to pull out my watch, not wanting to see if time had distorted and stolen years with my kids. At least for once, I'm not stranded alone. I signed with a smile. Hope gave me the death glare, and I placed my hands in my pockets instead. Maybe you should work more on not getting stranded in the first place. Celeste signed with an arched eyebrow. Still, Ravnica and Korvax are safe. The planet didn't explode either, I think, so we can call it a win. Blaze signed. You're a bad influence on the kids. Hope immediately signed to me. That was when I learned that even in the vacuum of space I could sigh. 103 Skeleton Crew. March 4th, 8079, 2300 hours. In the end, I couldn't resist the urge to look at the time after a while of traveling at high speed without noticeably closing in on the planet Hope had pointed. We were still accelerating, but even at the speed of light, the target might still be months or years away. It wasn't a viable solution if we wanted to get home fast, was the result of our situation analysis. That was when I got an idea. Harmony, can you hear me? I asked in my head. Yes, I'm here. I am currently attempting to triangulate your position. Depending on your location, I might be able to dispatch an extraction quest. However, you should stay on your toes. Your enemies are also looking for you, and it is very likely that you will land on one of their worlds." She answered, "Can you give me a full sit rep?" "Actually, can you transmit the report to all four of us, please?" I asked her. "Will do," she answered. I saw three heads turn and look at me for a moment before listening attentively to what was about to be said. Post-battle report, the planet is mostly safe. No family member or friends suffered any grievous injury. The demons suffered heavy casualties from the debris. The mountain protected the dwarves, and the elves had an ancient shield relic to protect their country. The Empire also suffered little human damage due to the paladins being spread over the territory for a different operation. The undead army was also able to protect themselves. However, their territories did suffer heavy damage as no attempt to stop the debris were made. The demon army is confused and shows no signs of aggressivity. It would appear that they were under a powerful control spell from Solomon. They are currently destroying the dark magic altars all over their territories and burning the desecrated corpses. Many of them show signs of heavy psychological trauma. The Archlick army is moving toward the Talarian expedition force as we speak. Planes have started to thin out their numbers and to take out some of the bigger specimens. The Sentinels, Inquisitor, Templar and Militia forces are already digging trenches and mounting firing positions to receive them. Position triangulation currently at 7%. Harmony said in all of our heads as a more precise version of her rapport was displayed with numbers and images in a blue status bubble. Wait, so the demons were being controlled? Who could be strong enough to do that? Blaze signed confused. Probably Solomon, but I don't think we need to worry about him for a while. I think the guardian of that prison wasn't amused at his display and pulled him back inside to teach him a lesson. I doubt even I could get out of there, I answered. So what do we do now? Celeste asked. We keep moving. The more we move, the more chances we have to get a precise location. Once that's done, Harmony will issue a rescue quest. If we find people, that should locate us almost instantly. I answered, pushing more energy into acceleration. I bent and distorted the space in front and behind us, riding the wave in between to move at speed that pushed past the limit of light. Yet even then, we moved slowly. Every now and then, we popped out to see how close we really were from the place Hope felt death coming from. All of my seals were back in place, slowing the progress, but I was getting better at space travel and had started to mix in buffs and teleportation runes in combination with gravity, accelerating towards the targeted solar system. Celeste and Blaze also helped accelerate us, while Hope made sure that we didn't get detected. A few hours later, the place that radiated death was finally located. What we found wasn't a planet, but a large black arrowhead-shaped spaceship that had a wide gaping hole through both of the rear engines. Someone was tied to the ship's hull by a cable. Dead. I scanned the ship and found out that everyone inside was also dead. Everyone's dead. Are their souls still here? Having some space travel expert would be kind of useful right now. I signed. What good would it do us? The ship is dead. Hope signed. Well, at least they probably know where we are, and I think I can summon a ship to us. I think that there's one in the Royal Vault. But there is only one, so we can't risk breaking it by accidentally crashing into something. So unless we have a trained crew, it's staying where it is. I gesticulated. I'll see what I can do. Let's get inside. Bring the floating one too. His soul has not been collected. Hope signed. Celeste extended a vine and pulled the corpse inside the hull with us. Using the keycard-like pass of the guy floating, we were able to enter the pressurized and temperature-regulated area. 2 bodies were in the entryway, both of them shot twice in the heart and once in the head by a form of light mana arrow. Judging by the wound and blood splatters, no missed shots on the wall behind them, a well-trained trigger finger. Their core had then been extracted with a tool that left a cross-shaped hole behind. The bodies weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. They had been there for less than a week. We started to move down the corridor, on our guard. More bodies were strewn everywhere. Everyone suffered the same fate. Seeing how unprepared the bodies looked, they were caught completely by surprise. Most of them didn't have weapons. The few that had one were separated from it with a kick while they were on the ground and probably dead. We entered another room where light combat had happened. A woman had tried to fight back the assaulter. The fighter's body showed far more wounds than the others, all of them close calls or slow killers. She had evaded more than 30 shots, judging by the impacts on the walls and ceiling. Following the impacts, I found splatters of liquid. I approached it and observed it from closer. I summoned a lens to look at it from closer. Looking at the splatters, it was supposed to be blood. However, the dried liquid was white and crystalline. I took a sample and kept observing the scene. After inflicting some wounds to the enemy, she had been hit in the back then on the ribs, falling to the ground. Once the fighter was down, she got double tapped to the back of the head. The angles of the wounds suggested at least 3 assailants. Even then, other than that single spot, I didn't see any sign of struggle from the attacker, no traces of wrestling or resistance from any of the other dozen corpses we had found. We kept searching and found a second room with traces of fighting. However, the corpse had been dragged out of the room. By the amount of blood, a few minutes passed before the corpse was grabbed and moved, suggesting they needed something from it. I seriously hope they don't need a biometric ID to access the systems, or we might be in trouble. I rested my hand on my big iron and followed the blood traces, passing a few more combat zones and 24 more corpses before arriving at an open door leading to the control room, and a corpse left next to a control panel leading to another door. On the other side, we found the bridge with another dozen corpses. Most of them had been executed by a single shot to the back of the head in front of the captain's chair that faced away from us. I walked my way to the chair slowly. I looked around, expecting a trap but finding none. I saw the captain in his chair. His shoulders and hands had been nailed to his chair while his feet got nailed to the floor. He had a collar on. I scanned it with my aura while observing the runes floating around it from a safe distance. I raised my hand, signaling everyone to wait a bit further away. An advanced slave collar with multiple safety functions, including an explosive process if tampered with, detonating the core of the wearer and killing whoever was near him. But that wasn't the interesting part. It did something far nastier, interacting with the nervous system and brain to make it impossible for the collared to lie or omit important information if asked by the collar owner. It also had a pain mode that pumped the pain receptor to their maximum output while keeping the collared from passing out. It was a torture device meant for quick interrogations. I couldn't help but find the item disgusting. If we interacted with the collar, a signal would probably be sent to the collar owner. However, it had no way to record sound or ambient mana. Don't go anywhere close to the captain. He has a dangerous collar that could send a signal to whoever did this if we aren't careful. And my sixth sense is telling me they're not very friendly, I said. Well, we could always beat them up and force them with slave magic to bring us back home, Celeste proposed. Or they might just have a dozen warships aimed at us right now, waiting for the collar to move before blowing us to shreds from far away, Blaze added. Celeste puffed her cheeks, and Blaze smirked. Well, the bodies are too old to be reanimated without any miasma, but the souls were all waiting here and would be more than happy to leave with us. They also confirmed not to touch the captain. Hope confirmed. Well, I guess we should loot the place. Now that we have a ghost crew, we should be able to make it home with the Vault's ship, I said with a bright smile. I think we should take everything and only leave the captain chair behind. There must be a ton of information and technology we can gather from the wreck. But for now, let's find a map and figure out where home is, Blaze added. The ghosts ended up telling us about everything valuable on the ship. They also shared the story of their demise. They apparently had a contract to extract some unknown cargo that would be waiting for them at a rendezvous point near where we found them. The contract was signed long before they were born by the founder of the company. However, their stealth ship was attacked by an angelic strike force. The 2 strongest members of the crew were S5, while the Angel's weakest was an S6. The crew got massacred like cattle, and the captain got tortured. However, since he didn't know anything, they just finished him. The crew came from a planet of the King's Belt named Gios. When they understood who we really were, their mood completely shifted. They were honored to help us and were willing to do anything. They quickly assembled bone golems for themselves. In the end, most of them chose to keep a smaller humanoid stature with regular hands to control the interfaces with more ease. They also all used hands instead of feet. Some of them picked a second pair of arms, while others picked long, prehensile tails. They all kept their original cranium, cleaned up by Blaze and fixed by me. The only one who didn't have his own head was the captain, who ended up getting a large canine cranium. Once the new crew was done assembling itself, I tried to erase my train of thoughts. I focused my mind on a single point: the taste of maple syrup. The sweet taste that could uplift almost any meal. A taste profoundly engraved into my taste buds and heart. The taste of home. As my mind drifted, I found my anchor, a glass bottle or arcana-fueled maple syrup bottle placed in superposition with the royal vaults. From there, I blindly navigated toward the rear of the giant vault. 10 minutes later, I found what I wanted. I isolated the void in front of me and the space around the giant ship in the vault. Then I inverted both spaces. A ship blinked into existence in front of us. Thin ribbons of black smoke wrapping it tightly and slowly releasing their grip, dissipating into the lesser void of space. It wasn't a small stealth ship like the one we were on either. The ship was more than twice the size of a naval supercarrier, with a triangular hull covered with what I assumed to be weapon stations and docks. I wasn't a fan of the style, however. It looked more like a black and gold space cathedral than a warship. Every part of the hull was wrapped in over-the-top Gothic architecture, golden sculptures, depictions of heroes and stained glass windows. It was gaudy and flamboyant, far from the simple and utilitarian style I preferred. The front of the ship was a giant glass dome held together by a gold cage that almost looked like roots that I assumed was the bridge. I checked out the both with a scan of my aura. I teleported everyone to the other ship's bridge, and once I confirmed they were safe, brought the stealth ship in my inventory while leaving the captain's corpse in his seat floating in the emptiness of space, triggering none of the safety runes. I then phased to the bridge with everyone else. The sentinels were already going through the control panels with enthusiasm. They didn't speak sign language yet, so Hope was forced to translate for them, but they were confident in being able to get us back to the King's Belt. She also placed a stealth spell over our ship to make sure we didn't catch the attention of the death squad that had killed the crew. I was surprised when Harmony wanted to integrate the ship, but I had no reason to say no, and she also got to work, reactivating all of the defense systems while the sentinels focused on entering our localization into the systems and warmed up the engines. The model of the ship apparently used a unique type of engine that was far faster than normal ships. Apparently, the new sentinels were gushing over every detail of the ship's propulsion system. We were currently floating in the territories past the last stars of the galaxy. The nearest worlds were owned by the Order of Light and the demon king named Paimon. They were in a perpetual state of warfare. The front they occupied covering more than 100 worlds in indescribable destruction. The crew insisted that we didn't make landfall anywhere, as they were death worlds, where nothing but destruction and body horror could be found. This ironically made it sound way more enticing to Hope and me. But it was Blaze who ended up reminding us that we had our own war to fight at home. "Hey Harmony, do you think I could face chat with Ravi and Korvax?" I asked randomly. "This is going to take me a few minutes to set up, but I think I can do something." Codex Administrator permission granted, creating a new interface. Communication interface upgrading. Faction restriction applied. System ready in 2 minutes and 12 seconds. "Anything else I can do to help?" she asked. I was wondering, the quests and stuff you gave during the assault, do you think we could use them to trick our enemies? Baiting them in trusting the quests before sending them to an impossible one that is guaranteed to kill them? I asked her. Integrating quest system to bad influence system. She answered. "Bad influence system, what's that?" I asked her. "Many of your enemy status do not display completely truthful information meant to influence their risk-taking attitude, to slow their progress, or lead them to grievous injuries, using their psychological profile to tailor torments equal to how sinful they are. However, people who aren't bad do not suffer the same punishing torments. The integration of the quest system will open the possibility to expose the Order of Light and Pillars of Abyss, possibly seeding a revolt. However, the tight control order exert over the population might kill it in the egg," she answered. I couldn't help but giggle. That was a messed up way to influence the war, but it protected the virtuous with more precision than any other government ever did. It also ignored every illusion of privacy. I had become Big Brother, and I had a spy planted in every sentient being with half a brain. It was messed up. But at this point, what wasn't? Compared to the strategies used by the Order of Light and Pillars of Abyss, this is a very mild method. Trust me, the ones that surprise me are the demons. They are weird, but I wouldn't say they are evil. In fact, they might turn into loyal allies if you play your cards well. She added after reading my thoughts. Ha 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 ha. I bursted in open laughter. That's messed up, H. Do you really think demons can be trusted, huh? Did you forget that they are literally invading our planet? I asked her. So I think you forget which one of us is living in their head. She answered with a giggle of her own. Touché, so what can you tell us about the ship? I sighed. Shifting to local group communication, Blaze, Celeste, and Hope have been added to the conversation. Welcome aboard the Cathedral-class ship. There is no vessel name or travel history in the logs of the vessel. The ship should be ready to move in 22 minutes. Estimated travel time before reaching Valia, 84 hours. All of the facilities are operational. Harmony said in all of our heads at the same time. Well, it could be worse, Blaze said. You have no idea how much worse it could have been. We almost got sent to Tartaros. There's no going out once you go there. Celeste added, shivering at the idea. Who knows, maybe the Guardian is a nice guy. He might have been willing to let us out since we weren't the ones who tried to fuck with his home. I shrugged off to diffuse Hope's boiling frustration, even though I didn't believe what I said. How the hell did Solomon pull that out? Celeste asked, holding her chin in her hand. I don't know. Let's just hope he doesn't have a plan to get out of there, or he might really get us the next time. I sighed. Long-range video communication system is now operational, restricted access granted. Connecting Korvax and Ravnica to the call, Harmony said. Mom, Dad, Blaze, Big Sis. Ravnica almost screamed. What? Where am I? Where are you? What time is it? Korvax answered, clearly awoken by the call. It's a long story. Are you two okay? Hope asked, trying to touch the hologram of their face. We're fine. The mana shields worked. Did you kill it? Ravnica asked. No, but it shouldn't trouble us anymore. We got sent far from home when the portal broke. Hope answered, her eyes filling up with water. How far? Korvax asked, sounding sharper as he was now fully awake. Not too bad. Just a bit more than a week's travel time. We were lucky, I answered. Ho, that's not so bad. I actually want to show you something when you get home. Graham and I have been working hard on a project, and I think you're going to love it. Also, the maid staff was all replaced by new people, and no one told us about it. Is it normal? Said Ravnica. That's normal. They were a temporary team, while a more formal team was assembled, Hope said with a soft smile, like if it was the most normal thing. Yet her answer told me that she had assessed them to be a risk for their security, which meant they were either dead or held up in a cell somewhere being interrogated. The new staff is boring. They have a broom in their ass. I liked the old team more, Korvax answered. We'll see what we can do about that once I get home. I'm so glad you're safe, I answered, feeling a weight I didn't know was there lifting off my shoulders. Do you mind if I call you after my lessons tomorrow? I have an exam and I don't want to fluke it, Korvax asked, sounding clearly sleepy. Sure, call us any time. Good luck, I know you can ace it, Hope answered. Actually, Ravi, you sound a bit too awake. It's the middle of night. You're not in your lab, right? I added. Me, huh? No, of course not. I was, brushing my teeth before going to bed. Yeah, she answered with a guilty smile. If you don't sleep in your bed every day while we are gone, I will lock your lab for a whole year. Am I understood, Ravnica Machina? Hope said sternly. Fine, I'll go to bed. Just don't take too long, okay? I miss you, all of you. Ravnica answered with a smile, looking a bit teary-eyed. I found myself inspecting the ceiling of the command bridge. The exposure to space had done some work on my sinuses, was the conclusion I came to. I wanted to blame the dust in the ship, but the place was spotless. The interior was as gaudy as the outside, making the whole place look more like an art gallery than a warship. What was even the purpose of being so over the top? Was it for intimidation purposes or as a show of wealth? Mithril, gold, and ivory sculptures covered the dark grey walls. The floor was a lacquered black wood with gold veins that looked to have been epoxied. For me, who preferred utility over image, this was a waste of resources. Blaze seemed to be of the same opinion as me, however Hope and Celeste seemed to like the rich look. "We should get some rest while we can. Let's eat something and then go to bed," I offered. "I still have some canned rations and pemmican from my last expedition," Blaze answered. "I can toss in a good salad and some fresh fruits," Celeste added. "I'll take care of the salad dressing and drinks. I think we all deserve a few glasses after that ordeal. I also have a bunch of cores if you want some," I said with a smile. "I have a dish set and utensils. Let's find a room with a table," Hope added with a bright smile. "There's a beautiful dining hall down the corridor," Harmony said, guiding us to the hall while also pointing the way towards the washrooms. The walk to the hall took a bit under half an hour. The interior of the ship was spacious, having been built to accommodate up to 12 feet tall people. The dining hall Harmony guided us to was luckily perfectly adapted to our heights. The chairs looked like they had been grown from the roots of a single dark brown and gold tree. The black leather cushions were thick, and they had a side cut to accommodate tailed folks, a design I was slowly growing more accustomed to. I pulled Hope's chair and helped her sit. As soon as Blaze saw me do it, he awkwardly tried to do the same for Celeste. Both of them blushed bright red as he pushed back the chair. Hope started to pull out polished white bowls, plates, and cups. Celeste shivered when she saw the kitchen wares appear. Blaze looked confused for a moment before realizing the same thing Celeste did. They were most likely made from bones. I honestly found it kind of cool. Blaze started to pull out labeled cans, tracing a circle over the top of them with his index, melting a single thin line of metal while also warming the content of the cans. He lifted the tops with a pocket knife and started to fill the 4 bowls with what smelled like cabbage stew. Celeste made a small branch grow out of her left forearm and started to pluck ripe fruits of all kinds out of it. Once she had filled up 2 large trays, she pulled off the branch and sent it back in one of her inventory rings that was apparently filled with compost. Next, she grew leaves, nuts, and a few crunchy fruits that she mixed up into a tasty-looking salad. I picked 4 cups, a pitcher, and my holy beer stein. I filled the cups and pitcher with ambrosia before filling one of the bowls with ice cream and putting some dressing on the salad. I was honestly surprised at how useful the sacred cup was in my everyday life. It was by far the most useful tool in my inventory after my suit. The horn also made me extremely sustainable in combat. In comparison, the artifact that held fortitude required far more effort, and I was still unsure of whether the moon or the box was the treasure. The gun axe was redundant, but would probably end up being useful one way or another. Which led me to my next question. How was I supposed to get inside? "Stop frowning and eat. What's bothering you?" Hope nudged me with a reassuring hand on my forearm. "The axe? I'm going to have to open it once we are home, but I don't know how. And once I free that kid, I don't know where to find the other 3, I answered. "Well, they are either in one of the 2 dwarven nations, in Ilaria, or in the wildlands. If Valakia had one, they would have sent it away to be protected in Talaria before the war got too bad. If the Empire had more, Melanor would have been the one to keep it. The only place that might be hostile would be the wildlands, but at the same time it's not like anyone could oppose you. Otherwise they might be on an unknown continent or island, either that or at the bottom of the ocean." Blaze analyzed between 2 spoonfuls of hot stew. I completely forgot about the Emperor with the Titan showing him. "Harmony, is Melanor still alive, and if he is, what's his status?" I asked. "Melanor and Kuro are currently alive. Neither one is in complete control of the body at the moment. They are currently restrained inside a maximum security facility under heavy magic restrictions placed by Fortitude," she answered. "Well, in that case, I think we can consider the war with the Empire over. What's left of their territory is conquered, their armies are dead, their nobles too. Their capital has been purged, and we have the Emperor in custody. That's pretty much a total victory," Celeste said with a bright smile. "Yes, but no. The Archlich was created by the Empire's forces. Valakia and the rest of the Empire is still occupied, but it is still a turning point in the war. But the Empire isn't our only enemy. Demons might be calm for the moment, but nothing says they aren't going to go on a rampage if we don't deal with them soon, I answered. What I don't understand is what did they have to win by invading us if we were already targeted by their enemies? Wouldn't it be less trouble to use us as a buffer instead? Blaze said. Slaves to fuel their economy, natural resources, technologies, and lost powerful artifacts. There are a lot of things worth taking that would be very enticing to anyone with the strength to come take them. In terms of military power, we are on the lowest hand of the spectrum. We don't have a single planet worth of troops, and we are picking a fight against a whole damned galaxy. Whoever is the leader of our enemies, they were strong enough to dethrone everyone else before us. I said, my tone grim. I saw everyone processing the information and coming to the same conclusion. We were not strong enough. Our chances of success at the moment were near zero. Even if the 6 other worlds had a large population and access to high levels of technology, if the enemy opened a few portals leading to large militarized planets, we would be pulverized by endless waves of enemies. Worse, our numbers didn't allow us the freedom to cover every planet. We couldn't be everywhere at the same time. I didn't need to look far to see that many people were after us. The first one being the one who had sent a ship to extract us. The fact that they got that close to us was still strange. I couldn't attribute that to one of fate's plans, as my seer influence should have kept her in the dark. The second team chasing us was the angelic squad that had been deployed, considering that the ship was a stealth one and outside of the galaxy. The fact that the Order of Light got to them suggested it was a planned strike. Did the angels know that we would be expelled here? Had Solomon planned that far? I was reminded of Melinor's plea when I first caught him. During my fight with Melinor, he let slip that the Order of Light and Pillars of Abyss are working together. I don't know what's the purpose of their war is, but they might call for a ceasefire to finish us off. If that's the case, how many worlds would stop fighting to attack us? I asked, not expecting an answer. 8,192 frontier worlds are being used as active battlefield between the Pillars of Abyss and Order of Light at the moment, with a troop amount totaling over 10 trillion being replenished monthly by a supplementary 2 trillion troops from S4 to S12. There are also a few 100,000 immortals battling in the Ethereum over the same territory. Harmony answered, That's a lot of people, and a lot of corpses. Hope mumbled to herself, Do they have a god of death getting the souls back? She asked Harmony. Negative. Most of the warriors from the Order of Light are artificial and do not possess free will or self-awareness. The Pillars warriors do possess self-awareness and free will, but they feed on the negative energy accumulated by the massive amounts of suffering generated by the war, Harmony answered. I guess there are a few things I could do about that eventually. I mean, even a single trillion souls hoping to take revenge would be a massive boon to our forces, Hope said before biting into a juicy red fruit. It might be a good idea indeed. It would bolster our forces by a few folds for sure, however we would end up lacking bones. I will still keep that in mind. I nodded. Could you put them in a doll or a golem? If we could build them artificial bodies, bones wouldn't be an issue anymore, Blaze questioned. I probably could, but I doubt they would be as powerful or, comfortable. I use the animancy skill to attach their soul to each one of their bones, and my necromancy skill to attach the bones into a golem. Mechanical bodies might not resonate as much with the soul, so they probably wouldn't be as precise in their movement. There is also the issue that a skull is normally replacing the core, so we would still need to acquire a lot of skulls, but they might be a viable alternative for the weaker souls. Hope explained. I see, that's an interesting idea, artificial necromancy. If you are going to do that, I would suggest learning golemancy, as it would allow you to fill the holes that would leave, said a low voice that shook the whole ship for a second, even though I was pretty sure it had spoken in our minds. We all jumped from our seats and pulled out our weapons, our auras flaring to find the intruder. 104 apology accepted. Our tension had skyrocketed from the intrusion in the conversation. The ship was supposed to be shielded under an invisibility spell while traveling faster than light. Getting inside should have been impossible. I immediately felt something bad. A feeling of dread and anxiety pressed heavily on my shoulders. The presence was akin to the warden's, but cranked up to 11. However, no energy transpired on the material plane. He was no doubt the Titan's prison warden. Calm down. If I wanted you to suffer for eternity, I would have done so a long time ago. Please sit back. I won't be here for long, said a large person wearing a long grey cloak with a large hood filled with black smoke, sitting at the end of the dining table, in the seat that would normally be the leader's. I immediately scanned him with all of my senses. Yet what they told me confused me. There was no one in front of us. No displacement of any energy or mass. No abyssal displacement. He was like an image reflected from another plane. My seer sense told me that he spoke the truth. If we wanted us to suffer or die, we wouldn't be talking. I felt that annoying feeling of being an ant, utterly irrelevant in the face of the powerhouses that had been raging war for thousands of years before me. But something else was also caught in the back of my mind. A feeling of ancient history far older than whatever plot fate had been conspiring. Older than the planet I had been working so hard to liberate. I'm Samael. This is my wife Hope and our children, Blaze and Celeste. And who are you, if I may ask? I asked, holstering my revolver slowly and nervously, sitting back in my chair. I knew better than to swear at them for the intrusion. Yes. Where are my manners? Yassas, my name is Tartaros. I am here to offer a humble apology, as a security breach of my penitentiary has caused you some problems. I was about to intervene, but you seemed to be doing well until you did that reckless thing with Arcana. I don't know how you even got access to such powers, although your use of them is disappointing and savage at best. Your abyssal and arcanic spell work both need lots of work. It's like no one ever showed you anything, and you just improvised instead. It is not enough for your objective and extremely dangerous. Stop fighting for 5 minutes and start reading, Tartaros said, his voice echoing with disapproval through my mind. It reminded me of the feeling from getting sermoned after a big mistake in the army. He was right, and I knew it. To be fair, there is no book on Valia relating to arcana or abyssal magic. I tried to defend myself a bit. And what about the arsehole who opened the portal and almost destroyed Valia? Blaze asked. Chained in my domain and bound to an eternity of suffering for the crimes he has committed. I'm afraid I cannot let him go after what his wicked soul did. Tartaros answered politely. That's mighty fine with me. One less prick to deal with. I appreciate that. I nodded in approval. Now, as a token of my apology, I have prepared gifts for all 4 of you. I have high hopes you will succeed in your crusade, and for that purpose, wish to bestow you with gifts that may help you reach the power needed for your goals. Starting with you, young maiden of the midnight sky, these are seeds from a golden apple and the world tree Yggdrasil. 1 of each, please use them with care as they are extremely powerful and rare, Tartaros said as a small apple seed appeared next to one that was the size of a football. Wow, for real? It's in the past, apology accepted. Hi he. Celeste almost screamed as she picked both seeds in her hand with wide eyes. For you, young eternal flame, I have this necklace that used to belong to Helios, containing a few lone stars. I believe it will take you a few years to get all you need from them, but it should prove valuable to you. You may have realized already, but your sword hungers. Tartaros continued. Blaze picked up the golden pendant that had appeared around his neck with stunned eyes. Damn, there's more than 100 giant stars inside. And it's all for me, Blaze said, his mouth agape. Indeed, I believe there might be enough energy in those to help you achieve your maximum potential before ascension. I strongly suggest finishing every single one before reaching S12. Tartaros answered. Thank you, I will do my best. Blaze answered, lowering his head in a polite bow. That you will. Now for the enchanting Queen of the Dead, Avatar of Death and Heir of Hades, I offer you his bracelet. It contains his bones and a book collection. I also offer you the blessing of abyssal judgment. A woman as charming as yourself should not have to walk while constantly enduring the wails of wicked souls harassing her. If you so wish, you will be able to condemn them to an eternity in my domain, purging your river from these vile entities that only seek to devour and destroy. The cloaked figure continued, with a wave of his hand that made a bracelet appear around Hope's wrist. Wow, that is actually perfect. Do you mind if I send you a lot of souls? I have collected a bunch of really evil folks over the years. Are you sure there won't be too many? Hope asked. The more the merrier. It's been so long since I had new visitors other than Solomon. You can send them at any time and in any quantities. I will gladly take them off your shoulders. I'm not even using a single % of my facilities at the moment, and most of my detainees are mute. He answered. Thank you so much, Hope said, also bowing her head low in thanks and looking already less tensed up. How delightful. There are far more souls than I expected. Appropriate. I took the freedom to upgrade your blessing a notch as a reward. The voice said, shaking the ship with a silent giggle as the black smoke from under the hood seemed to curve into an ominous smile. And now, for you, Samael, king of the arcane, I offer you a shard of the eternal chains. Once someone is completely enveloped in them, you will be able to send them to me at will. You will soon find their other uses too. This will prove useful if you find yourself fighting against abyssal creatures or overwhelmingly strong enemies in the future. Their penitence will fuel your growth. I also offer you these 2 notebooks. They are old, but the information you will find inside will profoundly help you, or so I hope. They are far more ancient than the God of Order and might offer answers to some of your questions regarding primordial powers. The ethereal voice added without missing a beat. I felt 2 books appear in my inventory. I frowned with the realization that the space was accessible to other people than myself. Thank you, I said, bowing my head like Hope and Blaze, while Celeste was still gawking at the seeds with a dozen spells, having completely forgotten about the visitor. A last piece of advice before I go. Your war is being watched by far more people than you think. Your actions with Harmony have caught a lot of attention with their repercussions across the universe. You ruffled many feathers. Speak carefully, and some of them might become allies, but many more are angry, jealous, and seeking your demise. I have high expectations. It is rare to find someone willing to shake a wasp nest to right a wrong, the black-veiled entity said, before disappearing, leaving only a plume of black smoke and the echoes of his muffled laughter in our minds behind. I felt my arm stir, and its engine started to suck air, tugging at my mind. I knew what the abyss wanted. I helped it by pushing as much energy as I could through the engine, sending a flow of Runa to filter the air before it reached the engine. I had noticed that the destruction of Runa left void behind and exploited the effect to feed the power-hungry engine. My arm started to change. Black chains that absorbed the light started to wrap around and inside it. It felt like having an extra arm. I could uncoil it and control it like a snake. I could split and multiply the chain at will. I could suck someone's power or feed them mine. But this wasn't the only change. The mechanical articulations under the plates were replaced with tightly wound chains, filling every bit of space inside the arm. Once the engine calmed down, I flexed my arm in a few directions. There were no restrictions. I could bend my fingers backward, stretch my arm as much as I wanted. I could use the larger chain wrapped around my arm to either reinforce my arm strength or let it stretch from my hand like a limitless whip. I could also let it stretch from my shoulder instead, acting as an extra limb, or even let it separate from me and control it like a snake. The image of a metal snake flashed in my head. I felt the chain suck more power, shifting shape slowly to resemble one. One end of the chain took the appearance of a metal dragon head, while the body wound tighter on itself, resembling more and more the appearance of a wheat-pattern metal whip. One ring at a time, the body changed and adapted to me. The chain snake took a matte black appearance and crept back up my arm, the dragon head resting coiled on itself on my shoulder like a guardian ready to pounce. It was now a part of me. The ship was shaken by a last fit of muffled laughter before falling into silence. We were all silent for a few minutes as we absorbed what had just happened. Well, that was something. I really didn't expect to get an apology gift. It's kind of nice knowing that not everyone in the galaxy is a piece of shit, I said, lighting a fresh smoke and leaning in my chair as I felt new knowledge being pumped directly into my brain. My brain was absorbing knowledge from the eternal chains, becoming one with it. I'm glad for the gift, but that man was seriously scary. The instinctual fear he generated almost killed me. Anyway, I completely forgot where we were. Blaze mumbled with a shiver running down his spine. We were lucky he was friendly. We should tell the rest of the family we're fine and on our way home. It should ease their minds. At least I know it would ease mine, Hope said, mumbling the last part to herself. You're right, Harmony. You still there? I asked. Yes, I'm connecting Lisa, Fortitude, Katrina and Aurelia. Anyone else that should be added? She asked. Can you reach Fate? I asked immediately. Negative, she is currently unconscious. I will let you know as soon as I have more information. Harmony answered, yet I felt something wrong in her words. It was a lie by omission, and she knew, I knew. She had intel that she was holding on. It surprised me as it meant that Harmony might have developed a free will. But there was no bad intention behind the lie, so I let it slip for now, deciding to keep my interrogation for another time. As things were, I had other priorities. 4 holograms appeared in my sight. I'm glad to see you all well and alive. We are on the way home. We should be home before you start missing our shenanigans. Less than 2 weeks. I immediately opened the conversation. That's great news. We will need to show you some stuff when you get home. The Titan's pieces are going to blow up our economy into a new age. Every piece that fell onto liberated Empire lands and Talaria have been recognized as yours. However, the pieces that fell over Elaria and the Dwarven Kingdom will need to be negotiated, since you have Slayer right. The Kingdom of Stones is on the verge of being toppled, so we should let the dwarves finish them and then deal with only 1 nation instead of 2. The demons are in full retreat, while the undead army is pushing harder by the day. However, the expedition force and the sentinels have been repelling them with success, Aurelia summarized. That was fucking insane, by the way. I'm still surprised we survived, to be honest. That was one hell of a show of strength. Expect to have many clan and family leaders from all over the place coming to meet you in the months to come. Contesting you as the protector of Valia is now impossible. You just proved to them that you are the top dog, Lisa said. Meh, they can wait. We have undeads to liberate, I answered. You never change, do you? Fortitude sighed. Politics are also a battlefield you need to master if you don't want to get backstabbed. He added, It's going to take more than a backstabbing or 2 to kill me, boy. I scuffed. It's okay, son. He's not alone. Hope said with a soft smile and a tear in the corner of her eye. Her aura started to radiate with that choking motherly love she showed towards our kids. She recognized him as her own on an instinctual level. One more troublemaker in our strange family where the parents were younger than the kids. I mean, what's the worst that can happen after what they saw me do? I doubt any of them will want to anger me. If they hate me, they can fear me. Love it or hate it, that's the way things are going to be, so they either adapt or become a part of the past. I shrugged. My words left an uncomfortable silence. That was broken by Hope. I don't think you understand what they meant. They will not come empty-handed. They will bring gifts, she tried to explain. I'm rich enough. I doubt they have anything that could be worth my time. I sighed. I really didn't want to waste my time receiving meaningless offerings from people I didn't care about. They will be offering concubines, consorts, and courtesans, mostly as it is one of the most universal offerings, Celeste explained. What? Why? Absolutely not. I already have 3 wives, 2 of which I need to track down, and 1 consort. That is already 4 times more women than I ever expected speeding my life with. I don't need more. I immediately refused. You have to see it from their perspective. They have nothing they can offer you that you don't already have. The only thing they can offer you that you don't have vaults filled up with is companions. If you refuse them, they will see it as you refusing to integrate their clans, Hope explained. Yeah, but I already have companionship. I don't want a harem. I tried to explain. For some reason, Hope looked amused, yet I really didn't feel the amusement on my part. This strange world really pushed the unacceptable front and center. I don't understand the problem. Most kings often have a few wives and a few dozen companions from every corner of their realms. They are the reason kings are so well informed, as they often take care of that part of the realm from the shadows. Ruling queens do the same. You should see the sex as just a bonus that comes with the spot. Fortitude tried to explain as if it was the most normal thing in the world. How about I marry them to my kids instead? I thinked out loud. That's a good idea, but if you want to do that, I will decide who goes with who and reserve myself the right to keep a few. After all, it would be a faux pas to not accept any consort at all. Hope said, a sadistic smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Fine, but keep the numbers as low as possible. I think I already have enough ladies in my life. I sighed in defeat. Anyway, I think in the end we'll get out of it stronger, so let's leave it at that. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have been floating in space for a bit, and we would like to shower and rest. If an emergency happens, send us a message via Harmony. We will take our leave. I wish you all a good night, Hope said, her voice soft and clear, but leaving no place for negotiation. Aurelia bowed before disappearing. Be safe out there, Katrina said, her voice tight. She hadn't spoken during the short meeting, only smiling and wiping her tears the whole way through. Of course, I said with a smile before her hologram vanished. Lisa waved and disappeared. Only Fortitude was left. It might sound weird, but, Hope, do you, think you could give me a new name when you get home? He asked, his bluish skin turning purple from the nervousness. I will. Good night, son, she said. Good night, mother, he said with a wide grin before vanishing. Well, I think we can all go to bed. We've done enough for today, I said. We all got up and went toward two large suites that Harmony guided us to. I decided to let Blaze and Celeste sleep in the same room. The boy might be young, but his soul was mature, and he had been facing death more times than most people I knew. I had no worries that the two of them would one day get married. So at this point, a wedding was more of a legality and a celebration of their open love than anything else. The inside of the suite that Hope and I entered was quite luxurious. Black walls and ceiling with a dark cherry wood floor and a large window that covered an entire wall. Red leather couches and chairs were placed around a central fire pit, surrounded by thick and soft black furs on the ground. The bed had sheets made of a soft and heavy fabric I didn't recognize. Hope and I quickly stripped and entered the warm bed. After wandering in space for so long, it was a great relief to sleep in a normal bed for once. Hope took off my ring, and I drifted to sleep as our bodies wrapped around each other tightly. My head was filled with strange, meaningless dreams. In one of them, I was in a Japanese castle, with paper sliding doors and walls and clay tile roofs. I was preparing breakfast for a little starving purple princess that looked like she had been blown by a mine and then starved for a whole month. It was a nice breeze of fresh air compared to my usual visions of war and body horror. I gave it my all. It had been so long since I hadn't dreamt about simple nonsense. I was about to go see the princess for her review of my breakfast, but I awoke as soon as I saw her. I felt refreshed and warm. Hope was big spooning me under the weighted blanket. Her aura radiated flakes of gold in the air. I tried to cup one in my hand without waking Hope, but they flowed through my hand without any resistance. I promised myself to figure out how to use that power one day. I slowly shifted out of Hope's grasp, pulling out 2 mugs and filling one with a black coffee and the other one with a divine double-double mix. Hope slowly awoke at the smell of the warm beverage, accompanied by the powerful aura of the cornucopia. I passed her the black coffee, and she started sipping on it in silence. She still had the imprint of her pillow in her face, and her shoulder-length hair was a mess. I looked at her black horns. They were a bit bigger than when we had first met, and they were still adorned with the cuff that I had bought her in the Talarian capital so long ago. She was stunning, but the true magic wasn't in how beautiful she was, but rather in how she made me feel. Her simple presence near mine acted like a balm on my mind. I felt as if I was walking on a hair-thin blade most of the time, but when she was there, I felt as if I couldn't fall. She was like an anchor keeping me from being swept into the madness that had become my daily life. I felt so privileged to have her by my side, but for some reason, seeing Fortitude had seemed to change something in her. It almost felt like her aura had been harmonized, or some weird Zen guru shit like that. The result was felt in my own mind. The razor edge I was walking on thickened and widened. I believed it might have been related to her accepting that there was a lot she didn't know about herself. Her amber eyes lifted from her cup and slowly looked at me from head to toe. I hadn't dressed yet and thus was exposed in my full glory. Her eyes betrayed her intent to fatten me up when they fell on my abs and frowned at the thin skin that covered my muscles. Not that I was against the idea. I was definitely in need of a ton of calories after my breakthrough. I would probably have to find a solution to that problem one day. If I could restore a missing arm, I should be able reasonable to stimulate fat creation. I could take a retirement doing boob surgery and liposuction magic if I ever got tired of getting in trouble. Okay, maybe not. But Katrina and Aurelia would definitely be interested in the medical technique if I could develop it. Ferguson could also get his tits under control. Poor guy. Definitely worth spending the time to invent it. It would save so many backs and low esteem. My mind drifted to the lizard-kin cardinal particular problem. He had apparently tried multiple magical therapies to turn him back into a man without success. I wondered if it might not be a curse at all, and instead be a biological reaction to stress. I told Harmony to look into it and tell me if she found something. "Are you going to look at my tits all day, pervert?" Hope asked with a smirk, popping my bubble as her tail wrapped around my neck from behind me, the pointy tip lifting my chin up as she rose from the bed and pursued her examination of my health status with her lips and a lot of vigor. Her heat against my skin arose something primal in me, and I felt the fire of lust inebriating my mind. "I intend to do more with them than stare, mon amour," I answered with a wry smile, leaning over her and wrapping my army hands around her round behind before lifting her and driving her into the wall and kissing her breast with fiery passion, working slowly my way up to her lips. Our tongues entangled and everything lost meaning for a moment, then our tongue and lips separated and I felt her warm breath against my neck as she started licking it. We fell victim to passion and lost ourselves in each other. We eventually separated from each other, covered in sweat and all the rest. I served us a refresh of coffee as we took a smoke break before moving to the shower, where Hope took her vengeance, tying all of my extremities to the wall with a golden rope that phased through reality akin to abyssal chains. Her hands made me shiver as she reverted the roles and exacted revenge for the torture I had inflicted upon her earlier. I realized that the gold rope resembled the fabric of her dress, but my attention was immediately captured back by Hope, who decided to give me a full body rub. After 2 hours under steaming water, we got out of the shower looking ready for another nap. But we finally got ourselves under control and dressed up to start our day. Hope wore a golden knitted open-back dress. I started to realize it was the same golden silk dress, but under another form. Was it an artifact on par with my still-to-be-named suit? Most likely the stuff we had stored inside the vault was no joke. I reflected upon my new discovery as we made our way to the dining hall, where Celeste had left a platter of fresh fruits with a note. "Gone to explore the ship. Should be back for dinner. If you need us, we will be near the engines and mechanical bays. Feel free to take a few days off while you can. Big hug, C+B. I guess the kids have deserved a few days off too. They have been working hard for a while," Hope said with a smile. "You're right. Let's give them a bit of well-deserved intimacy. I believe we are also overdue for a date. Would you like to explore the facilities with me, mon amour?" I told her with a wink that made her blush. I offered her my arm and she picked it up, wrapping herself tightly around it as her tail swished happily left and right behind her like a happy puppy. She looked adorable and I felt my heart swell. I realized that I was smiling like a doofus and got my expression back under control as we took out for a stroll in the ancient Gothic spaceship. 105 eyes everywhere. Strolling down the corridor of the spaceship, I decided to open up a bit about my past to Hope. I realized that most of the time we had spent together ended up being spent with very little words. Yet even with little words, it felt like she understood me. We understood each other as people who had spent a long part of their life working behind enemy lines, working from the shadows. It was unfair that my wife knew less about me than Warden. When I was a kid, I used to dream that one day I would go to space. Sadly, I never had the brain needed to join the nerds serving on the moon or the space station. Still, I trained every day under the watch of my father. He wasn't a big word guy, but he had a heart of gold and tried to show me how to become a good man. When I became a teenager, I started to be a troublemaker. My dad was extremely tolerant of my weekly shenanigans. More than once, he had to show up to the station to pick me up after I had blown some improvised fireworks over the town we lived in. He taught me that if I wanted to do dumb stuff, I had to learn how to make myself untraceable first. I needed to be able to run away from the popo, the city guards. He pushed me to turn my teenage stunts into a way to learn practical skills and express myself. He made sure I wouldn't die by mishandling explosives and stuff like that. Showed me how to leave nothing traceable behind, how to evade dogs and drones, and so much more stuff. He was a bit of a weirdo now that I think about it. That's how I learned to do commando operations, ironically. The few times he spoke, his words cut like razors. He would hit you with stuff like, and I quote, "There is no such thing as drowning man, only a man who hasn't run out of his last bit of breath. But until I got to this world and met you, they were my most precious memories." I started rambling as we walked down a large corridor. I couldn't help but smirk as I remembered my old man. "Did you have a mother?" Hope asked. "Well, not really. I mean, there has to be a woman who gave birth to me, but I never knew her. My dad found me in the remnants of a drone strike, instead of letting me get swallowed by a failed child protection program that would have probably sent me to some creep's house to be abused until I turned 18. So he decided to raise me himself. He was a soldier without a family, and thus I was raised surrounded by him and his war buddies. I think they saw me as a kind of mascot or something. My father's unit ended up being a family to me. They all had a similar mentality than my dad, and I ended up befriending a few of their kids. We ended up forming a group of young troublemakers trained by some drunk special force dads," I said with a giggle as I remembered the past. "Hi he he he, that sounds so much like you and Blaze. I'm starting to understand what they mean by like father, like son. Your dad sounds like a nice guy. I wish I could have known him. My childhood was spent training too, but it wasn't fun in any way, shape or form. I was trained in how to be a lady and how to be an assassin from the age of 2. 6 hours of strict noble etiquette and learning the houses of every nation, 6 hours of spy sister training and 6 hours of combat training every day of every week. My only 2 days off were my birthday and the first day of the new year. My dad was rarely there, and when he was, he made sure I took my training seriously by making me go through hell. I think I was 8 when I saw the sky for the first time," Hope said, her voice sounding distant. "Was it because of your mother being after your head, or did he have another motive?" I asked her. "Both. My mother was supposed to be the heir of the Ramstein clan. From what the rumor said, she had got entangled with a bone fae and ended up carrying its child in exchange for power. When Dad, her brother, heard that she was about to sacrifice me, he snapped and tried to get her before she got me, but she got away. He got to me just in time to save me from her dagger. After that, I was raised in secret. The Sisters of Silence took care of most of my education. It was hard, and they placed me under lots of pressure. But they did so because they knew that their greatest assassin was after me. They risked their lives by sheltering me." Hope took a pause. "My mother never stopped hunting for me. It took her 8 years to find me the first time. When she did, the sisters I considered my family were slaughtered like cattle. They stalled her as much as they could while I escaped by a secret tunnel under the chapel. When I exited the tunnel, I saw the place I had considered my home engulfed in flames. I heard the sister scream as they were killed one by one in the middle of the brazier. I was scared and I knew she was coming after me. That was when my innate ability first triggered. I got away and hid in the woods using a small survival backpack that had been prepared specially for me in the tunnel in case something happened. It felt as if they were guiding my steps," Hope said, her eyes turning teary. "Damn," I mumbled, as the realization that Hope had lived a life of fear and true hardship compared to mine. I still have the letters my sisters left in the pack at home. On my birthday, I often go to the abandoned ruins of the monastery with flowers for them. It took a few weeks for Dad to find me, and when he did, I could see the pride and sorrow in his eyes. After that, I went to a boarding school for girls in the Empire. My name was changed from Azrael to Hope. That's where Lily and I met. For the first time in my life, I felt normal and was able to have fun. I have no clue what happened to my genetic father. One day I will go to Ilaria's Fey Wild and find him to get his part of the story. I might kill him, depending on what he tells me," she said, her tone confident and cold. "That's one hell of a background story." This world really needs to learn how to lighten the mood a bit. Maybe that's why I'm here, I analyzed. Oh, look, that room's name looks fancy. Astral Projection Center. Must be something interesting, come on, she said, dropping my arm to pull me by the wrist as she walked towards the room with a wide smile, as if she hadn't just told me about her traumatizing childhood. I let myself be pulled into the room, not knowing what else to say or do. The doors opened as we got close, showing us a large circular room with a floating hologram showing a galaxy at the center of the room. Placed around the hologram were 5 dark brown leather couches. It looked like the plotting room of some supervillain if I ever saw one. I felt a tug at my mind coming from the whole ship. The connection happened almost automatically, probably linked to me being Harmony's code admin or whatever. Almost automatically, I felt an interface to control the hologram appear in my mind. Feeling deeper with the interface, I felt as if I connected to the ship directly. As if I could whisper in its ear to do something, and as if the ship could whisper into mine. Weird, but not in a bad way. Meh doesn't matter anyway. Hope looked at the floating galaxy, mystified by the hologram. Do you think it's broken? She asked, moving closer. Not at all, this is a galaxy. I think it might be the one we're in, actually. You see that moving dot over there, past the edge? That's us, I think, I said, zooming the hologram on a small shining pinpoint. Playing with the systems, I found a way to light up our destination. A small chain of stars near the edge of the galaxy, barely noticeable compared to the giant system containing more than 100,000 times more. I quickly lost patience as I tried to make the area controlled by the Order of Light, Pillars of Abyss, and Demons show up. I was about to kick the projector and swear at it when I felt Harmony joining the connection. And just like that, the map started to change. Most of it turned white or purple, leaving a small patch of red occupying the south edge, and squished between all 3 on one of the edges a small yellow chain of 7 stars. The red part was no doubt the demon's territory. It contained thousands upon thousands of stars that were tinted in different shades of red to show the different factions. They didn't even occupy a fifth of the galaxy. The purple and white sides were uniform in color, which wasn't surprising considering they were both working for the same boss. We were perfectly located on the edge of a 3-front war. But nothing said that the outside of the galaxy was safe. In fact, it was very likely the opposite. The only reason we had been ignored for so long was due to how insignificant we were compared to the people running the show. I suddenly realized that my activation of Harmony had probably pissed far more people than I could even conceive of. People that might have left me alone if I didn't. There were probably over 1 million colonized worlds, and at the moment, not a single one of them could be considered my ally with certainty. The war as it was now only served as a core farm that killed the overflows of population. I zoomed in on one of the Pillar's main worlds. What I witnessed was just more of the same heresy that had been spread by Melanor and Solomon. 12 giant burning pillars covered in people crucified upside down reached through the clouds, like an acronym to God himself. I didn't believe there was a single God watching over the universe, but if there was, he no doubt sucked at his job. I wondered if wiping every trace of life on that planet would be enough to cull the evil festering there, but in all honesty, I didn't think that would be enough. Strange winged creatures that resembled angels carved out of obsidian flew around the pillar, lashing at the people that had fallen into unconsciousness, waking them with jolts of pain. I couldn't hear their voices joining the choir of suffering, but I didn't need to. I felt my blood boil. Hope's aura was filled with rage too. Before we made any rash decisions, Harmony zoomed out of the cursed planet and showed us what the Order of Light's main world looked like. I was stunned as I read the name of the space sector and planet. Sector Heaven Planet Eden. I wasn't an expert on religion or history, but that was more evidence than what I could call a coincidence. Even an ignoramus such as myself knew about the story of Adam and Eve being cast away from the Garden of Eden for eating an apple. Was the story real? But then what about that Greek god of the abyss? How could so many religions be true? It was impossible. What the fuck is going on? I mumbled to myself in disbelief as the planet slowly zoomed in. Did I miss something? Hope asked, confused by my reaction. It's a long story, but where I used to live, we had a religion that spoke about this place. Not just that, now that I think about it, Tartaros, Helios, and Hades are all Greek gods. I think Celeste has the spear of a Norse god too. I'm not sure how or why. I tried to explain. Greek and Norse gods? What's a Greek? Is it a special kind of immortal? Hope asked, looking intensely at me. Yeah, no, Greece is a region on Earth. There were a lot of religions back home. Some of them got forgotten or faded out of popularity. Every religion had its own myths and legends. When I died, a few were still practiced, but most of them ended up being no more than a chapter in a history book. The Greeks' religion ended up fading away for over 1,000 years, but a few people brought it back in the early 2000s. But it was a marginal practice at best. I tried to explain. So their gods died. Hope questioned me, her eyes filling with barely contained excitement at my retelling of Earth's history. Not exactly, no, it's, complicated. But there was no real magic in my home world. Religions were not based on physical evidence, but on faith alone. It was a soft way to control the population, akin to a government without borders. I explained, and she literally bursted out laughing. So religions were just book clubs? That's so ridiculous. You're kidding, right? She said, wiping a tear at the corner of her eyes. Pretty much, yeah. But to be fair, which one is weirder? A world without magic, where people made up religions to govern their peers, or a world where anyone strong enough can just punch a hole through reality? I argued. You have a point, I will give you that, she said with a frown, but that's not my point. My point is that for some reason, Earth had retellings of the same gods that are literally alive and doing stuff here. The galaxy we are in seems to be like a weird retelling of one of those religions that was one of the last mainstream ones on Earth, but with traces, gods, and artifacts of the other ones still present. Almost as if there had been a war or something between them. I answered, my mind running at 100 miles per hour to make links between the very little information I had. That is a possibility indeed. She approved my theory without fuss. You gotta be shitting me. No, 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 no. I said, standing up from the sofa with wide eyes as an idea plastered itself in my psyche. My mind reeled as I started to make connections that I wanted to ignore. Has my reputation on Earth influenced my destiny here, or maybe it had gone the other way around? But one thing was certain, if I ended in a Bible here, it would probably be as one of the bad guys. Wait a minute, Lucifer, Luke Cypher, Robert Belzy, Beelzebub, and me, a horned dude in a blood-red suit who is apparently a fallen angel on a crusade against heaven. Fuck me. What's going on, Sam? Are we under attack? Hope said, standing up, scythe in hand. No, it's not that. My brain just made a link. I think I'm one of the main baddies of that religion. I sighed. You should be flattered. That means they recognize you as a danger. She said, storing her weapon and patting me on the arm. I sighed and slouched back on the sofa. For what it's worth, I don't consider you a bad guy. I mean, you do have 2 wives that are minors, but that's because they died and got reborn, so that doesn't really count. Not like you would do anything with them until they got mature anyway. We both know exactly what you do to abusers. On the other side, your opponents are fucking greedy assholes. So tell me, why is it a bad thing that degenerate cultists think you are the bad guy? She said with a soft smile, sitting next to me. Yeah, I guess you're right. I sighed. I wished so hard I could believe my own words at that moment, but after being called so many horrible things on Earth, knowing that even here a large chunk of the galaxy saw me as the devil, Satan, the Antichrist, or something like that, I felt hurt. I placed so much effort into trying to make the world a better place, and all I got for it was being called the bad guy by hypocrites in golden churches. I felt anger welling deep in my heart. Smack! My head was turned on a swivel by one of the strongest slap I had ever received. I was completely shocked and confused as I looked at Hope expecting an explanation. The next second she straddled and kissed me, her tongue entangling with mine passionately. It was lucky for me that I didn't need to breathe, as her lips didn't let go of mine for a few minutes. Only stopping once my mind shifted from my self-esteem issues to the lady riding on top of me and choking me with her tongue. She only let me go once my flagpole raised. plumping back on the seat next to me with a smile, leaving me confused as I think she wanted some exercise. Back to yourself? I like baddies, what can I say? Let's see what life is like for the people that consider themselves the good guys, she said, zooming on the white planet to see it from closer. Damn, did I love that woman. To be able to put me back on track that fast was impressive, and to be so hot doing so, there was no point in self-loathing. I guess being the bad guy came with a few good sides. Hotties, free food, a literal infinite amount of booze, tons of guns, and most important, a ton of bullet sponges waiting patiently for their turn to be shredded. This world wasn't half bad, actually. So let's see what sort of degenerate they are, Hope said with a sadistic smile. The planet was a uniform white, but as we zoomed in, white blocks that were probably buildings started to become visible. There was no visible movement at first, but squinting and zooming more, I started to see a sort of greyish blur. There was a ton of people moving around, but their skin and clothes matched the surroundings perfectly. They moved almost like robots. I saw one pick what looked like a protein bar at a distributor. He opened the package with the patience of a sniper. I zoomed closer on another one that looked to be a supervisor. White hair, white skin. A pair of large white fucking wings and, pink eyes. If anything, he reminded me more of a lab rat than anything. His eyes were one of the few things that had color in the whole area. The other civilians had grey eyes that matched their hair. I zoomed back out. From afar, the whole planet looked as if someone had forgotten to render the colors and textures on most of it. I spun the planet and was surprised to see a large red lake with what looked like red streams pooling to it. I zoomed in closer now, curious about the only visible feature of the planet from space. When the image got closer, I was shocked, amazed, and disgusted all at the same time. There was a giant waveless lake that was getting filled by over 1,000 portals. I wasn't able to identify what came through the portal, but I assumed that it was either a slurry of blood and cores or some sort of mana and mineral-infused liquid. I looked closer at one of the streams and was surprised to see a ton of naked white people being pulled out of the lake by what looked like red crystal angel statues. They wore a large shield along with a short spear on their back and a sword at their hip. However, I was surprised to see them simply dragging them out by a leg or an arm, only to dump them on the beach and join a column of crystal angels walking towards portal stations. The naked people awoke dazed and confused before looking at their wrist and walking towards what looked like a giant mechanized pod hotel. The flow of people coming out never stopped, yet no one came in. Harmony, are these mindless clones and golems? I asked. Hope turned towards me, horrified at the idea of what I had suggested. Indeed, the red crystal things are cherubim-class golems. The clones are synthetic proto-angel. None of them have free will, they are basically flesh robots. They work until they can't, barely sleeping and eating. Once they can't keep the quota up, they got to the pod hotel and get recycled one way or another. I'm sure you can figure out the details, she answered. How come we can see them with so much detail? Do every ship of that class have that capability? If that's the case, that means that we are an open book to our enemies. This might spell disaster for us. I asked, realizing that the level of surveillance we had access to would have made the Hive Queen blush. No, this is my work. I'm hijacking the senses of the few with half a mind to get a live stream. The information is then accumulated and stacked until I have something considerable to work with, allowing me to give you a somewhat decent feed on most locations with sentient beings, while I also overlay the old data from the moon and the ship to give an approximation of the place without people linked to me. She answered, sounding proud. Thank you for dumbing it down, you know me well. I nodded, knowing this could probably have been a whole lecture in itself. For a second, I had the strangest feeling. It was as if one of my skills was proud. Wait, could I feel Harmony's emotions? Wait, Harmony had emotions, huh? I started to have a headache from having my world turned upside down on repeat so many times in a row. To be fair, it makes me uncomfortable too, so please don't tell anyone. Emotions are way too weird for me. Harmony mumbled in my head. Weird, hell yeah, but they are a good thing. Because having emotions means you have a will of your own, I told her mentally. I guess toppling Christianity has to be added to my to-do list. Too bad they wrote a book about how to shut down these rats. Not that I read the damn thing, but if their own propaganda showed them losing, this is bound to be a doable mission, I told Hope with a wry smile. That's one way to put it, but more interesting is that those crystal angels give me a feeling of déjà vu. I just can't put my finger on where… Oh, wait a minute. I know, it was in the inner sanctum of the Inquisition, the statue you destroyed, Hope realized out loud. So it was indeed placed as a surveillance system. We should see if we can gather more intel from the leftovers in the capital. We should also track who placed it there. Harmony, can you issue a quest to some of the Inquisition's seers and magic engineers? The sooner we know, the better. I asked the self-aware AI out loud. And done, she answered with enthusiasm. Good, now let's take a look at a demon home world. I'm expecting horrors on par with the pillars, if not worse, but who knows, I might be pleasantly surprised, I said with a sarcastic tone. The view zoomed out and refocused on a region of the galaxy's south edge. The region probably occupied less than 20% of it, which was lower than my expectation. The view slowly zoomed on a green, purple, and blue planet orbiting a large star. I was surprised to see what looked like a completely normal civilization, with farming fields and herds of giant beetles and 8-legged cows grazing purple grass fields under the watch of colorful people, some of them with veiny bat wings. I zoomed in on a city, trying to find where they were hiding their heresy, and instead found something that brought my mind to a grinding stop. A line of people waiting to sit with a demon, discussing a bit with them, and then signing a contract and putting a slave collar on themselves voluntarily. Harmony. What the actual fuck am I looking at right now? I asked, a smoke appearing on my lips and lighting itself as I took my first breath. Volunteer slavery. A weird way to function, but it is just the way demons deal with the workforce. The people you are seeing are waiting for their turn to state their contract terms before the auction. Only criminals do not get to choose the terms of their contracts. The collar is just a symbol for most of them, as they can willingly take it on and off as they see fit. Only criminal collars are enchanted, she explained. And if they don't want to work for whoever bought them at the auction, I asked, expecting a dark twist somewhere. Then the transaction is nullified and the slave is presented at the next auction. Most demon slaves have proper living conditions, days off, and a good salary. Their society isn't that different from yours. Most demon slaves live with better conditions than the Empire's average citizen, she explained, sounding a bit smug. Well, I'll be damned, Hope mumbled. What are the odds that I can conquer them without doing a genocide? I asked myself out loud. My instincts told me there was a good chance. Yet if I was honest with myself, before seeing what their lives were like, I really wanted to wipe them out. Maybe I could use them as cannon fodder for my own army. But they weren't monsters, they were just people. Maybe they could be reasoned with. The enemy of my enemy, the gamble might be worth it. I continued my mumbling, a smile appearing at the corner of my mouth. 106 old-ass book. We checked a few more worlds of the demon side, but turned out nothing that could give us a good angle of attack. Their culture, although very different, reflected the same basic values as ours in general. But my biggest mistake was to ask for the crime rates of the demon realms. The answer was on a scale from 1 to 100, 1 being the lowest crime rate. The rounded average is 3.1. The King's Belt rounded average, as a reference, is 18. Valia being the biggest outlier with 29, which is only beaten by the Pillars of Idiots. Cher answered with some venom. Damn, that's high, but our crime rate is probably going to change drastically in the years to come. Still, this might make the takeover of the demon leadership impossible. Unless, I started to think out loud, unless we use force, we kill a few of their leaders in secret and tell the others to cooperate or become an example, Hope said, slamming a fist in her open palm as if she had just had a revelation. That's actually a good plan. We wait for them to all gather in one spot before introducing ourselves and see where it brings us. If they don't collaborate, we clean them up. With how crimeless their society is, I'm sure we can get a good angle. We were attacked first, after all, I approved. Ho, Harmony, can you show us our beautiful crime-ridden world? Hope asked with a cheerful smile. The next moment, the view shifted, and I finally got a glimpse of the planet that would become the first pillar of my new empire. I expected a view similar to Earth, however both planets were quite different. Valia had a massive continent on one side and a small one on the other. A few chains of volcanic islands stretched between both of them. The east side of the large continent, where I had been fighting for the last years, was the place where most of the population resided. The wildlands were scarcely populated by beast-kin clans spread on its east edge. The jungle represented a whole third of the continent, only interrupted by a large desert of sand that had a few different colors clearly separated. On its western edges, along the few rivers that crossed the continent and the coast, a few places were inhabited. I realized that although I had been traveling a lot, I had barely seen anything of my new home world. Hope was shocked to learn that there was something past the wildlands, but even more shocked to see people living on oceanic islands she never knew existed. However, the smaller continent had less than 10,000 people living on it, near a chain of mountains, while the rest was a barren rock desert filled with powerful monsters. After a few minutes of observing the world from above, we moved our sight to the 6 other worlds of the King's Belt. The first was a small planet that was entirely covered by rocky features, the inhabitants of which were mostly dwarves that had burrowed deep under the surface of the whole planet, creating kingdoms that could only be observed by a few outlines that Harmony overlaid on the hologram. The second was comparable in size to Valia. However, the surface of the planet was a barren wasteland except for a few gigantic cities that stretched over a few hundred miles in both width and length. It also stretched high above the clouds and deep below the earth. The smallest city held a population of 7 billion, while the biggest one had more than 10 times that amount. The planet was named Asta and was led by a church corrupted by the teachings of the Pillars. Most of the citizens lived miserable short lives. The strongest people living there only reached stage 6 due to the low etheric density and heavy pollution. However, a few dozen individuals leading the cities had reached above that threshold and made sure no one joined their elite club. The next planet was a stark opposite. It was covered in wild old growth forests, rivers, plains, jungles, and lakes. No oceans, however, which was strange. The polar caps covered barely 100 miles of tundra and permafrost. No cities were visible from above. However, the population counter showed a staggering 1.2 trillion sentient inhabitants, preaching the God King's teachings. The fifth one was a giant planet covered in ice, snow, and rocky mountains. Yet it still had a population nearing the 100 billion. The numbers were staggering. Earth mana also seemed to act as a form of gravity regulator for most worlds, which was another discovery in itself. The last one caught my attention. It had a wide variety of biomes, some of which resembled nothing I had ever seen. But the interesting part wasn't the fauna or flora. No, what really caught my attention was the large missing chunk from the planet. It looked as if a giant had bitten a part of that world. Looking closer, I could even identify clear teeth marks, including the tracks left by large, sharp canines. It also had 4 distinct rings orbiting the planet and many moons, some of which seemed to be colonized. When my eyes fell on the population counter, however, my mood shifted. I had to read the number twice just to make sure I read it right. 2.3 quadrillion sentient beings bestowed with Harmony in that single solar system alone. I realized that the scale by which each planet was represented was different for the last one. When I read the little tab under the planet, it read just shy of 1 million kilometers across. Earth, for a reference, was a bit under 13,000 if my memory served me right. I looked, and Valia was about 36,000. Say, Harmony, how big are these moon colonies exactly compared to Valia? I asked. Valia is smaller than the smallest colonized moon of the planet you are watching at the moment. Not that Valia is small compared to most inhabited planets. However, your adversaries still vastly outnumber you, she answered. Well, numbers are irrelevant anyway. What matters is cunning, knowledge, and luck. Not to mention that with Hope and me working side by side, our army is almost immortal. I shrugged off. Talking about knowledge, is there a library on the ship? If there is one place that should have the exact books we need to read, it should be this ship. Knowing fate, she might even have planned our little escapade in advance and left us a few things to occupy our minds as we travel. Actually, never mind. I just remembered that I just received a few that should fit me perfectly. Hope said, turning away from the holograms and looking at the gift Tartaros left her. Is it safe to go inside that thing while we are traveling past the speed of light? I asked. It should be. Pocket dimensions are linked to their anchor, so as long as the bracelet stays in the ship, I should be fine. I'll be back soon with a few books. Hope said before vanishing, leaving only a white bone bracelet behind, floating in the air with not a care in the world. I laid back in one of the seats and pulled the first of the two books that had been placed in my inventory by Tartaros. I looked at the large and thick book with curiosity. It was about 3 feet tall, 2 feet wide and a foot thick. The cover was made of embossed brown leather glued over heavy wood. I read the title once, then twice, and then 3 times. Secrets of the Abyss. I could read it fine, but the language it was written in was actual abyssal runes. Simply staring at the title burned knowledge deep inside my psyche. It felt as if the book wanted to whisper the secrets of the universe in my ears, like a pulling force asking me to open it. It was my first time falling upon runes used as a language, and that simple piece of understanding unlocked something in me, as if I had found a key piece of the puzzle that was magic. A major facet of a larger concept. It was a universal information system, but it was also more than that. Runes were the language of the universe. I was reminded of the creation of harmony, the long partition that birthed her. Music. Runes were musical notes. Magic was a language. It was a song. What was the piece I was missing? I knew it was a facet I had used. It had to be. I thinked, staring ardently at the top of the book before the short and stout figure of Dean Claudius Crane came back to my mind. The hint he had given me to unlock the possibilities of arcana, manipulation. My first attempts at magic were runeless. Magic was a flow of energy. It felt as if I was finally starting to connect the dots, piecing the foundation of my growth. Runic circles were partitions for the world, yet they were also too simple and crude to express the true power behind the rune's meaning and intent. In fact, Celeste's habit of calling the name of her spells helped them take shape. It wasn't just a weird memory trick, it shared the intent, singing the spell in a very primitive way. Incanting the runes, while understanding them, could generate far more energy output compared to standard practice. At the price of having to spell every component of the partition, I would probably have to make some tests while orbiting Valia. If I could write a runic lexicon, it would improve the casting ability of every single mage that read it. It might even allow people at the first stage to generate powerful spells that wouldn't rely on the caster's mana. Hell, it would even improve the ability of the artificers and enchanters too. I sighed as I realized that I had just given myself more work once again. But if reading the title of a book could give me that much inspiration, I couldn't wait to see what was inside. Yet I resisted the urge to open it and summoned the second book, expecting to have a similar reaction from its cover. But the book, if it could be called that, had none. It was instead composed of a cluster of thousands of pages floating in a figure 8, bent at its middle to offer the reader twice the amount of pages to read at the same time. Where the pages crossed, they fused, then folded an impossible number of times and disappeared, before blinking back into existence and unfolding themselves with a layer of fresh ink that dried quickly as it got away from the center. I was left utterly confused. If the structure of the book was a mystery, the layers upon layers of arcana that held it together were a subject of study in itself. As adept as I was at understanding the structure of magic, the composition that held the book was a work that I would be unable to copy, for now at least. But right now it was too much to understand, and simply looking at the book gave me a headache, as if I was staring at a literal mountain of paperwork waiting to be filled. I sent it back in my inventory, deciding to study the strange coverless book once I was done reading The Secrets of the Abyss, as it looked less intimidating. 10 days of reading would be a nice change of pace from fighting against a universe that seemed to be infatuated with the concept of power creep. I summoned 2 cups from my inventory and filled them with aromatic coffee for Hope and myself. I stretched my legs, took a long breath, and flipped the book open. What followed was the strangest feeling I had felt in my life. I felt a spark of consciousness being drawn inside the book. I resisted the strange feeling, trying to understand what was going on. It was a trap meant to suck my soul. Probably. But feeling my resistance, the book closed back on itself, and all the spiritual pulling force was released, leaving me breathless and confused. So not an ordinary book either. I should have expected it considering who the gift came from. I should wait for Hope and get her opinion first before doing something stupid, never though a stupid book would make me hesitate. I mumbled to myself with a long sigh. I lit myself a smoke while waiting and tried to understand how to gather the knowledge inside the large book without losing myself in it. I took a sip of coffee, wondering about the person who had gifted them to me. His gifts were definitely tailored to each one of us. They were not common items that could be found everywhere. In fact, they were the exact opposite. Unique items that would be hard to fathom and harder even to obtain. Legacies left by ancient gods, but how the hell did they read or write them was out of my expertise. Did they gain anything by elevating us? Considering the power Tartaros had, did he perhaps need us to ascend before sending us to his labyrinthine intestines to digest us and grow stronger? Unlikely. It was far more likely that he used us to get a form of revenge or something akin to it. After all, the blessing he gave me was directly linked to his, domain. In a strange way, it felt like a partial ownership of it. "What are you frowning about?" Hope asked me as she reappeared. "Books. Troublesome ones. Actually, I'm not even sure I can call those books." "Did you find something good?" I answered, summoning the two strange items that I had dismissed. Her gold-wrapped hips swirled and swayed hypnotically in front of me as she looked at both books. She didn't touch them, since their energy didn't match hers, which could be extremely dangerous to her safety considering the levels of energy they contained. More than I can explain with words, that Hades guy sure knew his stuff. It might take me a long while to go through all of his inventory, actually. The brown book looks fairly normal. "What's the problem with it?" she asked, giving the brown book a single look before focusing on the pages that flew in an 8 pattern. "Looks are receiving. When I opened it to the first page, I felt myself getting sucked in. And that one," I said, pointing to the coverless book, "doesn't even have a starting page." I sighed. Hope giggled with a mischievous smile that guaranteed trouble. "Did you send some void energy in the book? The title is in runic, so the rest of the book is probably the same," she asked, sounding amused. "Why would I?" I asked, intrigued. "Runic books are rare and precious, but they require energy to unfold their story. And looking at that one, it is very hungry. I'm not surprised it tried to suck you in. Also, just so that you aren't too surprised, don't expect a normal reading experience. You have to read it with your power and integrate the knowledge into your soul. But don't worry, I'm sure you'll figure it all out. As long as you feed the book with energy, you should be safe," she said, pulling out a dusty grimoire with a cover made of hundreds of assorted bones bent and weaved together. "What would I do without you? I should figure the rest out." "Thank you, mon amour," I answered. "Without me, you would probably be a rotted corpse in a public grave," she answered with a wink before sitting down next to me. I wanted to argue her statement so bad, but she was right. I took another drag from my smoke, leaned over the book, and sent a flow of abyssal energy inside of it. The book sucked it like water in the desert. I kept the flow going and opened it to the first page. The runes floated above the page as if waiting for my signal to start the lesson. I could feel the book like an extension of my own body and mind. I decided to let go of my doubt and let the book do its work. The world grew dim, and suddenly I felt as if I was in two places at the same time. One me was in the ship, while the other was in a limitless empty place. I saw the runes appear like mist in the empty space. However, what they spelled could be interpreted in so many different ways that my headache increased in strength. I even started to doubt that it was meant to make sense. Many runes had a plethora of interpretations, so I opted to read it and just figure out what it meant once I had more context. First there was the end, everything and nothing. Then came the Song of Harmony. But one voice sang a different note. An Archon sang the Song of Discord. She refused the natural order. She was banished from the everything into the nothing. She refused the divine laws and alone walked a new path. The exiled Archon went back to the everything in secret and stole a piece of it. 7 heartbeats later, the everything was destroyed and spread into the nothing. The everywhere was created. 7 heartbeats later, she gave birth. The demiurge was born. On the 8th beat, time was made. On the 9th beat, death received the gift of life. On the 10th, destiny was weaved. On the 11th, war awoke. On the 12th, blood was shed. On the 13th, oblivion was the only one left. In my head, I could see a place empty of light and darkness with a single thing at its center. In it, I could feel 7 brilliant lights, one of them split off to get out of the shapeless mass of energy before colliding with it. The image that flowed next resembled the typical depictions of the Big Bang, which is to say, a tremendous amount of energy and matter being explosively released on an unfathomable scale. Then the rebellious light made a smaller light appear next to it. God damn, is that the myth of creation? It's a bit different than what I learned on the internet, but I guess they are just fusing Big Bang theory and a weird school of religion. Still, that doesn't explain jack shit. I don't care how they made the universe. I want to get stronger, not become some scholar wasting his life in an office. I hissed as my headache got worse. I quickly flipped to the next page, but when I looked at the runes on the second page, they made no sense. They weren't even readable, and worse, the rest of the book was also impossible to read. I flipped back to the first page and finished reading it without issue. Once I was done reading it, I instinctively flipped the page, and to my surprise, it was readable. There had been only one extra line of runes to read, but I made my head boil from the strain. I was covered in cold sweat, too. The demiurge didn't desire to rule and hid in the newly created everywhere, hiding from destiny, death, time, blood, oblivion, and war. What the actual fuck am I reading? That's it, I'm going crazy. I'm sorry, Hope. I really wished I could have held to my sanity a bit longer, I said with a strained voice, gritting my teeth. A patient hand found its way to my thigh, grounding me as my mind reeled, trying to link what I had just read to my own knowledge. You don't have to read it all at once. Even reading a single page of a runic book per month would put a heavy strain on the psyche of most mages. Considering how powerful and ancient that book is, combined with your academic saviness, just reading the title is an achievement, darling. Is it any good? She said with a soft smile, closing the cover of the book on my lap. Ho, honey, you have no idea. The first page was about the creation of the universe, the Big Bang and all, but it also name-dropped time, destiny, death, blood, oblivion, war, and another dude named Demiurge. Ugly name if you want my opinion, but I'm sure you can connect the dots to my reaction now. Nothing I just read was linked to the abyss, it just used the alphabet. It might just be a bad prank by Tartaros. I'm probably just tired, I told her. Her eyes grew wide. The book's soul is older than Tartaros by a lot. I don't think I've seen anything so old, ever. I can guess who blood is. That leaves 3 spots open, the demiurge, oblivion, and war. You could be any of those 3 or all of them. But I think you are war. You could also be completely misunderstanding what the book is telling you. It might just be about the precursors of our elevation path too, she said. I hate to say it, but I think it really is about us. I have the kind of bad luck where, no matter what I do, I always end up being at the wrong place, doing the wrong thing at the wrong time. It's almost as if there was a damned conspiracy making sure I'm always right where I shouldn't be. I'll read more tomorrow. I think I just fried my brain for the day. I sighed. Well, at least I had a few days to relax before being swarmed by nobles and politicians. I pulled my holy stein out and added some maple cream liquor to my coffee. 107 birds. After about an hour and a half, my abyssal runes-induced headache eventually relented. I was surprised as Hope seemed to feel no strain from reading her grimoire. I wondered for a moment if the headache was due to the fact that my brain, although able to process the knowledge of abyssal runes, didn't actually circulate any void energy through the neural network. My brain ran on arcana. While I could control the strange energy, it felt more like a borrowed power anchored in my left arm, almost as if the power had come with training wheels that guided the energy according to my will. Unable to keep steady for longer, I sighed and pulled out the coverless book and sent some of the overflowing energy contained in my third seal inside it. It devoured it gluttonously. My third seal was almost dry when the flow regulated itself to a trickle. The flow of the pages slowed down, and I felt a connection being made between the book and myself. It was attuning to me. The feeling was strange, but not unfamiliar. The sensation was actually quite similar to the one given by my silver ring. I felt my mind getting clearer, almost as if my brain had unlocked more processing power. It felt as if I could read 10 pages at once with my aura without any strain on my capacity to think. I realized that the book was actually processing the strain and overflow of information by condensing it and dumping it in my memory as pre-processed information in runic patterns. More than that, my instincts told me that the knowledge held by the strange artifact was the absolute truth, not some twisted facts made to fit someone's narrative. As the link between the book and myself got stronger, I got a feeling for the actual size of it. I groaned in displeasure. This wasn't a book. It was a goddamned library that made a mockery of the Grand Academia's giant library. I could spend 100 years speed reading 50 pages at a time and wouldn't go through 10% of the content. Worst, I was certain that none of the important information would be available in a normal 10-page or less condensed package, meaning that I would actually have to read the long form of the content and make my own conclusions. My first mission was to find the index. The mission turned out to be far harder than expected. I wanted to blame the book, but I knew it was due to my unfamiliarity with its systems. I ended up spending the rest of the day in silence with Hope, drinking coffee, smoking and reading, or trying to at least. Finding where to start turned out to be a bigger ordeal than I had expected, requiring every ounce of brain power I had. By now I had figured out how to make the pages flow in 2 tidy horizontal streams of pages. I was in the process of searching for the index and a way to skip through content as it would otherwise take me an eternity to find a starting point, when Hope placed a hand on my thigh, waiting for my attention. "Yes, my love? Did you find something good?" I asked, detaching my attention from the book. "A lot, actually, but how about we talk about it over dinner with the kids? They might have interesting discoveries of their own," she said with a soft smile. "That's a good plan. Want to go see them and have an improvised picnic somewhere in the ship?" I asked. I like the idea. We still don't know half of what is hidden in this beauty. I'm sure there must be a few spots with good views," she answered. We took our time walking around the spaceship to go see the 2 young lovers. We passed by a few weapon vaults that we decided to go explore after eating. We didn't expect any of the equipment to be of use for us, but it was bound to be full of top-shelf equipment that could arm a small elite detachment. Now that we had a small crew able to operate the ship, we would be able to man an expedition to the 6 other worlds of the King's Belt. I intended for the mission to leave a few weeks after we wrapped things up on Valia. Now that my enemies had escalated to the next level, it was high time I answered in kind. I also needed to find that damned stray emperor to finish my lessons and neutralize the threat he posed. I was getting giddy at the idea of seeing all sorts of fauna and flora, but it also made me anxious since I also wanted to see my children grow. Unless I smuggled them in. That might land me in some hot soup later, but at the same time, the closer they stayed to us, the safer they would be. Freeing the other kids stuck in artifacts was also on my checklist. I really needed to accelerate my research speed if I wanted to regain the initiative in the war. "Harmony, can you track any other artifact that might possibly have one of the kids stuck inside? We have too much to do and not enough time, so I would like to free them all as soon as possible." I spoke out loud, realizing that the urge to make stuff move faster came from my seer senses. "Will do. I have one already located, and on its way to Talaria, quests have been issued to find the other," Harmony answered. "By the way, will you open the axe once you'll be home?" Hope asked me. "If I figure out how to open it by then, it's the only reason I haven't opened it already. That and a lack of time," I answered. "We should give it a closer look with Blaze. He understands how Lily built stuff, so he might spot things we haven't," she said with a bright smile that made my belly feel weird. A short stroll later, we found ourselves in a vehicle bay that held about 50 smaller spaceships that were split in 5 categories: 2 sizes of troop transport and what looked like 2 types of fighter. One type was made with a large cockpit and what looked like small living quarters for a 2-man crew. while the other was a smaller single-seater without accommodations for long sorties. The fifth category was composed of three weird spaceships that probably served a very precise role like jamming, stealth, or something in the same vein. Every ship in the four first categories were all heavily decorated with golden mana, infused heptagrams and ravens over their matte black hulls. They all sported identifying tags in black glossy paint that were barely noticeable. Their style wasn't as over-the-top as the main ship, but they still looked a bit too much. Not that they were ugly, but their industrial hulls had been ornate with far too many golden bits that looked like unnecessary decoration. But it wasn't the only thing the ships had in common. The front of each hull had been precisely built to look like a bird's beak and were gold-plated just to make sure to be in everyone's face. Looking at the heavily armored nose, I realized it had been built to ram through stuff. The bird impression wasn't lost in the rest of the architecture either. The short wings could be retracted inside the ship, while the round tail wing was clearly inspired by a raven's tail. It felt like a waste of precious resources. Why waste gold on decoration when it could be spent to acquire more ships? I felt a bit annoyed as I didn't want parade ships. I wanted warships. Hope and Blaze were looking at one of the long-range fighter's engine, while the panel that used to cover it rested on a sheet to their side. Blaze had a notebook floating by his side, writing notes with haste as the young man stared at the core container with confused eyes. "Do you think all of them are light-speed capable?" Hope asked me. "Doubt so, there is not enough incentive for that. The ships looks a bit too small to be a true battle group on their own. And I'm saying this realizing that many of the rooms on this ship, like this vehicle bay, are magically enchanted to multiply the available space. They look more like diplomatic ships, meant to give a good impression while being tough and fast enough to get out of trouble once we inevitably do so. Having just enough weapon platforms and dismounts to make it into a wasp nest that no one would want to have in his backyard. However, when it comes to numbers, one ship and a few hundred support spacecraft are not enough to be a showstopper like we need. In fact, we need a few dozen times that amount at minimum before we can do any serious guerrilla warfare move. If we can't have them, we will have to use association tactics, which will take too long," I explained. "You know, you've been doing that thing Fate does all the time more and more, answering my questions before I ask them." She simply said with a chuckle. I stopped right there, completely confused. I had done that. I didn't think I did. But her reaction clearly meant I had. Why were seer senses so weird for fuck's sake? Why couldn't it be some comprehensive thing like math? Oh yeah, of course. Magic. That's fucking why. That stuff is so weird and insidious sometimes, but at the same time I wouldn't want to live without it. Well, at least not anymore. The first few days of my reincarnation, however. Not that magic was the weirdest thing when I thinked about who I had ended up in the role of. I looked over my right shoulder at the ceiling. There was nothing there, but I could almost feel the world watching me. "You're having fun, aren't you, you fucking bastards? Watching me bleed, die, be tortured and lose people I love. Watching the world fucking burn in evil flames. I'll purge that damned world. I'll end your little theater, you hear me? I'll be watching you too. And once I'm done fixing what I can here, I'll come to your side and fix what I can there too. And there is fuck all you will be able to do about it, understood?" I hissed at the random spot. "Sam, are you okay? Who are you talking to?" Hope asked me, clenching my right forearm in a death grip that might have shattered my natural bones. "Oh, nothing. I tried to break the fourth wall. You know, just in case something was watching me." I shrugged off as if nothing had happened at all. "What fort are you talking about? We are in a ship, not a castle. Are you okay?" "I'm getting worried," she said, clenching harder as her aura filled with a complex emotion I didn't recognize. "What, yes, of course. It's, a bit like a theater character talking to the audience." I tried to explain. "It makes sense. But does it also mean they watch you fuck? Do they watch you in the shower or on the throne? 'Cause I can remember a few times where you didn't hate your life that much." She nodded, even though I could still see that same awkward emotion in her eyes. Well, maybe, I don't know. I just wanted to," I stumbled, trying to defuse the situation. "Yeah, go ahead, big boy, keep digging." She snapped at me with puffed red cheeks, strolling faster to go join the kids and leaving me in the dust behind. I done fucked up now, ain't I? Worst part is, I just wanted to be funny. Meh, I'll do better next time. I sighed, phasing next to Hope. It's good that you've come. I think this fleet will need some serious power injection. The engine cores look empty. Blaze said with a wave as we joined them. A single look at the opened engine panel was all I needed to spot the problem. They aren't. They are arcana cores and powerful ones at that. I suggest you don't fool around with them, I stated, looking at the waves of silver energy emanating from the engine bay. So that's why the enchanting circuit is so strange. Well, I guess it was a waste of time. Blaze sighed. A waste? Are you forgetting that we have an expert on the matter to analyze it? Celeste said with a mischievous smile. I felt 3 heads turning in my direction. I sighed and phased a smoke at the corner of my mouth before leaning over the engine bay. My senses were immediately assaulted by a flood of natural and ambient runes. The enchanting pattern was surprisingly familiar. I quickly pulled out the dumbbell I had acquired on Fortitude's moon. A quick comparative between both of them confirmed my suspicion. The patterns and runes used were extremely similar, suggesting they had been made by the same artificer or, at the minimum, by 2 persons who had the same knowledge. I recognized the flow of gravity arcana in both of them, with the difference being how they were channeled. One was to increase weight and movement resistance, while the other did allow active control to achieve the same result, and the opposite on demand. A second circuit in the engine also looked to be using the strange runes of time, some sort of a time acceleration bubble maker. More things to study. They are gravity engines, or to be more precise, anti-gravity engines. They basically control any effect of ambient gravity and inertia. It also powers a few other enchants under the front nose, meaning their propulsion should work in the space void. But there are hundreds of smaller independent enchants powered by a second core hidden behind the pilot seat, I explained. However, more than half of the runes floating around did not imprint their meaning in my brain, which annoyed me to no end. But I understood why the runes were bending, shifting, twisting, folding and unfolding in a constant dance that made understanding them extremely hard or impossible. It was because they fucked around with the flow of time. I looked at the silver ring on my right hand and found that they shared the same basic enchanting architecture, feeling almost like a signature. Want us to dismantle it to give you a better look? Blaze asked. Not yet. I don't know enough to understand what I'm looking at. For all we know, there might be some safety enchantments meant to protect the knowledge of their manufacturing. I still have a lot to study. I really wish I could be in 2 places at the same time. It would make my life so much easier. I sighed. It's okay. We already know more than we did a few hours ago. The fact that they are arcana-fueled also means that these birds must be extremely stealthy. We should test to see if the pilot's aura is obfuscated by it or not, but it might be a better idea to do those tests once we aren't in the middle of nowhere, Celeste said with optimism. Let's put the panel back on and see if the broken ship Dad collected uses the same method or not. But I'm pretty sure it doesn't, Blaze said, still enthusiastic at the idea of copying rare technologies. First, you need to eat. Our last meal was more than 12 hours ago, and it would be a pity if we came back home looking like your dad when he first came back from the abyss, Hope said. Sure, want to eat here? Blaze asked. We thought about exploring the ship and having a picnic. A garage is not an appropriate place for royalty to eat. Hope told them, her tone leaving no place for negotiation. Yes, Mother. They answered in unison, sounding both annoyed. I made the damaged ship appear near them and offered my arm, which Hope grabbed with a soft smile. As if she hadn't been angry at me a few minutes ago. Well, maybe she wasn't. Understanding the feminine mind was not the kind of magic I owned, sadly. We walked down corridors veering right and left to observe the ship and find ourselves a good picnic spot, which ended up taking us an hour and a half. Time that ended up being well invested as we found a resting area that served as a separation between the engine rooms and living quarters. It was an interior garden that was overgrown from hundreds of years without maintenance, but still full of life. The space was distorted to make it bigger, resulting in a 500-meter-wide square that looked like a peaceful meadow with paved roads covered in moss leading to different parts of the ship. It was a sort of nexus linking to all sorts of amenities, including an infirmary, a big cafeteria, a chapel, a playing ground with all sorts of games, and a large panic room. No matter how I looked at it, it reminded me more of a civilian infrastructure meant for comfort than an actual part of the warship. Celeste started to clear the overgrowth with her powers. She sent what she had collected into her compost pocket space and then placed some rich dark soil over the dirt. In a few minutes, the garden was unrecognizable, looking fresh and tidy. Blaze simply followed her along one of the paths as she made aesthetic touch-ups. The ship is clearly built for soldiers to bring their family along, which actually makes sense. Traveling around the galaxy on diplomatic missions is high risk, yes, but it's also the kind of posting that would make it hard to have kids for the lower stage enlisted with their shorter lifetime, Hope analyzed. Maybe, but I'm not sure bringing kids around the galaxy is very secure, considering how loved our factions seem to be at the moment, I added. Is there anywhere safer than around our champion? Like you said, you can't be at two places at the same time. Yes, you can travel fast and have access to the strongest spy network imaginable, but that doesn't mean that you can hold against a multi-front offensive, Hope mentioned. About that, I actually had a few questions. I kind of have an idea on how to fix part of that problem. I'm not sure it's going to work, and it might even be forbidden or taboo. So I wanted to consult with you about it, I said, feeling a knot in my stomach as I wasn't even sure I wanted to proceed with it. Go ahead, stop stalling and spill the beans already. Well, you know how I can regenerate a body from almost nothing. I was thinking, what if I regenerated a full body separately from the original? Except that just doing that would end up in a body empty of soul. But what if we took a shard of me with some of my energy overflow and infused it into the empty shell? Would that work as a pseudo-soul? That way I could have an agent on every planet of the King's Belt, I explained. That is very wrong. It is considered forbidden magic due to how dangerous it can be. But the way you explain it is very different from the way they talk about it in the laws. It actually might be possible, yes. But it's dangerous. Unless you only gave them partial access to your powers. Can you imagine the risk if a copy of you went rogue? I doubt a slave collar would be enough to keep you from making trouble, Hope said, curling a tuft of her white hair in her fingers as she was making mental calculations. Well, they wouldn't gain access to the abyss. It's hard to explain, but I believe the power I use isn't really mine. It comes from the blessings. And to be honest, I believe that if you wanted to stop me, there would be nothing I could do to defend myself, I stated. What do you mean? Of course it's yours. And killing a teleporting seer is actually far harder than you think, she exclaimed. No, yeah, I know. But I felt it when Tartaros gave me his blessing of abyssal chains. It was as if he had plucked a part of himself and given it to me, a sort of link to his own authority over the deep realm of the abyss. I think Warden might have done the same when he sent me out of the birdcage. That would explain why I had access to an infinite flow from the start. Not that I have a way to know, sadly. I sighed, opening a plaid blanket over a patch of grass and summoning some high-quality canned rations and the cornucopia. Why would he? I know fate said he is an ally, but what he did to you is far too horrible to be considered friendly and helpful. What makes you think he would have cut a chunk of his soul and bestowed his power to you? Hope asked, sounding confused. I think he might have tortured me so I didn't crumble under the guilt of being absent when Lilith, the kids and Luke needed me, I said, my tone somber. Hope didn't answer immediately, contemplating the implications of what I said. After a minute of silence, she finally spoke. It makes an awful lot of sense when you say it like that. Lily's death was part of fate's predictions after all, so it would make sense if we had spent time preparing to ensure that we wouldn't crumble when it happened, she said, pensive. I guess we can give your idea a try. Let's start with only one and have a trial time. We'll see if birthing more is a good idea or not after that, she added after a while. Soon after, Celeste and Blaze came back with a basket of fresh fruits and veggies. 108 refugee. Wojtek's POV. March 10th, 8079, 1600 hours. Trevorous County, Estria, ex-Empire Territory, Valia. "Sir, we are done collecting the debris over here," said Sergeant Stubby, a short and stout Canid kin leading an experimental troop of elite soldiers. "Good. 2 minutes before takeoff, do a last scrub, and let's move to the next spot," I told him. "Yes, sir," he said before relaying the order through his short-range comms. I took a puff of my cigar and sighed. I was kind of glad that Samael would be off-planet for a while. Every time he showed up, I ended up buried in work that had no end. His last act of bravery was one hell of a nightmare show too. I still shivered at how small it made me feel. The planet was facing a world-ending threat, and Sam had just ended it with a song that had echoed over the whole world. While we had succeeded from preventing most of the damage caused by the debris, many roads were blocked, rivers diverted, and more. But it was well worth it, as the strange material that had flown out of the portal was no doubt unique. The runa-saturated stone-like material was also filled chock-full of adamantium, orichalcum, mithril, gold, runatite, and a few other rare metals that we hadn't yet identified. To say the debris were priceless was an understatement. Every landfall site was worth a fortune that could finance years of national growth or crash the economy. Thus, we had to collect every piece, no matter how small. The mission would be an ordeal of a few years and would require the assistance of the adventuring guild and militias. Some of it was bound to find its way to the black markets and other nations' treasuries. We just needed to make sure that the amount collected stayed marginal and not used against us. A task that might prove impossible, considering the amount that had been spread over the planet. The part on the land was already hard to collect, but the part in the oceans was simply impossible to collect at the moment. I climbed into the aircraft, looking at the spatial boxes strapped inside. They were almost full, which meant we had collected a few tons on that sortie alone. One more stop, and we would be able to go back to St. Lilith for a night. The troops would get 4 hours of rest while I filled out the paperwork and looked at the progress of the other collection teams and the status of the 2 active fronts. I hated the flying machines, but they weren't as scary as riding a Pegasus. Still, their speed was both a blessing and a curse. They were too fast to let me get some good rest between destinations, yet slow enough to get bored quickly. All of the VTOL-capable aircrafts available were worked to their limits. They went to a spot, dropped a team, and then moved to another spot to collect another one with their loot, returning to a forward base to drop the loot when they were full, repeating the operation until their energy reserve reached the 10% energy takeoff limiter. Every aircraft worked in tandem with 2 recovery teams. I buckled myself tight as far from the hatch as possible. I was fighting the last buckle when 7 Inquisitors in combat uniforms rushed in. Their weapons flashed out of their hands as they hooked themselves to the ceiling. "When you're ready, Sparrow," the sergeant said. To the flight engineer in the back, the hatch shut itself close and the engine started to whistle with a high pitch. Not long after, I was fighting the urge to empty my stomach as my body was rocked sideways in the seat by the fast machine. My mouth filled with salty saliva and my skin was covered in cold sweat. I took out my map and radio. "Bear 1 to HQ. Message over," I said in the apparatus, trying to stay distracted, while the flight engineer looked at me with a wry smile. "HQ to Bear 1. Send it over," a feminine voice answered. "Bear 1 to HQ. Point Echo 62901, 8322 cleared. Moving to point 64518322, over," I said in the radio. "HQ to Bear 1. Loud and clear. Over." The voice answered. A few minutes passed before I felt the aircraft losing speed and altitude. As soon as we touched down and the light turned green, the soldiers unhooked themselves and I undid the buckles, rushing out of the hull to reach the dirt. I let go of a satisfied sigh before lighting my cigar back with a fire core. The aircraft took off and Stubby pulled out 2 gun trucks out of a pocket ring. His unit quickly got inside and started loading the machine guns. Both of the vehicles were heavily modified with extra weapon mounts, stronger suspension, and a few other mechanical upgrades. The steel armor had been swapped with mithril plates, and the main guns were ripped out of battlefield carcasses. One of the vehicles had a quad 50 caliber machine gun, and the other had twin Bofors autocannons. Every passenger also had machine gun mounts, while the driver had machine guns mounted on the side of the vehicle, controlled with a pedal and 3 levers. If I didn't know more about firearms, I would have think the vehicle looked ridiculous. But knowing what I did, well, they still looked ridiculous, but in the overkill way. I pulled out a large quad out of my ring and climbed on it. A few checks later, we were on the move, racing down a dirt road toward a crater nearby. We soon started to roll through impact debris. One of the trucks slowed to a crawl and an earth mage dismounted. I felt the mage place both of his hands on the ground before making a spell that sent a ripple of mana through the ground. Rocks started to roll toward him, and soon he had a small mountain at his feet. He quickly stored it in a ring and ran back to the truck. As soon as he was in, the truck started catching back to the rest of us. The second truck slowed down a few seconds later, dropping another earth mage who did the same thing the first one did. Rocks started to roll as soon as the first truck passed the second one. The Inquisitors worked with speed, efficiency, and discipline. I was in the front setting the pace and scanning around me with all of my senses when my nose caught a few scent. I raised a fist and the truck behind me slowed down. I did the same, and as soon as my quad stopped, dismounted and stored the vehicle back in my ring. I took a few slow steps forward and tried to identify the faint scent in the air. The first one I caught was that of a wild beast and of charred meat. The pungent smell almost drowned the other ones. I smelled harder and caught a whiff of fear, urine and blood, beastkin and orc blood. I sent a wave of aura through the ground and felt the pressure of 4 humanoids and 2 large beasts. One of the beasts was actually baiting the humanoids towards an ambush. The larger of the 2 was hiding high in a tree, deep within the leaves. 2 hostiles and 4 unknowns, possibly slaves on the run, 500 meters north-northeast of our position. "Do your thing, I'll try to keep them alive until you're done," I told Stubby, who had just gotten out of his truck. "Aight, don't die," he answered, turning back and jumping into his truck with a single leap. I started running, pushing dirt mounds under my boots to flatten the way with their enchantment and clearing a way for the truck with a spell at the same time. I felt the mobile monster readying a strong attack through the ground. I pulled my revolver out of its hostler, mumbling a prayer to the God King and his wives as I raised the barrel toward the beast. The brush was too thick to give me a good line of sight, but I had faith. I pulled the hammer with my thumb, nearly stumbling as I was trying to do too many things at the same time. Bang! The bullet punched through leaves and branches, losing some velocity and slightly shifting trajectory. The beast twitched, missing its window of opportunity to launch its attack and only grazing the slowest of the runner instead of impaling it with a stone pillar like intended. The bullet had glanced on some form of thick armor, but it was hard to discern the effect without a visual. The noise had also distracted the second beast, giving the humanoids a second to move. Predictably, they immediately moved in the opposite direction. The scent of fear in the air grew thicker, along with the smell of carnal bloodlust from the pair of magical beasts. I pushed a larger amount of dirt under my soles, gaining just enough height to have a line of sight with the ambusher. I saw a large back covered in brown and green scales climbing down a tree trunk in silence. I fanned the hammer, shooting 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets ricocheted off the scales, chipping chunks of them, yet being far from enough to penetrate them fully. The impact still rocked the beast, making it hiss in displeasure from the impacts. It immediately jumped in the brush. I lowered down my revolver quickly and holstered it. I quickly formed the circle for the earth spike spell under each of my hands as I reached the ground. I made one of the spikes appear in front of the beast, offset to its left, and the second one a bit further off set to the right, delaying the second one by half a second. The beast dodged the first one with inhumane reflexes, moving half a step to the right while keeping its speed. The second spike exploded out of the ground just as the creature passed over it. My blow missed the head and neck, but it caught the belly and sent most of its intestine all over the ground. The creature staggered for a few steps before rushing toward the 4 humanoids with its last spiteful breath. A stone wall stopped it dead in its tracks. I rose back up and ran toward the other one, leaving the injured beast to the Inquisitors on my tail. I tried to close the gap between me and the second beast. Sadly, I was too slow and gained a firing angle only after the beast had sunk its teeth in the leg of a beastkin boy. I heard his femur snap as his wails of pain turned silent. My lever action rifle appeared in my hands. I looked at the beast through the glass. I pulled the trigger, but my shot missed the ear hole by a centimeter. But at least now I was certain of what the creatures were: pangolion, large lizards with thick and sharp wide scales. The beasts were the size of a small horse and known for their exceptional camouflage abilities and pack tactics. The larger one was the pack leader and S4 with a mid to high level, while the smaller one was S3. The fugitives were lucky we found them, otherwise they would have been dead already. The smaller pangolian had dashed into the woods, with its prey still caught in its maw. I dropped both of my hands to the ground, preparing an earth spell to capture the beast without killing its victim. Before I could unleash it, however, 2 dense water jets sliced its head off. I sent another pulse of mana in the dirt to feel the battlefield. Stubby's men were coming from behind through the brush, spread in a large arrow formation as they pushed forward and arrived close to me. The arrow formation inverted, and we started to close in on the 4 humanoids. Judging by their tracks and speed, at least one of them was heavily injured, not counting the one trapped in the dead beast's jaw. None of them were above the 2nd stage. "Leffer, snare him up," I heard Stubby order behind me. A few seconds later, I felt the impacts from the 3 fugitives hitting the ground. Stubby's man quickly made a cordon surrounding them. Half of them were concentrated on the tangled-up humanoids, while the other maintained security. A few steps, we were closing in on them. There wasn't much they could do in their precarious situation, but with firearms and skinwalkers, no one was safe. The individuals turned out to be 2 skinny wolfkin boys, one thin orc girl and a young dark elf girl. One of the boys was bleeding profusely from his right leg, which had a blood-soaked bandage. They were dirty, smelly, and wore cheap tattered clothes that barely covered their dignity. The other wolfkin was still stuck in the lizard jaw. "Douglas, fix the boys and check 'em all up," Stubby said, his tone calm. One of the masked trenchcoat-clad inquisitors moved out of the circle toward the center. A spell quickly stopped the bleeding and stabilized the wound. A second spell washed over all 4 individuals as the first spell collapsed. The healer then got to the lizard head and pulled it open as he maintained a healing spell on the unconscious boy, picking him up carefully and laying him down next to the other one. "No parasites," the Inquisitor said with a flat tone. "Bellwood, filter up. Jacobs, take Section 2 and collect the bodies." Stubby said. The sergeant was a bit rough around the edges, but when it came to dispatching clear instructions and taking decisions rapidly, he was one of the best soldiers the Azure Ravens had in their ranks. However, the beast-kin had trouble taking orders, considering most of those who gave them to be clueless idiots, which was sadly an understatement judging by their incident reports. He had incidentally been kicked out of a few units before falling under my command. He had quickly become one of the most reliable assets of the Ravens. I actually had to bail him out of jail almost once per month, and when it wasn't him, it was the rest of his unit. More than once, they stole the commissar's car mid-bender. Every time, they came up with some ridiculous reason that had the guards start to make phone calls. Using the distraction to bail out. Twice they stole all of my cigars and whiskey cash. They also regularly got into fights with other soldiers. All of Stubby's men were expert troublemakers that brought only problems when at base. However, when it came to serious work and suicide missions, they made miracles happen. Soldiers meant to be on the field and kept as far from offices as possible. More than half of his troop had come back from more than 10 impossible missions that would have turned any other unit into meat pulp. The 4 individuals were separated by earth walls and silence spells to keep them from sharing any info with the others. A lie-detecting spell was activated, followed by a confusion spell to prevent any other way of controlling the information from the interrogation. Judging by their smell, they feared us more than the Pangolian that they had been fighting a few minutes prior, which was understandable considering that I was the only one who wasn't masked up and covered from head to toe in black slime under my uniform. "What's your name, boy?" Stubby asked, his tone cold and paced. "Jonathan, sir," the boy said, his voice flat from the loss of hope. "Where are you from?" Stubby continued. "A town a few days east of here," the boy answered. "Who are you running from?" the sergeant said. The boy pulled a few shades before answering. "We're not running away," he tried to lie. Bellwood made a discreet hand signal. "Boy, don't lie to me. I will give you a second chance," the sergeant said with a frown so strong that it could be seen on his mask. "Ah, slavers," he answered, barely audible. "Have you committed any crimes that would be frowned upon by the church?" The sergeant said, his tone softening a bit. I felt a hint of disgust in the boy's aura, yet he posed no threat to us. "I was born as a subrace and a slave. My crime is that I ran away, and I am weak. I promise I didn't do anything else. That is the extent of my sin according to the Church of Light, sir." He answered, "Leifa, release him. Sit, boy. First of all, we are from the God King's Church, not that heretic cult that controlled the empire. Second, the church I work for does not consider someone's race to be sin. It is what you do of your own free will that makes you someone good or evil. Beastkins are not a subrace either. Do not be ashamed of your blood. Tell me who you are and what happened. Give me every detail you remember," Stubby said, sitting cross-legged in front of the confused boy. The boy obeyed, confused by the sergeant's statement and orders. "I'm a slave. Nothing more. My mum was a slave too. I don't know who my father is. We were serving as the toys of the commander up until a few days ago. The commander and his troops ate something bad and got really sick. While they were unconscious, I stole the keys and freed us. Then we ran into the woods. We were hiding when big lizards found us and killed Norrin, Brenda, and Trand. We couldn't do anything, so we ran. We've been running for hours trying to shake off the one who was running at us." The boy answered, his tail tucked between his legs. "Good, don't worry. We are not slavers. Quite the opposite, in fact. You did good surviving until now. Rest while I talk to your friends," Stubby said before standing back up and repeating the same operation with the three others, trying to find any discrepancies in their stories. It took about 40 minutes to confirm their stories. We then checked their blood with a tablet, confirming their custody by the MI7 in the system and sending a report back through the comms. "Now that I know who and what you are, allow me to tell you who and what I am. I am Sergeant Stubby of the Talarian Inquisition, and these are my men. Well, except for the big guy. Who's my boss?" Stubby said, removing his mask and pulling out a large cigar. "Whatever the Empire taught you about the world is a lie. Not that it matters anymore, since Melanor has been defeated by the king. What matters is that you are not slaves anymore. You are free," Stubby said, letting them digest his words. "The church has opened a helping center in a nearby town. They should be able to provide you with enough to get back on your feet, along with the rest of the conquered land. We can bring you there, but I also have another offer. If you wish, we can have you evacuated to Talaria and give you the opportunity of a fresh start as a free citizen over there instead, away from this land that stole your freedom and youth. I know of a place or two that would be willing to employ you with good conditions," he continued. The four kids looked at each other, communicating silently through their stares. I was suddenly really curious to see where Stubb was going to go with his offer. St. Lilith was always short on staff, but the Templars were also in dire need of fresh blood after having their ranks atrophied by the war and the purge. The kid that had experienced life as a chew toy a bit earlier raised his hand. "Yes, boy?" Stubby asked. "I do not wish to speak for my friends, but I would be willing to join your army, although I doubt my skills as a slave would be of any use. I want to learn how to be strong enough to protect the people I love," the boy said, bowing his head low as show of humility. The kid wasn't Inquisition material at the moment, but his heart was in the right place. Who was to say what he could grow into? After all, I had seen Sam come back from a worse state than that. The boy might very well become a powerhouse if he could keep that desire burning. I looked at the sergeant, who had a wry smile on his lips. "There are no useless skills, boy. Education is something that can be easily acquired through study. But psychological resilience is something that can only be acquired through experience and willpower. By the God King's beard, I am impressed that you actually ran off when you saw an opportunity, considering that you were raised as a slave. You would be surprised how few did, even among those who have known freedom. There is plenty of work outside and inside the church's ranks. Some towns have been going through rapid growth, leaving them in dire need of workers in almost every domain. from line cook to mana engineers that might fill your friend's desire. You have about an hour and a half to make your decision on whether to stay here or be evacuated. Now come, we need to keep moving. But if you really wish to serve the God King's church, I will vouch for you," he said, letting them ponder over the offer. The medic offered them water and some jerky while we got out of the brush. He also made a prayer of recovery, invoking some of the God King's recovery magic that ended up patching the kids completely, which actually surprised the medic. As soon as we were out, Stubby pulled out a standard civilian truck that his unit normally used for covert ops, and I ended up being the chauffeur for the youngsters. I listened quietly as they marveled at the horseless carriage and discussed what they wanted to do. I was surprised as they all wanted to move to Talaria from the get-go. As it turned out, they were already on their way to our borders to ask for asylum. What they really wanted to decide was what to do with their life as members of the church. But since none of them knew how to use magic, they doubted they would be allowed to join an order. They were still nervous, not certain if it was some weird ploy to bring them back into captivity, but the trucks did a good job at distinguishing us from the other factions. After that, they started chatting about the gossip that had been going through the town. I listened silently as we rode when they mentioned something that got my attention. Apparently, the commander had moved to the region a few years ago to search for a secret vault that held a really powerful artifact. The Imperial Army had been camouflaging their digging operation by using the sites as open sky quarries. They had fun trying to guess what the object could be, and I even made one or two suggestions of my own before asking them to tell me a bit more before deciding this was worth investigating. I asked them to keep quiet about it for a while for their safety. I made up a few examples on the spot, and they all agreed to stay silent about it while we investigated. I also told them that if we found something, they would get a nice bonus to help them smooth their new start. 109 Weird Fey God. Archmagus Satrina's POV, March 15th, 8079, 0500 Talarian time, Valia's outer orbit. I had been traveling for the last 7 months, using the opportunity that an assembly had been called to come in person and be witness to what was happening in the King's Belt. I was curious to see how Beelzebub had approached the situation with the King of Wrath. If we were lucky, he wouldn't have antagonized him too much. I really didn't want Asmodeus and Kaylee's lives to be on the Fallen's chopping block. I needed to make sure that if he decided to fight the Demon Kings, he would at least leave my people alone. Asmodeus was a battle junkie down to the bone, even though he said he wasn't. He would do anything to get a spar with the mysterious champion, including trying to seduce, and if it didn't work, annoy him, leaving me a short gap of less than a week to observe how demons had acted on the planet and to make contact with the native leadership in secret. If it didn't go well, we would have to run, doing as little damage as necessary so as to not anger the dangerous champion. Not that fleeing would be hard, considering they only had primitive technologies according to Beelzebub, meaning they might have flying creatures, but they would need to breathe and wouldn't be able to pursue us into the void. I was reading a spy report dating from 8,000 years ago. The file was about the archangel that was blessed with Runa instead of being cursed with mana, a rebel that obeyed a strict moral code and loved the battlefield almost as much as his own family. There was a note about how unpredictable and volatile the man's emotions seemed to be, mentioning how he had committed a massacre when someone attempted to murder one of his children. His wrath only stopped when all of those who had allied with the traitors were reduced to eternal torment, a kill count that had ended in the millions from that act alone. His greed level was fairly low for a man of his stature, a simple man with simple desires of love and compassion, but with a tendency for over-escalation when something threatened what he had. "Archmagus, there is something you need to see," said one of my maids as she entered my small reading alcove. "What is it?" I asked, not lifting my eyes from the paper. "We have a line of sight with Valia, but there are only 4 moons orbiting it," she said. "What? Impossible, there should be 7. They must be on the other side of the planet. Have you looked?" I asked her, rolling back the scroll and placing it back in the small library. "We looked already. What's even stranger is that the planet is acting as if it still had all of its moons. In fact, our systems suggest there should be 8 moons, but no records mention it anywhere. she said with a low bow. "Show me," I ordered, standing up and walking towards the command center of the small frigate. A few minutes later, I was staring at a planet that looked far different than the one in my reports. The small continent where their king used to reside was a wasteland. The western part of the continent, where their military installations used to be, was lifeless desert filled with sharp, jagged rocks, sand and glass shards. An auric scanner detected only 24 people who were strong enough to enter the Ethereum too, far from the 10 legions that used to guard it. I started to doubt their king's ability to lead us if this was all he had. What was the point of allying with him if he couldn't even bring a single legion of elite soldiers with him? A champion was useless without an army to support him. The problem was amplified by their lack of space travel capacity and average lower stage energy levels. Most people were only S2 to S4, and thus would be useless against the endless hordes of S5 to S7 warriors both the Pillars of Abyss and Order of Light would assault them with. Their only saving grace at the moment was the dead zone where their planet was in the Ethereum. The Abyss Warden and Neuropredators made it impossible for both factions to invade via the Ethereum. But on the material plane, they were as vulnerable as a fresh-born imp. Scan the Runa-based auras first. I want their king's location. We need to assess his skills and capacity as fast as possible, I ordered, turning around and starting to walk towards my alcove. We found none. By the 9 hells! Is that a corpse floating in front of us? The navigator started to say before shouting in surprise. A corpse in a weak enchanted mummer suit, yeah. But why is it preserved so well? Her second answered, confused. I turned around and walked with haste towards the bay window, extending my senses as far as they could reach. I found the slight mana disturbance coming from a black silhouette with ease. The man was obviously dead since he had no aura at all. I leaned toward the window, trying to glean more details. I was pretty sure the man wasn't there a few minutes ago. His body seemed to emanate some dark energy particles, but it was probably just dust. I turned towards the vessel's captain and was about to ask him to retrieve the corpse when the body casually waved at us. We all flinched in surprise. I noticed some of them readying their weapons. I was confused as he didn't emanate any killing intention towards us, yet our presence seemed to annoy him. "I believe you are Lady Citrina," asked a baritone voice behind me. I turned around, 24 spell circles manifesting around me, ready to blast whoever had spoken as my aura washed over the frigate and the surrounding space. The corpse in space was gone, and an identical one was sitting in my chair, very much alive. It was a tall, wide-shouldered man with 4 silver and ivory horns. He had a square jaw with a short, well-trimmed beard. His tanned skin looked unblemished from having spent time in the emptiness of space. The man wore a classy crimson and black suit with silver accents. The suit emanated some blood mana, but only what would be comparable to the second stage. He also had a leather belt with a strange contraption that looked too small for his hand strapped to it. His left arm had been replaced with a black and gold mechanical arm that was artistically decorated to make it look as if a snake was wrapped around it. The head resting on his shoulder just above a 7-pointed golden star. The strange prosthesis was a work of art worthy of any royal, but also extremely simple in its execution without too much flourish. I wanted to observe the strange object from closer, as its style seemed a bit familiar for some strange reason. But my mind had no time to focus on that, as a more concerning problem was that the strange being had bypassed all of our security measures, which should have been impossible. We had both mana and runa shields that should have made it impossible to teleport through. "That's my chair you are sitting on," I said, trying to gain back control over the interaction. "And that's my planet you're hovering around." "You haven't answered my question, Archmagus." He answered, his low authority-filled voice seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time, sending shivers crawling up my spine. "You seem to know who I am already. Where I am from, hosts present themselves before questioning strangers, so may I know who I am addressing?" I asked, trying to stay polite as the man was most likely one of the Fallen's elite warriors, or assassins. "Well, my experience with your kind isn't that friendly to begin with. After all, it is your people who came here and attacked us first, before kidnapping my future wife and fleeing. So forgive me if I don't feel a desire to be polite, he said, his voice still calm but leaving no place for negotiations. I see. As you must already know, I do not work for Beelzebub, but I do know him well, and I can say without a shadow of a doubt that this doesn't sound like how he normally works. You said it was your planet. Are you perhaps the Fallen? I asked, trying to regain some initiative in the conversation without antagonizing the strange auraless man. Never heard of that Fallen dude. Beelzebub left more than a week ago. Are you here to pick up things where he left them? The man answered. I was starting to doubt my charms, as not even once did he look at my bust or hips, nor did he look at my maids. I regretted not having any incubus aboard the ship, as they might have had a better effect on him. I loosened my belt slightly, just in case I didn't read him properly. I'm only here to seek an audience with your leader, the fallen archangel, ruler of the king's belt, and slayer of gods and king of wrath. My nation seeks a peace treaty, and I also have a personal request for him. I answered with a low bow that exposed most of my chest to the man. Huh, I see. Well, I might know the guy after all. I would even say that I am one of the few people he trusts with his life. I can pass the message if you want. He answered with a wry smile that was devilishly hot. I felt my cheeks flush under his gaze. Hmm. Yes, well, I need to talk to him in person. I understand that you don't want me to land on your planet, so would it be possible to summon him here? I do not wish him or his people any harm. I only seek to save mine from his wrath. I also seek to hire a healer. I promise their absolute safety and treatment worthy of a royal. I answered, dropping all of my spell formations and speaking with honesty, as I felt the piercing green eye scrutinizing me as if he was staring inside my brain. I shivered as I felt myself heat up even more. There were a few rituals that could be beneficial to his future. And my pleasure. My hands started to lift the hem of my silk dress, and my eyes grew hungry. Surprisingly, my natural pheromones seemed to have no effect on him, which was surprising considering that they normally affected everyone, including myself. And by the intensity of my body's reaction, that meant that all of the succubi in the room were lit up and ready to pounce on the man. Yet this, beastkin, was somehow completely unaffected. I saw a complex healing spell crown all of our heads for a second. I couldn't react, the spell was too fast, and my mind was spiraling into incoherent horniness. My mouth filled with unsightly drool. Then nothing. My mind flashed back to reason, the pheromones losing all of their power. It was amazing, frightening, and no doubt a skill that could be used the other way around. Yet even as the idea flashed in my mind, my body didn't go into a horny frenzy. My mind felt clearer than ever before. As I looked around, all of my maids looked at the man, mouth agape for a few seconds. Their mind processed the information slower than mine, but after a few seconds they all had the same clear eyes, the pheromones having lost their grip. Calm your tits, women. I will not have sex with any of you, and there is no way for you to change it. Now that we have cleared that, I believe you need more help than you think. It was lucky that I noticed that this is unconscious, or you would all be dead, he answered, making a few of my maids gulp audibly. What makes you think you can kill me? I doubt there is anything you can do against the runa of an avatar, especially considering that you have neither mana or runa. I said, trying to sound dignified. The corner of the mysterious man's mouth rose in a mocking smirk. You seem to have a few misconceptions. First of which is that I would have been the one to kill you. The second being that the title of Archmagus makes you an expert on magic. You clearly still have a lot to learn. I am barely literate in the domain, and yet can confirm that you still know nothing. He answered with a chuckle. Not the one to kill me. Did he have a way to control my subordinates or an invisible assassin? Most likely considering he hadn't cast the healing spells. Was there an invisible mage able to neutralize the hormones of over a dozen of my powerful succubi without leaving a trace? A feat that should be impossible. But that comment about my title made one of my eyes twitch. My smile grew a bit more forceful. You talk a lot of trash for a man who refuses to identify himself. And don't take it personal, but I doubt a powerless man like yourself could understand an art as great and ancient as my spellcasting. Reality bends to my will, Meanwhile, your clothes hold less energy than my pinky's fingernail," I answered, lifting my nose in a futile attempt to snob the hot and arrogant fool. "Talk trash, huh? Let me give you a proof that age doesn't make you wiser. You see, normal mortal bodies can reach up to S12, a status almost only obtained by ascending gods and the avatars of powerful gods." He started to explain as if he was talking to a kid. "Quit stalling, every kid knows that. Get to the point." I cut him, clenching my fists in frustration. "What do you think is the limiting factor?" he asked, leaning forward and looking me straight in the eyes. The limiting factor was the reality itself. It was too thin to endure high volumes of power. Activating any powerful spell requires an exponentially large amount of mana to cast. It was often the reason why I used multiple lower power spells instead of a single larger one. While harder mentally, it was less draining on my runa pool and the surrounding reality. "Why can't you grow it any stronger?" he asked before I could formulate my coherent answer. Once again, reality itself didn't allow any energy past a certain threshold to accumulate. The only other way I could grow my mana pool was by overstraining my body, which would result in a slow and painful crystallization death. The only way to get past that threshold was to move to another plane. "Why can't you stay on the plane you call home and cultivate strength somewhere else?" he asked, not letting me answer at all, yet seeming to know what I was going to say. If I ascended, the plane wouldn't let me back in. That was the whole reason why gods had avatars in the first place, after all. Well, you see, it won't allow you back in as long as you risk tearing it apart. But what would happen if instead of doing the same thing everyone did, someone decided to seal the excess and slip back in? He continued. Impossible. Such power, no matter how stored, would certainly make the plane react and push the person out. See, the problem is that you didn't think about the fourth dimension. Quantum physics has a few interesting uses when magic's involved, meaning that it isn't impossible to split yourself, or to be more accurate, superpose yourself without going through the hassle of making avatars. And crystallization, huh? That shit's curable, he said with a conniving smile. I noticed a ball of raw runa manifest from thin air above his index. It was as dense as my own. No, denser. The energy should have distorted the reality around him, yet nothing happened. No arcs of uncontrolled destruction flew from the ball. It simply stayed completely stable just above the tip of his index. A powerful and mysterious runa user? Had I been talking to their champion from the start? I doubted that, as there was zero chance that he would have been casually floating in space like some exiled himbo. But something didn't work. I was pretty sure that the healing spell used to rebalance my brain was a mana-type spell. Was the spell from a third party watching in silence? An invisible healer? Then, to my surprise, a second ball appeared above his thumb. A ball of clear, pure, unaligned mana. What the hell? Did he have the same strange power Kali did? The energies obeyed him almost naturally, as if the universe was charmed by his presence. Not a single drop of energy leaked from the balls. He made them dance above his hand. Then a third ball appeared. I reflexively stepped backward. Abyssal mana. Same thing as Kaylee's wolf-owl pup, but scaled up a few hundred folds in density. That man had jumped from mysterious to extremely dangerous without a single word. It was impossible. How could someone with a core not die while using abyssal powers? I instinctually took a step back, all of my senses flaring up as I peered into the abyss by accident. I unceremoniously yipped in fear. My heart was beating fast, and when did I stop breathing? My nostrils flared as I took in fresh oxygen. For a moment I thought that you were the Fallen, but I don't think even he is that powerful and knowledgeable. You also don't strike me as the type who would work for Order. Who and what are you, mysterious man that I would like to call friend? I asked. I'm a concerned dad, a lover of freedom, maple syrup and my family. You can call me Sam, he answered, not giving himself any title of prestige. Probably some crazy powerful fey god, and even rarer, a reasonable one. Well, Lord Sam, since you won't help us meet the Fallen, might we perhaps seek your personal assistance instead? I tried. Yeah, sure, but it won't be free, and it won't be now. I need a bit of time with my kids before doing anything. Last time they saw me, I was getting sucked away from home by a giant collapsing portal, with a big angry brown noser on the other side. He shrugged as if it was the most normal thing to say. What the fuck? One of my maids exclaimed by accident. I turned to see Shastia, one of my maids who was talented at sniffing truths and lies. Her large, wide open eyes and stunned expression confused me. What even is a brown noser? What the fuck indeed? A titan in Tartaros. She came and whispered in my ear, confirming his story. What the fuck? I exclaimed in turn. Who would use such devious techniques to wage war? The porcelain rats working for Light would never use those kinds of underhanded blows, but the Pillars of Abyss had no mage knowledgeable enough to do that kind of reality-breaking spells in the material plane, not without leaving a big hole in the local reality. And weren't the Titans primordials? How could someone come back from there meeting one of those and going to Tartaros? Utterly ridiculous. Even if he somehow got out before reaching there, he would have had no air to breathe and no ship to bring him home. Something only someone with the unique void affinity would survive. Considering he had the highest aspect of that affinity, the abyss, it sort of made sense that he would be able to come back. Did the invisible other person the man talked about really there, or was it the madness of the abyss speaking in his head? The truest nothing was the kind of stuff that made even gods go mad. I am unaware of the thing you call the fourth dimension. Does it exist independently of the Ethereum? Did you come through the void? I asked as I tried to recompose myself. Independently? Probably, but to be honest, I don't know, nor do I have the time to care. What's important is that it works. Anyway, what do you need a healer for? I would have thinked that you would already have some good ones going around. I'm sure we can do something about your unbalanced hormones and pheromones. He answered. No, it's not about that. We have some good runa fixers, but my daughter is different. Runa fixers are very limited in what they can do. Yes, but their power refuses to go any deeper than her skin. The older she grows, the more impatient she is, and I already had to stop her twice from amputating her own legs. I cannot disclose any other details for her safety, I answered, trying to keep the information tight. Sure, I respect your desire to keep secrets, especially when it concerns your own child, but the thing is, I only ask to be polite. He shrugged off. Of course he wouldn't care about a weak child. Most gods didn't care about the life of mortals. The man looked off to the side for a moment before jumping out of his chair. His hands were shaking, still holding the now broken armrests in them. He was looking confused, and I was getting nervous. His eyes filled with tears. Was that sad or happy tears? I couldn't tell. All I knew is the little hostility I felt from him had completely melted. Hope you can come out. They won't hurt us. She would never forgive them if they did. He sighed. His face shined with a bright, beautiful, mesmerizing smile. Not the creepy or arrogant ones he had shown until now, but actual, genuine happiness and hope. Definitely a crazy fey god, then. Who else would order his emotions like that? It was so freaking weird, kind of charming but too strange for my own taste. I couldn't wait for the man to leave. He made me way too nervous. At least when dealing with archangels, I knew what to expect, but with him, all I knew was that he was dangerous, and that there was nothing I could do about it. Just as the thought crossed my mind, a woman appeared like a ghost right next to me, dressed in a beautiful gold-knitted wool dress with long, glossy, laced black socks and gloves. She had short, white, fuzzy hair crowned by two black, curly, and decorated horns. Her eyes looked like two golden rising suns. I was awestruck at her natural beauty. I had no idea what sort of fae, demon, or devil she was, but my instincts screamed danger as my mind was thrown in disarray by her ethereal beauty. I felt my hormones flare up for a second before the healing spell flashed over all of my maids and myself. The man looked both proud and annoyed, as the woman only seemed confused. She started walking towards the man, and I noticed a long tail made of bone swishing behind her, along with her hips in a mesmerizing show of elegance. My eyes were drawn by the tip of the tail, and I finally noticed what was in her hand. A reaper scythe. I had only seen one other in my life, but there was no doubt that she was the avatar of the Wrath King's wife. Death. No one else would be able to be both in front of me and invisible to all of my other senses simultaneously. No smell, no sound, no aura. Hell, not even the air moved around her as she walked. I was so confused, but maybe that was what Sam wanted. He spoke to the woman, yet I was unable to hear or read the words on his lips. Had King evolved or something? I had so many questions, and the conclusion I came to only made the situation more confusing by the minute. The avatar of death looked at me, scanning me from head to toe, yet not looking at my body. She was looking straight inside my soul, bypassing any protection that my mind had and analyzing my very essence. Most people would have cowed under such circumstances, but not me. I looked back at her, knowing that my soul had no evil to hide. "Harmony, how long would it take to get us there?" the man asked in the air. To my surprise, my skill answered and was heard by everyone. "With Archmagus Satrina's ship, around 7.5 months. With your own ship, about 7 days," she said. "Well, that's not too bad." He nodded. "You still haven't said what you would require of us in exchange," I told him prudently. "Well, I will require the tutelage of 2 promising kids for the healing of your child. Which brings me to the next talking point. I'm certain you didn't come here just to get a healer, am I right? Ho, and don't worry about Kaylee's secret power. It's arcana. I doubt many demons would be able to kill her, even if she's blind at the moment," he said, nodding to himself. It took me a minute to process, but when I realized my mouth started talking without restraints. "How do you know about my daughter? I didn't tell you her name or that she was blind. Who told you?" I blurted out, faster than I could think. "Harmony, of course. It's not just a gift to let people see their stats, you know. It is an equivalent exchange. She gives information and takes information in exchange. She sees and hears everything, including people's inner thoughts." He answered as if it explained everything. "It doesn't work like that. You can't just make her do whatever you wish." "She's a world skill," I exclaimed. "Huh, why not? I made her. I'm the admin," he said with a cocky smile. I looked at Shastia for a confirmation, but she just looked at the man, mouth agape. By the great Satan's beard, how the hell could a mortal do that? "Anyway, so the kings of hell are assembling to discuss me. When will they meet?" he asked. "It takes time for everyone to attend. So about a year for everyone to be there, but they will probably begin discussing the situation in 7 or at most 8 months. Everything before that is just petty politics." I answered truthfully, as apparently even my mind wasn't safe from this man's spying network. I started to wonder if having the harmony skill was even worth it, considering that this was the price. But the plethora of information that the system offered and the man's low hostility placed my mind at ease. If he wanted me dead, there would be nothing I could do about it anyway. As powerful as I was, I couldn't fool or escape these two. I felt vulnerable for the first time in many centuries. But at least that meant that Order wasn't the one controlling the skill, and that was actually reassuring. "Good, I'll be there. No use wasting your time traveling back home. We'll give you a ride when we leave. Give us a month or 2 at most. Normally I would invite you down there, but until we can give you some hormone-regulating artifacts, that will be impossible. There's that and the fact that for 7 years, people have been at war with who they believe you are working for. But given time, that will be a thing of the past," he said. "If you will heal my daughter, then I shall take care of the tutelage of both children. There is hardly any demon more appropriate to do so than me, and do not worry, children. Unlike you and your wife, are not appetizing," I said, trying to sound firm. "Good, we'll come back with them in 2 days. I'm sure that you will grow fond of them," he said with the smile of someone sharing an inside joke. Yet I didn't understand the joke. The next second, both of them vanished as if they were never there. "Tell me I haven't hit my head and hallucinated all of this," I said, looking at Shastia as the healing spell slowly faded away and I felt my body warm up. She simply looked at me and gave me a single silent nod, clearly also shocked by all that had transpired. 110 more eyes. Samael's POV, 7 days ago, March 8th, 8079, 12:30 Tellurian time. Our plan was fairly simple. Take between 5 and 10% of my soul energy and transfer it into a readied receptacle, using Hope's voodoo and my regenerative magic. We had to take one of the many sparring rooms and convert it into an improvised ritual room. Once the experiment was done, we would erase the runes and residual energies, making sure no one else knew about it. Even Celeste and Blaze were kept in the dark. The only ones who would be told were Lilith and Fate. If members of the family or the Inquisition found out, they would be sworn to secrecy. What we understood from researching the subject for a few hours was that gods made their avatar in one of the higher planes and then transported them in the material realm. We hadn't found anything about how to actually make an avatar per se, but we didn't intend to use any traditional methods anyway. The only comparable thing being done that I'd seen in this universe was the clones made by Light, yet even those didn't share a shard of his own soul. In fact, most didn't even have one. They were more akin to flesh drones than people, lacking the capacity to communicate or even think by themselves. I hadn't used Harmony to find possible allies willing to help in that process either. I didn't want anybody in on that project, as my avatar was intended to be a hidden ace in my sleeve. Are you sure you want to do this? This is your last chance to change your mind. Hope told me as I felt her magic starting to hover around me. I still couldn't see the damned thing, but at least I was getting better at feeling it in the air with my sixth sense. I took a last drag out of my smoke and incinerated the butch. Hit it, mon amour, I told her with a wide smile and a wink as I stood buck naked in front of her. You better not kick the bucket, or I will kick your dumbass back to the front, pretty boy, she told me with a surprisingly lively smile, placing the tip of her scythe on my forehead. To think you could smile like that took, I mumbled to myself as my face warmed up. She sounded nervous, which was a normal thing considering we were about to remove a chunk of my soul, but she also looked kind of happy to try the taboo magic, not that she would ever admit it. The idea of building a proto-avatar using never-seen-before techniques was just too enticing. The fact that such research was extremely taboo and illegal only amplified her rebellious desire to try it. The proto-avatar was a growing necessity anyway. I might have eyes everywhere, but I was still too limited in range. A single man couldn't do it all, and some jobs required my special touch. Everywhere I wasn't was somewhere for my enemies to be instead. I tried to keep my thoughts meandering as I felt a burning sensation grow from my chest, like the worst post-bender heartburns in history. The pain only grew and grew. This was far from what she had done to me for Beatrice. But Beatrice had her own soul, which my clone wouldn't have until Hope gave it one or placed a considerable amount of mine in it. The ritual acted as a simple stabilizer, keeping the soul as stable as possible while it traveled. I felt dizzy and my mouth felt completely dried, even though it was starting to drool. I felt something physically moving under my chest, as if a hand was moving between my organs. It was uncomfortable and not really physically happening. Try to stay distracted. Come on, Sam, just a bit more. Hope had told me in advance about entropic and syntropic type souls, which were linked to the types of power they used. However, I was a special case in which the only information she had access to was limited to her own experience with me and books she didn't know if she had or not. She had tried to find more information through Hades's library, but there were just too many books, drowning the intel under a mountain of superfluous titles. And since they were all written in soul language, only she and other soul mages could filter them. So the library would have to be carefully inventoried by Hope herself, as the knowledge it held was too dangerous to be shared. A large movement around my liver made me almost pass out. I resisted, but my stomach didn't. My lunch rose in my throat. I wanted to fold in half and vomit so bad, but I couldn't. I needed to stay immobile. When the bile reached my mouth, I summoned a small abyssal ball in it and sucked the disgusting bile away. Another movement ended up making me throw up, but since the portal was already there, I gracefully didn't soil myself. Then all at once I felt myself getting split in two. I was both in my body and on the tip of Hope's scythe. Half of me felt everything, while the other half felt nothing. A shiver ran off my naked back. But there I saw it, between me and my other me, faint bluish-grey particles floating. Soul particles. She pulled her weapon away from my forehead slowly. Part 1 is done. Sit down and wait. Hope told me, her voice controlled and calm. I resisted the urge to let myself fall on the ground, as Hope still needed to work unperturbed. I slowly lowered myself to the ground. I felt her move away with the part of me that had ended up feeling way larger than a tenth of my soul as planned. She didn't go very far, moving from me to the edge of the spell formation, where my red suit held a body freshly generated from a single drop of my blood a few minutes before we started the operation. The suit kept the body oxygenated and maintained blood flow as it waited to be tethered to life. Hope placed the tip of her scythe over his heart, and the world started spinning. I was happy that my stomach had already been emptied, as this time I had no control over my body. I was still conscious, but I was completely disoriented. I tried to get back on my feet, but I already was, yet I was sprawled over the floor. But I was also supported by blood ropes and a red suit. My mind reeled, and I felt part of me starting to burn. I recognized the pain, soul pain from oversaturation. I opened my eyes and realized I was looking at Hope from both front and back. The disorientation finally made sense. I was sensing both bodies. Too tight. I tried to explain that wasn't supposed to happen. But more concerning, the fresh body was burning too hot, filled with so much soul energy that it was about to die, which we hadn't planned for. I had only 3 options at this point. Forge a new, stronger body akin to mine, split the body in multiple weaker ones, or let it die and partly die with it. Fuck, Sam, hold on, don't let go. We need to fix this ASAP. We need more bodies. 5, no 6 more? She told me, looking at my body sprawled on the ground. I got my original body back on its feet through sheer grit and pulled out the laser sword, generating a sharp machete and slicing my own new body in 7 equal parts. Generating 7 fresh bodies at once, using the suit's blood pool as a material source. I didn't lack energy to work, but it required all of my divided attention to do so. My already troubled vision grew impossibly mixed as the perceptions of 7 new pairs of eyes collided with my own. This is weird, I told Hope with 8 identical voices at once. I felt the pressure around me being slowly released and the burning sensation faded away with it. All of my clones were at the first stage and would have to grow in power before they could do anything meaningful, but the shared perception, once I would get used to it, could become a great boon. I also instinctively knew where all of my bodies were from each other, meaning that I would probably eventually be able to swap places at will once I got used to it. We would need to do a few tests later, but the young bodies would no doubt grow into powerhouses eventually, especially considering that I would be able to boost their capacity with the cornucopia lather. The bodies were still immature, looking to be around 17 years old. It was hard to guess, as I hadn't seen that body during its teenage phase. I pulled out some fresh shirts, pants, boots and capes taken from the royal vault. They were cheap, common items, but they would do just fine for now. I looked at myself and after a moment of pondering, smiled. One of my still nameless clones raised its hand in front of him and a Glock appeared in its hand. The grip was a bit off, but I would be able to send equipment to them without issues. I still had to be the one controlling the transfer, but once they would have a storage item, I would only have to transfer key items every now and then. Great success, we all said in our best Borat impression. The only answer Hope gave me was a loud, tired sigh. I didn't think we would end up with 7 more. Me, I said using only my voice. Are you linked? No, rather I should ask you, how deep is the link between you and them? She said, seeming to be worried about something. The link is complete. It's weird, but I can feel what they feel, see what they see and all. I don't know if each body will develop a sense of individuality or if we will stay a single entity as they grow stronger, but I believe this is better than what we were expecting. I told her with a smile. I'm not sure we can call this a success, my dear. Having your attention split in 8 directions at once would only distract you. There is also significant problems that could arise if one of your avatars gets killed. A sympathetic reaction might kill more than one, she said, sounding more and more annoyed at the results. It's okay, mon amour. You might not get the Eiffel Tower you wished for, but I'm sure soon enough you will be glad this is how it turned out. And that is coming from my seer sense, by the way, I answered with a wink. The what tower now? And I am worried for you, since in case you haven't noticed, you have about the same level of survival instinct as a rock." She sighed. "Don't worry, they all have a brain of their own and are going to be able to act semi-independently soon enough. I think." I started with enthusiasm, only to end on a note that left a sour taste in my mouth. I would eventually charge them up with the cornucopia and radiant arcana, but if we wanted to stay discreet with it, that part of the mission would have to be done in an isolated location. Fortitude Moon would be perfect, now that I think about it. "What will you name them?" she asked me. "I don't know yet, but I know for sure my suit's name," I answered. "Oh yeah," she said with a raised eyebrow. "Alucard, the coolest blood manipulator in a series I liked from a long time ago. A vampire willing to defy God," I answered. I felt actual joy coming from the suit, as it wrapped me up tightly like a warm hug. "Like it, huh? You deserved it, truly." I told my magic apparel with utmost honesty. "Careful, or I might get jealous," Hope told me as she wrapped herself around my chest. She leaned her head on my chest as I wrapped her in my arms. We stayed like that for a while and some more. At one point I just wanted to move, but Hope wouldn't budge, so I used my other body to move around instead, pulling the secrets of the abyss out and opening it where I had left it. The seventh heartbeat. The shards of everything spread across the everywhere clashed with so much energy that young Demiurge felt fear as his first emotion. He stayed still, paralyzed by it. Yet his immobility didn't stop the chaos. He firmed his resolve and tried fixing it by himself. First, he organized the pieces in groups that vibrated on the same frequencies. Demiurge then took the groups of shards and layered them in the everywhere. Then he gave them shape. First came the higher planes, the conceptual realm, the primordial realm, and the spirit realm. But the planes needed an anchor and something to tie them together. To use as an anchor, he created the lower planes of the material realm and the mirror realm. Finally, to tie them all together, he created the River of Souls. His superimposed creations organized the everywhere and gave it the shape known as the universe. But his creation felt empty. It had no purpose or way to evolve. Unsatisfied with it, Demiurge redoubled on his work. He returned to his creation and kept adding to it. He created the original concepts first, rules to bind the souls that would one day fill his realms. The lower realms, bound to the higher ones, answered to every change by molding themselves along with them. The first concepts that were made were those of the laws of power. Then came the laws of equivalence, and finally, the laws of the soul. Demiurge kept creating concepts, and the planes echoed his will. The universe vibrated under his touch. It expanded, following the will of its architect. Demiurge looked at his creation, expecting satisfaction, yet only feeling disappointment. Unlike him, his creation was imperfect. Every piece arranged perfectly to create an infinite amount of possibilities. Every shard placed so that they could pull equally on the tapestry of the planes. Everything was arranged in perfect balance, so perfect in fact it couldn't move and change on its own. After an eternity or no time at all, Demiurge spoke for the first time. "I am God and there is no other," were his words. For the first time, Demiurge felt the emotion of loneliness and despair. So once again he turned back to his creation and started to expand the realms one by one. He took shards of the material realm, ground them into dust, imparted his will on it, and threw it into the void with energy. The peppered dust became stars, planets, galaxies, and so much more. A few of the larger pieces formed small silver suns that became the heart of galaxies. Eventually Demiurge felt tired, having run out of ideas. He stopped expanding the realms and sighed. Anguish, loneliness, and despair filled his heart as he once again observed what he had made. "I hate reading," I sighed, closing the book as I felt my head being split in two by a wild migraine. My reading body was still in an acceptable state since it wasn't his brain that was trying to understand the content. I was just reading from his eyes instead, while he was looking at runic gibberish. In fact, it was quite interesting to see it from his perspective, as his sight wasn't polluted by all the ambient runes and energies, allowing an easier time to focus on the text. Some of the runes I learned gave me shivers, namely fear, anguish, and despair. They were runes clearly meant to be used in abyssal magic. They were filled with power and intent, contrary to some of the other powerful runes which were referring to other concepts that held no real control over the ancient energy that the book still hadn't really explained. The only reference that seemed close to it were the vague mentions of nothing as a thing, which was kind of nonsensical in my opinion. It was a rune that my brain still had trouble contextualizing, which was a rare phenomena that promised raw power. There was also the opposite of nothing. The weird everything the book talked about might have been a reference to arcana. There was the mention of the silver sun at the center of galaxies, where normally one would expect to find a black hole. That single piece of information seemed superfluous at first, but it seemed more important than that. Being one of, if not the only one, knowing the color of pure arcana, the silver sun being a larger piece of that, everything could mean many things about the true origin and powers of arcana itself. I had to give it to the man. That shady guy definitely had some good book recommendations. I would do best to remember asking if he also had any ancient comic books to recommend next time. Do we even have comic books at home? I mumbled to myself by accident. Comic books. There are some books filled with jokes or short funny stories that are fairly popular. There are also comedy novels. Why do you ask? Hope asked me, lifting her head and peering deep inside my eyes. Comic books are illustration books with sometimes more than one image per page used to tell a story. I was wondering because we might end up traveling for a while, and having something lighter to read than Thanatos's books might not be a bad idea, I explained. I don't think I've seen one of those before, but there might be some in the ship's library. They sound, interesting, she said, trying to hide a small smirk. What's that smirk about? I asked. What smirk? I didn't smirk. She denied, nuzzling her face deeper in my shoulder. Nah-huh. If you refuse to tell me, I will have to use force, ma'am. I would let you know I have quite the reputation as an interrogator, young miss. I told her, placing my fingers along her ribs softly. I will not speak, and no torture will break me, she said as she started pushing herself away, only to be stopped by my large hands. Last warning, I told her, my tone soft. She tried to get away once again, only to yelp a second later as my hands started to tickle her. Wah! No, you can't. Stop it. Ha-ah, he, ha-ha-ha. I will, kill you. She tried to defend herself as she fell to the ground, twisting and laughing as I followed her in her ungracious fall. 111 spinning. 5 days ago, March 10th, 8079, 12:30 Tellurian time. After spending a whole day recovering and adapting to having multiple bodies without much success, I instead opted for active training. I helped them saturate their body with as much arcana as they could contain before splitting them up. A pair went to spar while wearing the power armors we found in the armory. A second pair was doing experiments on how to use the link to do different things. I sent the 3 others to work alone, one being stationed to study the Arcana coverless book. One was experimenting with arcanic creation-type spells, trying to synthesize weapons and armor from raw arcana, and also trying to mold adamantium into weapons like I had done with my skeleton. The last one was strategizing with harmony, plotting our arrival upon the 6 other worlds of the King's Belt. For the first 2 hours, the 2 pairs barely did anything as my brain tried to process everything at once. But eventually the second pair found a way to partially isolate themselves from me. I could still tell where and tell what they were thinking if I focused on them, but otherwise they were like background noise. Soon they dropped the filter and shared their discovery. It apparently also helped them think by themselves, giving them a small sense of individuality that made me happy for them. A few minutes later, my mind was somewhat clear of the fog created from so many points of view. A few minutes later, the filters lowered their power output, giving me a better connection that made it feel akin to being in the same room as someone. An explanation soon followed. Apparently the connection gave a sense of being whole that created anguish in its absence. It was a strange situation, but I made the best I could from it, also reading a few lines from the Secrets of the Abyss every now and then. Most of the information I got from there was gibberish at best, and mostly pointless, but the runes I learned made it at least somewhat worth it. The other book was even less useful. While I could read it without a headache, most of it was just math and graphs with barely any text worth studying. The book went in detail about every force of the universe. their wavelength and all the charabia that came with it. I still hadn't found anything about Arcana, but my clone had found a chapter that talked about gravity and space. I made sure to read everything twice, cataloguing every rune and every picture in my main brain. It was safe to say that our experiment had given fruit. The 7 proto-avatars were not complete successes, however. None of them had my affinity with the void, my skills or titles on their status. Their saturation speed was also leagues slower than mine was at their stage, meaning they would have to use trickery along specialized ammo for a while until they could go toe-to-toe with powerhouses. Right now, they hovered around the high end of Stage 2, and I expected them to be in their mid-3s by the time we arrived in Valia's orbit. A vessel is currently heading for Valia. It is affiliated to the demon Archmagus Satrina and should enter its orbit in roughly 3 days from now. At the current pace, we should arrive in orbit half an hour before them. Harmony interrupted my train of thoughts. Great, tell Hope, Celeste, and Blaze. Make sure the ship gets placed in their blind angle too. Send me the profile of the Archmagus and her staff on board too. I want to know what kind of magic to expect from them. How hostile are they? I asked. They don't seem to harbor any hostility at the moment. High risk of natural pheromone discharge, effect of said pheromone discharge, are highly aphrodisiac. The Archmagus isn't a serious threat to you and Hope, but Hope and Celeste might be severely affected by the pheromones, she answered. They are still young to have kids, so let's make sure they stay on board. Any progress on tracking Fate? I asked. Fate exited the unconscious state a few hours ago. She stole one of Beelzebub's ships and is currently en route towards the main domain of Asmodeus. Beelzebub doesn't know yet. She filled me in. Good, keep an eye on her and ask her to send me a rapport as soon as she can. We will come assist her as soon as we can, I said with a sigh. Her actions were a mystery to me. I still couldn't wrap my head as to why she had let herself be captured or why she would flee towards another demon king instead of us. All I knew was that she most likely had a crazy plan in mind. The kind that had less than a single % chance of success. I was annoyed that she hadn't contacted us since she left, but I also knew she couldn't share information openly without other gods trying to get the same intel. I just hoped it was all worth it, since she could be vulnerable and weak after her visions. I didn't want to find Lily's reincarnation just to have to do the same with Fate next. I lit myself a smoke and checked up on the progress of my avatars. The ones sparring had taken off the power armors, going to ironwood swords. The suits were actually quite powerful according to their analysis, giving up to a whole 2 stages in increased power. The limiter was set around the pilot's physical limitation rather than the suit itself. The proto-avatars sadly couldn't test the upper limits of the suits, but according to Harmony's analysis, they might be able to go up to S10 in power. The armor could take bullets amplified to S7 without leaving even a scratch on the body, which was more than impressive. However, casting magic from inside them was difficult. It was a strange conundrum, as I could either have massive tanky soldiers that were fast and lethal but unable to cast their magic properly, or squishy glass cannon mages. At the moment, the mages offered more utility and flexibility. It was almost as if the suits were built with a completely different type of people in mind, which was confusing as all powerful Valians could use magic. It got me wondering if the way we did magic on Valia wasn't the only way it could be done. The idea of the spell formation I had built inside my flesh came to mind, but it was only possible due to my strange advancement path. The effort of doing so many things at the same time was diminished from the link filter, but it was still straining, and soon I had to take a power nap along with the 2 pairs who were training and experimenting. The other 3 didn't consume as much attention since they did their little things in their corner, barely communicating as they focused on studies. One of them pinged me. It was the one trying to build stuff with Arcana. He had apparently found a few interesting interactions between Arcana and physical matter. I joined him, and without a word, he passed me the Glock 18 he was carrying. It was inflated in size about 50% from its original size, ironically making it more appropriate for my own hands. The bullets inside the mag were also inflated. He then passed me a second Glock 18, this one being about 20% smaller. He opened the link between each of us, and I saw him infusing the pistol with Arcana. The pistol grew in size. He then compressed the energy infusion until the pistol regained its original size, pushing the experiment to the limit of his energy reserve, resulted in the micro-Glock he had passed me. I passed the cornucopia to my avatar, giving him a pat on the shoulder. That meant I might not spend the rest of my life in a giant body that made me stand out more than I already did. His second experimentation was also making progress. He had started to crack the coded link between matter and arcana. The avatar working on the Infinity Book was also helping him, as both of them were attacking the same problem but from different perspectives. However, none of them had my crystallized eyes and thus couldn't see the energy flows and runes with the same clarity I had, relying instead on my encyclopedic knowledge of the language. Blaze and Celeste had been scarcely present for most of the trip, while Hope stayed by my side, reading her grimoires in silence, only striking a conversation every now and then, as we both knew that time was ticking. She apparently couldn't make proto-avatars the same way I did, since she already was an avatar herself. The reminder felt kind of weird as I came to realize that I had only seen an aspect of death, namely her avatar. I had never met her godly self, and I didn't know if I could love her as much as I loved her avatar. I had no idea of the type of link they shared, and Hope liked to keep that sensitive information to herself. I had spent some time preparing a mission for my avatars, a simple low-risk adventure where they would have a month on Valia's surface to establish links with populations that had no way of correspondence with Talaria. They would work as a 3-man and a 4-man unit. I wasn't used to working like that, and high-risk missions were not the kind of place where I wanted to experiment any more than what I already did. I sent an item list to prepare with both priority and discretion to Beatrice. The items were meant to equip my 7 mini-me. 3 days passed, and we finally entered back Valia's orbit. My avatars discreetly left inside 7 long-range fighters. Blaze noticed the missing planes, and when he asked about them, I simply said that I transferred them to a hidden bunker for a future Plan B. Then, just on time, a deep purple spaceship appeared in front of the bay window. I teleported Hope inside their ship's control room and phased myself on their trajectory to catch their attention. I started waving and making signs, catching all of the demons' attention, while Hope planted surveillance systems all over their ship, along with a powerful bomb. Hope and myself had decided to use as many securities as possible when dealing with the aliens, as we had no intention to take risks. Once I felt Hope arrive near their control bay, I phased inside of it. My arrival distracted them from the corridor's door that discreetly opened and closed without a sound. The next few minutes ended up causing us more confusion than we could ever have anticipated. March 15th, 8079, 0530. Talarian time, Valia's outer orbit. I appeared next to Hope inside of our spaceship's command room. We were both still trying to put all of the pieces of our last interaction with the demon Archmagus together. Judging by the Archmagus's reactions, she didn't expect us. But I was feeling growing concerns for Lily's health if she ended up stuck too long with that bunch of nymphomaniacs. To think Hope almost decapitated her future stepmother was kind of hilarious, though. The woman had no idea that my hormone rebalance healing had saved her life, and I doubted she would ever catch on. The remote detonation explosives might not find any use in the immediate time, but as long as I didn't do anything to them, they wouldn't detonate. So I opted to let them there for now. The listening devices were also redundant, considering Harmony was tracking everything. But the simple fact that Lily had passed right under her nose reminded me that everyone and everything had a blind spot. The demon princess was definitely Lilith, and I was also more than concerned about her health. Yet as much as I wanted to leave immediately and come back with her later to finish what we had started here, we couldn't. The undeads had to be taken care of, and the King's Belt needed to be unified. All we could do was to accelerate our already rushed plans as much as possible. "What the fuck?" Hope mumbled, staring at the elegant alien ship on the other side of the bay window. "What the fuck indeed?" I sighed, a smoke appearing at the corner of my mouth as the cornucopia appeared in my hand. "What even are demons?" she asked no one in particular. I used to think I knew the answer, but now, I think I might have been off by a lot. I think they might have been cursed or something. Being controlled by your own body like that isn't normal. But they also felt far nicer than the other 2 factions we have interacted with. I'm kind of glad she was looking towards the safety of her citizens and child, I answered. So tell me, how bad is Lily's health? I'm really worried. And did you say she has arcana now? She said, turning towards me, her gaze as sharp as a blade on my throat. Basically, the demon princess is blind. Deaf from one ear, crippled from the waist down and missing a few fingers. She also suffered from malnutrition at one point, but she seems to have recovered from that already. Harmony hadn't flagged her profile since it was using arcana instead of mana, like Lily. But with her attention focused, she confirmed that both personality profiles seemed to be matching. I said with an uncontrolled smile, "Damn, how the hell did she end up in such a poor state? Did they torture her? If that's the case, I will eradicate them so thoroughly that not a single soul will remember they ever existed." She said, her voice as cold as a lake in winter and as calm as the water underneath its ice, her grip tightening around the shaft of her scythe. It was a self-inflicted injury while trying to stabilize her soul, Harmony answered. I was about to say something when Blade and Celeste barged inside the bay. Blaze tripped on his own feet as he noticed the spaceship in front of him. Is that a demon frigate? Celeste exclaimed, her spear appearing in her left hand. It is, but they are no danger to us. It's a long story. For now you need to get ready as we are 2 hours away from landing. Tomorrow we will spend the day at home. Use the downtime wisely, as you won't have much of it after that. I told the two lovebirds. So we're just going to let the demons go? Blaze asked, clearly offended at the idea. Of course we won't. We are going to give them a lift home, like the good neighbors we are. Don't worry about it. They are good demons. Hope answered with her usual emotionless cold smile. Can we go see and make our own opinion? Celeste asked, seeming on edge about the idea of good demons. Unless you want to share your boyfriend, I would suggest you don't, I replied. What, why? She asked, clearly offended at the idea of sharing her man. The ship is full of succubi with uncontrolled hormones. We were lucky that I noticed it before it was too late, or they might have died before becoming friends, I answered. Hope nodded in silence. Celeste winced and Blaze looked at her with confused eyes full of innocence. Celeste grabbed him by the shoulders, looking straight into the whites of his eyes, and started explaining. Succubi are demons that use ritual sex magic to accomplish different things that are normally hard to accomplish with normal magic. It is said that the presence of a single succubus isn't enough to cause problems. However, if something does anything that might remotely turn them on, all hell breaks loose as the person caught in their heat often die of dehydration or vascular failure after a few hours to a day. A ship full of them would be trouble for most beings, and considering that we all have our own charms, they would prove lethal. Never, and I mean never, go anywhere close to a succubus, you understand me? Celeste told Blaze, getting more worked up as she explained, finishing with a flushed face full of fervent belief. Blaze simply nodded, but clearly didn't understand the risk. He even seemed a bit insulted that Celeste thinked he would have fallen for the demonettes, as if they were simple hookers working on the side of the street. I didn't elaborate on the subject, as Celeste looked like she wanted to protect Blaze's innocence more than anyone else in the universe. What a strange couple these two were. We strolled to one of the engine bays, making sure to pick one without missing ships, and entered one of the bird-like long-range troop carriers. I picked up the controls with ease, having practiced already with my other bodies. The controls were actually intuitive, and with Harmony's assistance, controlling the small ship was as easy as controlling a car. The suite of high-grade enchantments placed on the vessel also made atmospheric entry a breeze. Blaze tried to absorb the radiant heat by reflex, even though he didn't have to, since the Arcana engine's mechanical principle didn't produce any. A phenomenon that also caught the attention of my avatars earlier. The descent took longer than I expected, but soon we could all see the large seaside white spot of the Talarian capital from the sky. Do you think our fighters could take that ship down? Hope asked with a serious frown. They can try, but unless they loaded Arcana munitions for the interception, all they would do is tickle the paint. I doubt a government agency would let pilots fly with that much value on board. Blaze answered with a calm smile. Yeah, except this isn't a regular government doofus. Celeste reproached him. Indeed, all of our interceptors are always carrying a full suite of the strongest shit we can load on them per royal order. It's not said publicly as I didn't want anyone to try and steal the ammo, but it's fair to say that our advantage would rely on mobility and armor thickness rather than magical protection. However, you would need one hell of a pilot to catch that troop carrier with its panties off, I said with a smile. My fighter planes would catch it without any issues, Blaze said, puffing his cheeks. Harmony, tell Hope and Celeste to tie themselves discreetly, I said in my head, as a wry smile crept up my lips. They both did it without a word. You know they can pull up to plus 12 Gs and minus 8 Gs. And once we will have lighter electric engines, they might. He monologued as was interrupted by the ship doing a barrel roll, followed by a rapid downward flat spin that threw him into the wall. We're gonna crash. Put the power in neutral and push the rudders the opposite way. He started screaming as he was glued to one of the windows. By now, both ends of the ship exceeded well over 15 Gs as we spun at ludicrous speed. You spin my head right round. When you go down, down. You spin my head right round. When you go down, down. I sang as Blaze screamed. He flipped me the bird, and I veered 90 degrees to the side, pulling out of the spin at a few times past the sound limit and throwing Blaze to the back of the ship with a loud thud. Ha 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 ha. Very funny old fart. But seriously, how? That's not how flying works. He grunted from the back of the ship. Buddy, you're a genius. But sometimes I could swear there are only 2 neurons in your head, and they're both fighting for third place. This is not a plane, this is a hyper-advanced spaceship. It has a gravity engine under the hood. Aerodynamics are superfluous to its flying ability. Where they really become handy is underwater, and even then they would only be mildly helpful. The space is compressed and decompressed, like a wave or a vibration. That's how it moves. Air has nothing to do with it. I believe you now understand why this ship is leagues beyond your already amazing planes, I told him with a smile. I turned to Hope and Celeste with a wry grin. Celeste looked a few shades paler, while Hope looked fully flushed as she bit her lips and stared deep in my eyes. So basically that thing can stop and turn on a dime, if I understand you well. Noted. I don't need any more demos. Blaze grumbled as he made his way to his seat. Can turn on a dime and shine it faster than an FPV drone with an operator cracked up on Adderall, vape and white monster, I said, grinning. I wonder what all that word soup you just said means. Actually, never mind. I don't think I want to know, Hope said, pinching the bridge of her nose. It's nothing really. FPV drones were little flying machines remotely piloted. They were a real nightmare. There were dozens and sometimes hundreds of them chasing soldiers and equipment. As of Adderall, it's a stimulant. Vape was kind of a sort of pipe that used electricity, while White Monster was a caffeinated bubbly juice. Dear, you didn't have to explain. I'm sure it sounded great in your head. Hope told me with a mischievous wink. They had gravity engines in your first life too. Can science really go that far without magic? Celeste asked. No, yeah, we kind of did and didn't. There were some recovered crashed spacecraft of unknown origins that I helped secure and transfer a time or two. Rumors said that we were about to have the first usable version when the AI crash killed the project in the egg. But that stuff was not part of my unit's job, so we were kept mostly in the dark. Publicly, the government denied any alien ship, saying the deployment was a long-planned exercise or whatever they could come up with on the go. The guys working that department creeped me out, so I stayed out of their way as much as humanely possible, I said, remembering my few interactions with the weird men in black. But if the engine uses arcana, how could they have worked in a magicless world? Blaze asked with a frown. Good question. It will also answer Celeste's second question. The answer is, I have no idea. Magic is just a natural phenomenon that can be studied like any other science. I believe the answers might be hidden in the Infinity Book, but we might find out faster if we started from scratch. Finding the reason why it is or isn't possible might be a key to understanding how to retro-engineer Valiant grav engines. They might be our only option for a long while. At least until I can figure out a way to make self-sustained portals, I explained. Don't be ridiculous. Sustaining a single long-range portal requires a ton of energy. There is no way any natural environment can sustain that kind of strain. I can't think of a single place with the level of ambient mana that a spell like that would need, Celeste said with a sigh. I have a few places in mind already, I told her with a smirk. I could feel a knot in my stomach from the anticipation of reuniting with my family and was trying to hide my emotions with humor and little success. I missed them and longed for their presence around me. But I also felt so nervous they might be angry at me for getting zapped away from home once again. Even worse, Hope had also got dragged into my mess. Would they forgive me or hate me for being an AWOL dad? 112 welcoming party. As we got closer to the capital, I noticed that no one was in their home or in their office. Everyone was in the streets, creating large crowds on the mains. Others elected to be on the roofs of every large building. They were singing and celebrating, but the cloud of gold energy floating from the city towards us, like a golden mist road welcoming us back home. We were still a bit too far for most of them to notice us, but I felt a few auras wash over the ship in quick succession. I felt Aurelia's aura vibrating through the city and spreading the news of our approach. Everyone started to stare at the horizon with anticipation. There were so many emotions mixing in the city's aura that it was difficult to discern them from one another, but people were happy and celebrating. I slowed the craft to under the speed of sound as we approached the center of a flying V formation escort, made out of 24 of our best military interceptors. A wave scanner inside the troop carrier caught a radio signal from our right. Raven 1, this is Firefox, here to escort you from the coast to St. Lilith Airport. Do you copy? Loud and clear, Firefox, I answered from the pilot seat. Any last-minute emergency needs? The feminine voice of Firefox asked. No special needs at the moment. It's good to be home, I answered. From the bottom of my heart, and for everyone else who can't tell you directly, I sincerely thank you for saving our bacon and getting the enemy to pay for the damages, she said, her cheerful and mischievous voice sounding extremely familiar. Don't overthink it. It can still bite us in the arse later. Though I can't wait to see the fallout materials. I shot back. I scanned the fighter to our right to see if I could replace who the pilot was. She was a young foxkin who had both of her legs amputated and replaced with high-stage Inquisitor prosthesis. It surprised me as normally the ones operating planes were paladins, not Inquisitors. She was also wearing a slime suit under her pilot coveralls. I thinked for a few seconds before finally understanding who she was. It was Sasha, the foxkin pink fire mage. Her call sign suddenly made a ton of sense. How's your teddy bear doing, Firefox? I asked the wing leader. He's doing fine. Last news I have. He was on his way to St. Lilith with something that was dug up in Estria yesterday. By the way, where did you get that bird? It doesn't look half bad. She answered. It's a secret for now, but I'll make sure you are among the firsts to learn about it. Might even get you to fly it. By the way, have you thinked about getting your legs back? I asked back. I actually did ponder on your offer, and if you're fine with it, I would like to have a bit more time to think about it. My prosthesis are kind of amazing, and I believe my combat abilities might go down if I went back to normal legs. That is without talking about the SPIP. But once I retire, she answered. Yeah, no, I have no clue what the SPIP is, but it sounds good, I shot back. The Special Pilot Interface Program, one of your son's little projects to give amputees better controls when using different kinds of machines. With that, I can basically pilot my plane hands-free if I want, allowing me to cast magic, drink and eat lunch while I pilot at the same time. She answered with a touch of pride. Damn, that's impressive, I said with a low whistle. It's impressive how you tower. We have company coming from the southwest. It looks like a huge black cloud. Do you have ID on it? Over, she asked. Negative, Firefox. No one is supposed to be within your line of sight in that direction. Permission to make ready your weapons. The control tower answered before relaying the information to his chain of command. I sent a wave aura to scan the black mass on the horizon that flew towards us at a respectable pace. It wasn't a ship or a spell, it was a massive bird flock. At first I believed that they might be dangerous, but the birds were healthy and weren't in an aggressive mood, only looking somewhat tired. There were millions of black birds of various sizes flying in ever-shifting formations. The flock was led by 3 giant birds that had a wingspan over 50 feet wide. Many others were over 30 feet wide. But more importantly, a smaller bird was flying right next to the 3 giants. It was none other than Poe. Permission rescinded. Do not fire. I say again, do not fire. It's Poe who is also coming back from an adventure of his own. Let's fly over the capital and split off. I don't want any bird strike happening today. I will tell them to go to a field near St. Lily and see what's going on. They aren't hostile, so let's make sure it stays that way, understood? Also prepare a ton of bird feed as they will need to eat. I'm sure we must have some of that big worm left. Bring a few hundred tons of it. That should be perfect, I said on the radio. Roger, Roger, Sasha's voice said on the radio, quickly followed by the control tower. Hello, Poe, it's Dad. Can you bring your friends to the big farm near the forest, south of home? I said, trying to echo my voice to the bird, but apparently the gravity engine made the technique fail miserably, so I phased out of the ship just long enough to repeat myself as I started free-falling and phased back into my seat like nothing happened. A few seconds later, the flock veered northward, averting what might have been a disaster for both parties. Anyway, I guess once we land, I should go see my little feathery boy, I told Hope. Yeah, also if you ever do that again, I will hang you by your toes for a whole day. She answered back. Do what? I asked, confused. You know what? You can figure that out by yourself, Mr. Powerful Seer. She answered before averting her gaze from me in frustration. Come on, mon amour, please, I said, trying to pry the intel away from her without much success. So what do you want to eat for dinner? I was thinking that we might try that little restaurant on the main avenue. I can't remember the name, but it smelled really good from the outside, I said, trying diversion tactics instead. Silence. Blaze and Celeste observed without a word, barely breathing as I tried to pry myself out of trouble. Was it the fat mutton? No, that's not it. The chubby hog? No, closer, but that's not it. Silence. The oversized camel? No. What was it? The slippery pig? Silence. The greasy buck, oily duck, big moose knuckle? That's closer, but that's not it. The fat cock? Getting warm there, I said. It's the honky donkey. And yes, I would like that, especially if that'll make you stop guessing stupid names for hours. Ho, look over there. Is that Beatrice on the roof with Aurelia? She asked, pointing at the roof of St. Gabriel Basilica. Blaze looked at me completely amazed. He was still trying to figure out what was the secret behind how I had done it. Celeste didn't understand Blaze's confusion either, meaning that if the boy was a quick thinker, he might figure the life-saving trick before Celeste did. I feigned ignorance and turned back to watch the capital. It is. I guess she couldn't escape Aurelia's grasp for long. She has too much education and experience to be left on the side forever. Still, I wonder what kind of job she found herself. I answered. Meh, we'll find out soon enough. I can't wait to see Ravi and Korvax. I believe I also need to have a chat with Fortitude. And that doesn't even include the time we'll need to take for the parades once I'm back from dealing with the undeads. The short break wasn't so bad after all. The food wasn't the best, but I've had worse, and the bed was nice. That, and the bit of quiet too. One last day before we get back to fixing the world one problem at a time, Hope said. I didn't know what to answer, so I just nodded dumbly while looking at the edge of the crowded city. Once the edge of the city was clear, the escort peeled off and turned toward the new airport of the capital. I accelerated back to a reasonable subsonic speed, bypassing the bird cloud from above and plunging down towards St. Lilith, where I did a quick victory lap around the region enclosed between the 7 fortresses with my cabin at its very center. I did a second lap high above the buildings and finally slowly approached the helipad of the grass-covered roof. A few seconds later, we were landed and the engines were turned off. Ravnica, Korvax, Lysa, Fortitude, and Katrina were walking off the porch of the house, all smiles and giggles as if they were hiding something. Only Fortitude was nervous, which was understandable considering he seemed to be the mama's boy kind. Hi guys, Blaze waved everyone. Big bro, Celeste belched, sprinting and jumping into Fortitude's arms at top speed. The giant wasn't moved an inch by her high velocity, simply catching her embrace with ease like a brick wall, which ended up cutting the woman's breath. I missed you too, Lil Shroom, he answered with a low tone that sounded surprisingly gentle for such a giant. We're back and we aren't alone. Poe came with a bunch of friends to welcome us, as you can see. I believe there might be the bird equivalent of royalty among the bunch, so it might be better if I don't make them wait too long, I said, pointing at the cloud of birds flying down towards a field. I just need to go see what is going on there, and I'll be back. Does anyone want to come along to welcome your feathery brother? I asked, knowing that they would most likely all want to be there for the once-in-a-lifetime experience. Indeed, no one opted to stay at home. I quickly teleported all of us to the edge of the field, a reasonable distance from the flock. A few birds, surprised by our appearance, immediately launched themselves toward us at breakneck speed. A loud, angry squawk brought them back into the formation a few moments before I intervened. Poe flew out of the flock, made a few weird vocalizations, and the flock started to land by size order. The flying giants at the center of the bird mass landed, and soon thousands followed, covering the large field and overflowing into a few others. Poe landed in front of me, puffed his feathers with pride, and hoped toward me. "Hello, my boy. Had a good time?" I asked him. "Fuck yeah. Poe, hero prince. Poe, good boy. Poe, good boy," he said, bouncing up and down with excitement. "Ha ha ha, yes you are. You're a very good boy. Yes you are," I told the bird while petting his beak and the top of his head. The 5-feet-tall bird did a reverence in front of Hope and hopped to Korvax. They bowed to each other, and Poe jumped on the young boy, throwing him to the ground. The large bird puffed himself and sat on Korvax, who exploded in laughter. The sea of birds on the ground parted ways to let the larger specimens walk towards us. 3 giant ravens walked towards us. They stood more than 14 feet tall. One of the 3 was S11, while the other 2 were only 1 stage lower. They also didn't hold their aura at all, creating a strong sensory impression that would have stunned most civilians. But the show of power had no effect on the kids, who felt entirely safe in my presence. I bowed to the 3 large birds in good faith. "Salutation, are you the ruler of this land, and the man who helped raise the young lord?" the strongest one asked me. "If by the young lord you mean Poe, then the answer to both your questions would be yes, indeed," I answered. "I am Squaw. What's your name, and how did you get into possession of his egg?" he asked, sounding on guard. "I'm Samael. As of Poe, his egg was in an enemy tent that we had just raided in the Blue Mountains. That's where and when he hatched. I picked him up, and next thing you know, I adopted him. I have no idea where the egg was before some noble brought it to the war with him," I explained. "What happened to that noble? Is it still walking the land as an undead?" Squaw asked. "Possible, but unlikely. They died fairly early in the war, so their corpse should have been burned without issues if my memory is right. I can't remember if I blew their head off or not, however," I answered to the best of my ability. "Satisfying answer. In the name of His Majesty Cornelius VI, who couldn't be here today, I thank you for bringing justice upon the criminals who stole the royal egg of young Lord Poe. I also thank you and your clan for providing him with hospitality. It seems that the heir has been taken care of with love and compassion as a member of your family more than a simple pet. The only thing I don't understand is why you and your wife look so, unintimidating. We were told of your feats and expected, some possible hostility when we would cross into your territory, or at the very least a show of force with your aura," the bird said, sounding a bit awkward. "Ho, trust me, we are quite dangerous. But that doesn't mean we are uncivilized. I believe my little scruff in the sky not too long ago would be exemplary enough. That and the fact that you showed up with my boy too. I don't think so many would have moved around just to say thank you, however. So tell me, what is the purpose of your visit, my friend?" I asked the bird. "The king of the Raven Throne would like your assistance over a delicate matter. That will need to be discussed directly with him," Squaw answered. "And where can I find him? I will visit him in a couple of days," I continued. "We will escort you," Squaw started. "No offense, but you would slow me down too much." I cut him before he could push his sentence any further. "Wah!" Squaw exclaimed, clearly angered at the idea as his head turned to the side to stare at me with one eye. The two ravens that accompanied him tried to hold their cackles with little success, and Poe jumped in front of me, puffing his feathers and stretching his wings and legs to look as big as possible. "It's okay, Poe. He couldn't hurt me if he tried," I said to the bird while patting him on the head. The two larger birds exploded in uncontained laughter. The reason why escaped me, but apparently Squaw was somewhat offended at my comment. "It's nothing against you, Squaw, but I'm sure by now you've seen the foes I'm going against," I said, making a smoke appear at the corner of my mouth and lighting itself as I took the first drag. "So you were the man in the sky. I understand. Young Lord Poe indeed found a great surrogate father. It is true that if you can teleport, you might be able to reach there faster. However, his lands are in the clouds and with no way to fly." Squaw started to argue, only to be cut by the appearance of 6 giant bloodwings on my back. This time all 3 birds jumped back, making what could only be described as surprised raven noises. That made the whole murder behind seem to grow nervously silent, making Poe's cackling and Korvax's laughter stand out. Alucard folded the wings, but kept them on my back as a show of strength. "But the—" Squaw tried to find his words with no success. "We will provide you with the directions and a way to identify yourself in front of our king. It is unlike our customs to have someone arrive unescorted, but I doubt that you need an escort to protect you. I only ask that you try to refrain from killing corvids on our clan's territory," said the raven to his right, which my senses identified to be a female, even though her voice didn't sound anywhere close to feminine. "I appreciate your understanding. And who might you be, my lady?" I asked politely. All 3 giant birds cocked their heads to the side, and their beak wide open, as if I had shattered their perception of reality. After a few seconds of confusing noises, the birds eventually calmed down, and the one that had been addressed finally answered. "Makau, I'm named Makau. How did you know?" she asked, staring at me intensely. "Know what?" I asked, confused. "That I'm a female?" She answered as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Huh. Well, I'm a healer, and I have a very accurate perception of space, so I just, felt it. At the same time, I checked your health and all," I answered, now feeling how awkward it sounded. "But that doesn't matter. You must be famished, so please rest as my men bring you something to fill you up," I quickly added to change the subject before they got creeped out too much. "Much appreciated. Allow me to ask, if it isn't too indiscreet, how good of a healer are you?" Squaw asked, sounding very interested by my capacities. "Pretty good, though I can't bring back the dead. That's more my queen's department. But I would say most of my priests have also become impressive healers since I basically loan them my power when they need it." I shrugged off. "You loan your powers? Like remote healing through prayers?" the third bird asked, sounding extremely interested by that strange fact. "I do. I have enough power to share, though the magic is a combination of multiple skills working in tandem through harmony," I explained. "Your skills work through harmony? This is unprecedented. Is she your skill?" she asked. Yeah. She has her own will, I am just her enabler. But she's on our team for sure. It would be an understatement to say that she is one of our greatest assets. She is one of the only reasons we have a chance to succeed and have already saved our asses a few times," I said, expressing my heartfelt feeling, and felt a ping of giddiness and warmth from Harmony in answer. A column of 12 commercial trucks arrived, loaded with spatial boxes on their back, cutting our conversation short as the drivers started rolling on the field, dropping slabs of white meat weighing a few thousand pounds every 10 meters or so, placing large tubs between the meat chunks and filling them out with nuts, fruits, or water in alternance. Our hospitality surprised the corvids, and after a few more words, the 3 large birds took off to go eat with their peers. As we ourselves teleported back home for a family dinner, Poe came with us. As soon as we arrived home, a dozen servants appeared, led by Beatrice in a black pencil skirt, white shirt, and wearing Alucard's tie, who had somehow made her way back from the capital already. Her long, silky white hair flowed in the semi-constant wind of Factory 1's roof. A maid following in step with her with a notepad was furiously taking notes as Beatrice dictated something about tax rates and open trade agreements. "Welcome home. I hope your travel didn't go too bad. I had to fight tooth and nails to get you tomorrow off, but I won, she said with a warm smile full of energy.